Get some sense.
I died for you.
See
Not
me
be only
never
died
come
for
no
you.
nyash properly. Say na I died for
I
you.
died for you.
Not be only died for you. I died for you. Don't do. Okay, right. So let's start. Mama, we do not need to believe. I know our people will be free. Esaman, yes. Thank you for that. We will be free. We will be free from these colonial masters here. These are now the modern day colonials. They've got people in the grip of religion. They've got them in the name of challenge, challenge, challenge. What God cannot do does not exist. What God cannot do does not do. They pray, he they show. They're busy singing all this nonsense. They sound like anyway. Let me keep quiet. I'm trying to not be. It's not about the followers because I think a lot of them are indoctrinated to believe. But you see these ones here. Somebody said hello to me. Who was the person that said, "Hey Deji, Deji, how are you?" What I don't understand is why are you so angry and pressed about our religion? May I ask? Yes, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. First things first, it is not your religion. It is not your religion. The person who is supposed to have started the religion did not plan for you to have the religion. That was not his idea. He only came for the lost sheep of his father's house. So you have the religion because some other persons, they saw you as, what is the word? Hold on, I've got a book. Hold on. I'll tell you exactly why you think it is your religion. So I've got a book here, right? Let me show you the book. Guys, please tap on your screens for me. Tap on your screens. We're going to wake our people up one by one. Look at this book here. What Britain Did to Nigeria. What Britain did to Nigeria. You read this book, you'll understand why you are a Christian today. But let me read something to you from this book. So here it tells you about the trading of people, slavery, tells you about how they came and they had palm oil, they had your resources, tells you about the people who founded the founders of Nigeria. You were not even supposed to be called Nigeria at all, even. Founders of Nigeria. And, just but if you're interested, what Britain did to Nigeria. I haven't finished reading it. I'm hopeless, but taking my time. Okay, so let me read something to you very quickly. Where did I put that page? Okay, I think it's this one. Okay, please listen to this. Hello, Lillipod. Please listen. It says, um, right, let's see. No, where did I find? Okay, so let's see. From here. And this is from page 12. Britain's increasing industrialization, combined with a growing abolitionist movement by Christians, eventually led to Britain's decision in 1807 to make it illegal for citizens to engage in the slave trade, with effect from 1st of January 1808. Britain's abolition of the slave trade seems ironic. Britain's abolition of the slave trade seems ironic, given that it was its foremost practitioner just a few years earlier. They were the foremost practitioners of the slave trade. But then the same people turned around just a few years later and said, let's abolish. But anyway, let's continue. Nonetheless, the abolition was a seminal event for West Africa. European Christians who had been active in the anti-abolition movement justified, European Christians who had been active in the anti-abolition movement justified Britain's entry into and their involvement with West Africa. The people who abolished, they gave justification for why Britain needs to come and go as they please into your country. Okay? Okay, so the reason they gave was that it was for humanitarian reasons. So they said, okay, yes, we abolish slavery, but for humanitarian reasons. You see, Britain, yeah, you see how clever. Oh, we abolish slave trade, but for humanitarian reasons. Now, come on in. You see, let's continue. Africa was of particular interest to Christian missionaries because in their view, it was populated by heathens. African missionaries saw you guys as heathens. This is why Christianity, then the Christians of that time, the ones that came, Christian missionaries, they saw you as heathens. Anyway, let's continue. Africa was of particular interest to Christian missionaries because in their view, it was populated by heathens and was a den of crime, immorality, and misery. The people that brought you Christianity saw you as a bunch of heathens. They saw Africa as a den of crime, immorality, and misery. The early accounts of explorers and traders contained exaggerated accounts of African barbarity and savagery. This contributed to their determination to Christianize Africa. They exaggerated the African plight. I read that again. The early accounts of explorers and traders, they contained exaggerated accounts of African barbarity and savagery, and this contributed to their determination to Christianize Africa. The ones that came went back and said, these people are barbaric. They are savages. They need to be Christianized. Can you imagine, guys? And also, they had to improve the moral standards of the natives and abolish practices such as human sacrifice and slavery. Well, listen to this other part. However, the end of British slave trading did not mean that Britain no longer had economic interests in West Africa. So because they abolished the slave trade, you think that it instead generated incentives for Britain to discover and explore West Africa's interior, the parts that they could not reach. Now they can go in, because now we've gotten rid of slave trade now, right? Now we're here for humanitarian grounds. We are here for humanitarian reasons. So now, they can go deep into your, man. So that person asking me why I'm talking about your religion. It's not your religion. It's not your religion. Just so you know. If you know how they brought you the religion, you go cry. You will cry. When was the book written? And the author is Mark Ciolon. Let's see. It's actually new. It's very new. 2024. 2024. Only last year. Yeah. Only last year. Please, can you make some sense? I really want to hear the end of your story, but I'm getting bored. End of what story? Auntie Jane, end of what story? What story do you want to hear? End of what story? What are you bored about? Okay, you want to hear about the Hallelujah Challenge, eh? Are you dense? Jane, are you dense? Are you okay? You saw me reading. You saw my head buried in a book, and now you fucking saying, oh, you're paying you attention. You are dense, Abby. How am I supposed to be reading a book and at the same time be looking at? Get some sense now. Bring me up. Let me enlighten you. Enlighten me on what? Only on one condition, please. If you're going to come up, please, you're going to keep it respectful. If you're not keeping it respectful, then I'm sorry. You're going to just, I'm not, because I have a topic. Hallelujah Challenge. The scam Hallelujah Challenge. The scam NSPPD / Hallelujah Challenge that they are using to deceive our people. Colonial master don't pack their load. They don't go finish. They left their religion behind. Now, these are the modern day colonial masters doing challenge every day. Challenge. What are you challenging? Jordan, you know, every time you all say this nonsense that I have a traumatic past around the religion, you are confirming that in your religion, trauma takes place in there. That's in your religion. All they're known for is to traumatize people. Because if I've never told you about being traumatized, where do you come up with that? In your mind, you think, I know my religion. My religion traumatizes people. So she must have taken part of that trauma. So thank you for confirming to a lot of people that religion traumatizes people. A lot of traumatic, heinous experiences that people have. So when you say, oh, you only left because you were traumatized, you're just confirming that the religion traumatizes people. And guys, if you have been traumatized by religion, never ever keep mute about it. Don't let anyone like Jordan make you keep mute? Speak on your trauma. Speak on your trauma. Speak on it. If any religion or religious leader or religious nonsense has traumatized you, speak on it. Don't, because of people like Jordan, think you should go and hide. Don't. Speak about your pain. When you speak, then they would know that, look, if Jesus could not help you when you were being traumatized by the religious leaders, then the religion is a scam. If while you are going through this traumatic experience at the hands of the religion, then the God failed you. The God has failed you. The God has failed you. So where's that person that wants to educate me? Or what did he say he wants to do? All right, let's hear.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
I don't know if it's evening in your location.
Good evening. I'm listening.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. I can't hear you. If you keep going off the app, I can't hear you.
Talking about colonial masters, is totally different from Christianity, you know. The colonial masters, they didn't write the Bible, they didn't bring Christianity. They only changed some stuff in it, you know.
I don't know what you're saying. So you're saying that the colonial masters, sorry, they changed some stuff in what?
What I'm saying is the Bible was hijacked for political reasons.
What's your source?
My source.
Yeah. What's your source for this claim?
Okay, let me make it.
They hijacked they hijacked the Bible for political reasons. I want a source. He has gone. And God was there, just sitting there, just watching them hijacking it. They were busy hijacking the Bible. And what did God do? He just sat there and did nothing. No, it was not the colonial masters' fault. It was not they just hijacked it. They hijacked the Bible. They carried the Bible and said, you know what? Give it to me. I hijack it. What kind of moo thing is this? Why do we want to be so? We shall want to be delusional by force. The truth is in your face, but yet you're choosing to be blind. You are choosing to be blind while the truth is in your face. Please, guys, I only want people who disagree. I only want people who disagree, just for now. Later, you know how we do it. We'll bring people up later on. But for now, I just want people who disagree because I've got a topic as well. I need to talk about this Hallelujah Challenge people. Right, let's see.
Hello.
Iggy, I've spoken to you before, so hello.
Hi. My name is Ugo.
Hello, Ugo.
Yes. This is my first time joining a TikTok live or even getting on anything. I'm usually not a social media person, but I saw this live and I was interested. I just wanted to, because I have never seen your page before, so this is my first time. Maybe after your life has ended, I'll probably just go watch your videos. So I might just ask a question because I don't have history. I'd like to know why you are an atheist. What reinforced you? What made you become this person? Because if I watch your video, I might see maybe you've spoken about it before, but I haven't. So if you just maybe share something, just pretty easy to just share for a few minutes, because there are lots of messages I'm seeing here. By the way, I'm a Christian, but I love to understand why other people do what they do, so that if I have anything to say, maybe those that are watching this might hear and then you listen. So I love conversations like this. They help us.
Okay, fantastic. So you said your name was Ugo?
Ugo, yes.
Ugo. Okay,
It's
Ugo.
Adugo, but I just say
Adugo. That's a
yes.
beautiful name. Okay.
Yeah.
Ugo,
Yeah.
when you think about Jesus, what does Jesus look like to you? Just tell me what you when you think of Jesus, what do you see? What is the image that comes to mind?
Okay. So I'm a storyteller. I'm a writer. So I usually approach.
Let me give you an idea. Tell me if when you think of Jesus, you have anything like this in mind. Okay, here we go.
No, I don't. Jesus is a feeling for me. That's why I said I approach everything from a point of storytelling to help people understand why I say what I say. In 2016,
So for you,
yes,
Jesus is imageless.
it's a feeling in my heart, right?
Jesus is a feeling. But
Yes,
did Jesus walk the earth?
yeah, he did walk the earth, right?
So
And there are,
so if Jesus walked the earth, what did he look like?
I wasn't here in the 2020, 2000. I wasn't here 2000 years ago, right? Images, history is about storytelling that have passed from generation to generation. Sometimes you will get different things. So I wasn't even indoctrinated into Christianity. That's why I was going to say in 2016, I lost my dad and I prayed a lot while he was in the hospital. He was really my best friend and then he died. I decided I wasn't going to do with anything God. So from 2017, the whole of 2017, I didn't pray. I would just wake up, go about my day, do whatever I wanted to do, go to work, come back, a lot of things. Then I was living in Lagos in 2018, and I had just moved to Lagos, a young girl trying to get a place. So those kind of houses where your neighbor's apartment isn't really far from you. I'm Igbo, remember? I don't know how to speak it. I didn't know how to speak a lick of Yoruba at the time, or even hear it. So I sat in my room that day just reading a novel because I read a lot of books, and then a neighbor's stereo comes on. There's music playing in the background. It's completely Yoruba. There's no English wording. I don't remember. I think it's Tokwe Alabi right now because I finally knew the song maybe years later that was playing on the stereo. It touched my heart so much. I didn't know what it was, but I started crying and I started praying. I didn't know where it was coming from, but I had to pray. So I felt something deep within me. I knew it wasn't just about me not going to church for the past year or anything. I just knew that God He exists. So that's my own personal experience because life is what you experience, how it happens to you
So
that informs.
you were listening to music,
Yeah,
and
I didn't even know where it was from.
you were moved by that music, and that music made you know that God exists.
No, I was listening to music that I didn't even know if it was a Christian song or anything because it was Yoruba. So I don't know what the words. I don't know any Yoruba word what it means. But I started crying and I started praying. So I had to later ask, and she said, "Oh, she said it's a Christian song." At the time, she probably mentioned the name of the artist, but I didn't remember until years later when I heard the song again, and someone said, "Oh, that's Tope Alade." I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." So that's how I know that's that song. It just resonated with me. Like I said, yeah, life is about how it happens to you.
That song does not prove anything. Does not prove it's a song. Songs can be emotive.
Of course, they can
Songs
be.
have the ability to get your emotions going. And
So,
this is why these gospel artists, they have mastered the craft. They have mastered it, right? They know how to start. When they start singing songs like, Jesus, you love me too much. Oh,
I think you didn't get my
too
implication
much.
of my story. If I listen to a song that was sung
Love.
by Usher, I can clearly hear the wording, or I can even listen to a French romance music, and I can't hear French at the time. It will make me feel emotions of love or anything.
Exactly.
In this particular case, I can't hear Yoruba. I didn't hear God. I didn't hear anything. Why did I start
Doesn't
praying?
matter. It
It
doesn't
does
matter, my
matter.
darling. Anyway, that's not the subject of today. That is not the subject. The subject
Why
is
my question is because I asked you a question about why you became this, and you asked
yes,
me
and I would
think
tell
about
you.
Jesus.
Thank you. So you said to us that for you, Jesus is imageless. For you, Jesus is a feeling. So if Jesus is a feeling, why is it that the people that brought Jesus to us, they brought this character here, they brought this guy and told us that this was Jesus? Why? If Jesus is a feeling to you, which is okay, it can be a feeling, no problem, no.
You see,
So
Christ in me, the hope of all
why lie
salvation.
to us if Jesus is a feeling?
Now the thing is this is an image that was possibly presented to Africans as the image of
Thank you.
Christ.
Thank you.
I'm asking, my
Listen,
question is,
listen. I like
my
that. I
question,
like that you
yeah,
said it was
yeah,
presented, that he
I
was
said
presented to
possibly,
Africans. Thank you.
possibly.
Right.
My question is this: does the modern day Christianity in Nigeria, as in the way we know it now, with, by the way, just like the way we know Christianity right now, does it deduce the image of Christ? Does it deduce the knowledge of Christ from what the colonial people brought? Jesus has been redefined to us here.
Redefined.
He's been redefined to us here through prayer and the gift of the Holy Spirit. Because if you feel it inside of you, you're going to. I studied philosophy. I studied a lot of great scholars who were atheists, like Karl Marx. And at the end of it all, their confessions were Jesus Christ.
Karl Marx.
Yes, Karl Marx.
Karl
Yes,
Marx confessed to Jesus Christ.
yes, Jesus helped me. It was part of my readings when I was in
So
philosophy.
did Karl Marx die a Christian?
If he died a Christian,
Yeah.
he did say you can Google it, you can check it out. Part of
So all these
because when you're reading,
people at their end now said Jesus did what?
Even Aristotle and the rest of them,
Oh.
they decided that there was something called the unmoved mover, that there was something that moved other beings to continue to move. They didn't give it the name
And they
God.
said it was Jesus?
They didn't give it the name God.
Okay, so it was
Life is
not
about
God. It
life
was
is
not
about
Jesus.
yeah,
It
no, they
was
didn't give
just
it the
an
name God.
unmoved mover.
Life
Okay.
is about histories, cultures, positing. So they came to a knowledge of something they did not know, right? But they could not give it a name. As
Okay.
you're going, as you're
So
moving.
you are talking about things that I haven't even asked. My question is,
Yes, okay, please
if
continue.
Jesus is a feeling to you, you said your own Jesus that you believe in is imageless. He's got no image. But you have said to us that, yes, this is, could likely be the image that was brought to Africans, right? So if
Because I
Jesus,
can't confirm this. I wasn't born in the time. I can't say this is it. But because I feel Christ in me, that's how I can know about his
you feel,
existence. Because yes,
wait, sorry, did you say you feel Christ in you?
I do.
How does that work? How do you feel a Christ in you?
Okay, so as a person, right?
How does one feel?
Can I answer? Can I answer that?
Sorry, when you say Christ, is it Jesus Christ, the one that died? And
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
so he's no longer here, but you're feeling him.
So okay, as a human being, the first thing you are is a very spiritual person. Have you had instances where you think about something?
I don't know
You're
about.
not a spiritual being.
I don't know about spiritual. I don't know about that.
Okay, when I say spiritual, is not that it is about you can disappear and appear. As a human being, there is a solidness to your spirit as a person. You can, yes,
Solidness
Human
to
beings,
my, solidness to
your
my spirit.
as a person, that's why you have a consciousness and a subconsciousness.
What
You
spirit are you
know,
what spirit are you talking about? Solidness to what? We said spirit. Solidness to
yeah,
my spirit.
humans are spirits, and that's why we can come into existence and go out of existence.
Human beings as spirits.
Yes, human beings are spiritual beings. They can come into existence and go out of existence too.
So they come into existence and go out of existence. Is that
Yeah, that's why
is that the definition? Is that the definition of a spirit? Something that goes in and out of existence is a spirit.
No. Okay, let me explain it to you this way, right?
Okay, please. I want to
If
know
if
why
you ask me,
I want to know
if
why
you
you
ask
say
me,
human beings as spirits. And what is a spirit? Even before we carry on, what is a spirit? I beg.
you're not allowing me to answer my first question. My first thing is that when I say human beings are spirit, that does not mean, right, that that's the only things human beings are. These are part of the components of what makes up a human being.
I didn't say that.
Yes, okay.
You made the claim that human beings are spirits. You made
Yeah, we're spiritual beings, yes.
So I want to know what is a spirit.
And I said human beings are spiritual beings because we come into existence and we go out of existence, number one.
What is a spirit?
I don't understand what you mean by what is a spirit.
You keep talking about spirit. We are spirit
I said
beings.
human beings are spiritual beings.
Okay.
Because we come into existence.
What is a spirit?
That's not what I said. I said human beings are spiritual beings.
And what does that mean?
And I said because we come into existence, number one, and we are able to also go out of existence. We exist and we also cease to exist. That's number one. Yes. Because people come.
I understand and I agree that we exist.
Because we have the ability to exist on different realms.
Make us a spirit? So anything that starts to exist and stops existing is a spirit.
No,
so
because you're going to go to
wait now, a dog exists and then stops existing. A cockroach exists, then stops existing.
I know you're going to go to that.
A pussy cat starts to exist and stops existing. So they're all spirits, eh?
Okay, can I say this right now? The main focus of me coming on here is not to argue with you, it's for both of us to understand each other's perspective. So if you ask me a question and then you don't allow me to get to the end of my answer, or even try to hijack my answer and make it into something else, it will become as if we're arguing about things. I'm just trying to make myself clear.
Your responses are not making any sense to me. I'm trying to make sense of what
so some of the things you said about Christ not existing, they don't make sense to me, but I haven't fought you about it. All I've done is to try to understand.
Okay, what did I say that you disagree with? What did I say?
Okay, at the beginning, before I joined the live, I was listening for the few minutes where I joined, where you started with the Hallelujah Challenge people and how we are talking about Christ and all of that. So I don't agree with that, but I didn't
say. What did I say you don't agree with?
You said it's a scam.
Which one? Jesus.
That they brought this scam religion of the what's that thing again? Of the white people to Nigeria, to Africa, to use it to deceive us, and that Pastor Jerry and Pastor Nat, that they are now the new age scammers or the new age slave, whatever, colonial masters. So I listened to that. I didn't agree with that, right? However, I wanted to have a clear understanding as to why. So when you ask me some certain questions, I just get answers based on my understanding. And also,
now you ask me if there is something that you disagree with from what I said. You ask me. I can't know exactly what brings you up here.
Right? That's what I'm trying to say. So the question digressed from when you said, oh, that what do I think about Jesus when I think about him? Is it this image? I said no. That Jesus is is a feeling that I have, right?
You
Because
wanted to know why I am an atheist.
yes,
right?
that's why I wanted to know.
Why
When
I
you asked me that
about
question,
the
yeah.
image of Jesus.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
if they could lie, the people that brought you the religion of Jesus, if they could lie about his looks, what more did they lie about? Any religion brought to you on the premise of a lie, it can't then go on.
So does
to be
this
a
does
good
this does
religion.
this because the foundations of all we know are stories that we've been told. Your unbelief, your atheism is also as a foundation of what you know, what you've been taught, or what you've gone as far as to read. We cannot verify half of the information that we have as human beings here on earth because we're just existential beings. When we come in, we are born as tabula rasas. When we come in, from the time we start to deliver and get the knowledge that we have and all of that, that's what we know, and the things that we read and the things that we are told, which is fine. So when you asked me,
I tell you, it's really very simple. There is no evidence for God.
Okay, that's your belief.
No. It's not a matter of believing. If you have evidence for God, I will ask that please.
What about, okay, can I, yes, I have an
I
evidence.
will ask you to supply the evidence.
I have an evidence. I have an evidence.
Then I can't then go back and say, oh, there is no evidence.
I have an evidence.
You have
I have an
evidence.
evidence.
I love
Okay.
it. Say what you're saying. I just need to get something. You carry on saying. I'm listening.
Okay. I do have an evidence. Number one.
All right, go
But
on.
before I get to my evidence, I would like to reiterate that you're saying that there is no evidence for God, and
I don't see it.
okay, and before you said that, I said whatever we know is what we have been told, what we've read, what we've understood over time as we've grown as human beings. So I would say that St. Thomas Aquinas gave some evidences from God. One of them, yes, one of them is evidence.
What's the evidence Thomas Aquinas gave?
Yeah, one of them is evidence from design. The world design, yes, the world must have been made somehow.
From design.
The design of the world, the seasons that come in and go.
So design of the world.
Yes, the seasons that come in and go.
Okay.
Right? That's, you have the winter, the autumn, and the rest of them. Then someone must have made the planets, the way.
Sorry. In Nigeria, you don't have winter and summer.
I don't live in Nigeria. I live in the UK. So
in Nigeria, there's no winter and summer.
They might not call it that, but we have.
When you talk about design, already that's already a problem with that design. Is that
I didn't even finish.
In other parts of the world, no winter.
I didn't finish. I did not finish.
Almost throughout the year. But please continue.
I did not finish. So this design that he had spoken of is that at different places there are different operations. Maybe when it's winter here, over here, it's Hamatan over there. Someone must have designed this intricately and made the seas separated from each other and giving man charge to conquer. I'm telling you what Thomas Aquinas had already written, right? You can argue with it, it's a knowledge, but that is why the philosophers and scholars exist, to argue about knowledge, mathematical theories and all of that, right? So this is what he said. You asked me to give a design, and I said the knowledge that we have are learned knowledge.
Hold on. I asked for the evidence of the existence of this God. Now you are telling me about what Thomas Aquinas said. I hope that when you're done telling me about Thomas Aquinas and what he said, it would lead us to your Bible God.
To my Bible God?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so
because anything Thomas Aquinas has
posited
exactly, anyone that believes in a God can equally place their God there. Huh?
And I wanted to ask you a question, a very important question.
Wait 1 second. A Muslim can say it is their own God that designed it. The people who believe in Krishna can say it is their own God that designed it. The people that believe in Zeus and Baal and all
Yeah,
these other
the
things
Greek
is
gods and
their
the
own
rest of
God
them.
that designed. So I hope that when you're done telling me about Thomas Aquinas, you can lead us to the God that you believe as the designer.
Okay, good. This is where I want to have a very important conversation with you. At the beginning of this life, when I scrolled into this life, I did ask a question. I wrote something to you before the whole thing started. I don't think you saw it because you were talking about some other guy that wrote something. So probably you didn't see my message, right? The thing that I wanted to say is this, right? I am not a Christian priest or a pastor who has an in-depth knowledge of the Bible. I'm still a Christian coming up, trying to study the Word of God from my own experiences that, oh, this is what I want to do. I want to become a Christian and worship God, right? So I may not have 100% answers to your questions because when you're learning something, when you're walking through something, you just want to understand it fully first yourself. But that does not mean you run away from it. I'm just working that part. While you may want to have this higher level of conversation about proving God to you with people who are, priests or pastors or people, or exactly the people you have there on the screen, right? My own is this: you are an atheist, you don't believe in God, and that's fine. So what I want to understand is, why do you try so hard to convince other people to believe in not believe in God, to become like you?
No, you will never catch me trying to convince anybody to be like me. Never. I will never do such thing.
That is literally the because Pastor Nat and the other man, Pastor Jerry, they did what they believed in. And when they did it, they did not say everyone who does not believe in God has to perish or anything like that. But you're also here doing what you think you believe in. So my problem is, why do you think it is important for you to make this live video to convince Christians, those who decide? Because you are not convincing
Christians?
or speak against God, because you did not start speaking against what's this thing, the Indian gods, the Buddhists and the Judaists, to tell them that Buddhism is not good, that Judaism is not good,
I'll tell you a little
that they are
bit
not
about.
important.
Okay,
So
I'll tell you. First of all, I'm not here to convince anybody.
not conviction, I wouldn't say convincing,
Wait,
but why is it an attack on Christianity?
Let me speak. Please let me speak. Please. I'm not here to convince anybody. Right? I was indoctrinated into the religion of Christianity. I had no choice. Right? And while growing up, they told us that if we didn't stick with the religion, we were going to burn in hell. There was only one way, and the way was Jesus. You were not to criticize, you were not to challenge, you were just supposed to believe.
Sorry, what Christian faith did you grow up in?
Christianity.
I mean, like, were you a
In
Protestant,
Christianity.
Catholic, or anything?
I grew up in Deeper Life Church.
Okay.
I grew up in Deeper Life Church.
That
And
was
so,
crazy.
now, they said, if you don't believe in Jesus, you're going to hell. Now, I get to the point where I start challenging these beliefs and then realize that everything is all fake.
That's not the Christianity I was taught. The one you were
Let me
taught.
speak. Hey,
No, I'm sorry. I'm just saying, like,
I'm going to mute you so I can speak, please. So find out that everything that I believed was all a lie. Everything, including the Jesus Christ. Turns out it was all a lie. Now, I look at Nigeria, right? I look at Africa. I look at how millions and millions of people have been forced, or some forced, some indoctrinated, depending, on what the case is, into believing this Jesus character that there is no evidence for. It breaks my heart to see that. So what I do here is we expose the lies that your pastor says you cannot question. We open it all up, the religion, right? So that nobody can say, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I'm ignorant to that fact. So we open it up. We tell you, look, this right here is the lie in the religion. What you choose to do with that is on you. What if you want to carry on still believing after knowing that your religion is fake? That's on you. Nobody's going to tell you what to do or not do. But at least you can't say you were ignorant, that Jesus never existed, or that God, there is no evidence for the God.
Okay.
At least you cannot be ignorant, you know. So this is what we do here.
Okay.
But I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm exposing the lies in the religion, the deceit, the falsehood, the things that your pastor says don't challenge. Those things, those are the very things we talk about here.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. At the risk of not being offensive to any other religion, let's say, for instance, the Muslim religion, I would say that the Christian religion is literally one of the religions that people are not forced into. People, they just go, say, preach the word of God. If you want to accept, you accept. I know that the deeper life doctrines were really, really hard. I know a lot of people who went to deeper life way back when I was growing up. I didn't grow up in deeper life. My church was not like this. I did not have any. You must believe in Jesus. You must believe in Jesus, or you will perish, or you will die. So in that particular aspect, I would not say that I would not say that I had a shared experience with you, because I did not grow up in
Ugo, are you saying that? So what version of Christianity did you grow up in?
I grew up Catholic. I'm still Catholic.
You're still Catholic.
Even worse.
Okay.
Someone said even worse.
In the Catholic, in the Catholic belief, you guys don't believe in hell?
Oh, we do.
So there's heaven and hell in the Catholic belief?
Yes, we do. Yes.
So if you're bad, you go to hell?
Well, that's what the doctrine says.
Then what are you saying you didn't grow up knowing about?
No, all I'm saying is that I don't have your same shared experience. I was not forced to be Christian. I chose to be Christian.
Oh, so you chose to be Christian.
Yes.
But does it not occur to you that you were already predisposed to Christianity? So imagine you grew up in a place where Islam was the order of the day. Say you grew up in Saudi Arabia.
Of course.
Right? What religion do you think you would have been following?
I would have been a Muslim. However, there have been Christians who converted to being Muslim, and there have been Muslims who converted to being Christians.
Okay.
As
you were predisposed to the religion that you eventually decided to take on for yourself.
Yes. Even after I stayed in the north, I still chose to be a Christian.
80's Cat wants to say something. 80's Cat.
Yeah. This kind of goes back a little bit and kind of ties to why we have these discussions. Do you know how a season actually works? Why there's seasons?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Do you know why we have seasons?
If you would love to explain that to me, I would like to hear. I don't want to give a wrong answer, because I think the way you
the answer be you don't know?
Not knowing and deciding to let you speak is important. Is what I chose to do. So you tell me, so I can understand what you want to say.
Could you kindly tell us how a season works? Could you kindly tell us what makes a season?
I did say you can go ahead to answer, because
I understand, because you want me to give you the answer. I'm asking you directly. And this is actually proving my point.
You're asking me direct. Okay, Mr. 80's Cats, right? I joined this live because I wanted to speak to this lady to understand something.
I
However,
understand.
if I have said anything you don't agree with, I would appreciate you give me your own information so that I can learn from
Yeah,
it and decide if
that's
I want to
not
pick
quite
it
how
up.
this works. You made a claim about.
You are imposing on, no, I didn't make a claim.
I'm still Allow
I
me to
read out
finish.
what
Allow
Thomas
me to
Aquinas
finish, and
said
I'll
to
explain
her.
what's going on. Allow me
Please
to finish.
let him finish, please.
You made a claim about design of the universe, and one of them is about seasons.
Yeah.
Now, your other question to the host was, why do you go after this religion? I'm using your lack of information and knowledge to prove one of the reasons why we do this. Do you actually know how seasons work?
Okay,
Yes or no?
Mr. Etis.
Say yes or no. Yes or no, Ugo.
I'm sorry, I don't want to give a yes or no answer because I
Then
did.
I'm going to
In my
take that
answer,
as
in my
evidence
response
for
to
my
her, I
claim.
said, no,
So
please
I'm
can
going
I
to take
answer
that
her?
as evidence for my claim. Because
Yeah,
one of the
if
things
you
we
want
do
evidence for
is
your
try to
claim, I
get
answered that
misinformation
it
and
was
ignorance.
from my study of Thomas Aquinas.
Right, I understand. This is part of
Yes,
the problem.
and I gave an answer
Which is part of
from
the
what I
problem.
learned. Yes.
Which is
You
part of
can-
the problem. Because instead of actually learning scientific information about how the universe came to be, how planets form, why we have seasons, you're going with a guy who got many things incorrect because of the lack of knowledge and tools to be able to find better information as evidence. Because I'm going to help you now. We have seasons because the earth is tilted. Now, this is going to be very important. What shape is the earth?
You're asking me?
Yes, I am.
Well, science people have said it's flat. People have said it's round.
I asked you.
What is the scientific proof?
I asked. Wait a minute, right there. Whoa. Do you think the earth is flat?
I am not a scientist. I told you what science has said.
You think it's flat? You.
Like I said, the earth, I don't know because I'm not a
The
scientist.
second that I hear I don't know from somebody about the shape of the earth, it tells me you think it's flat.
I don't think it's flat. I don't think it's I don't think it's round. There are scientific proofs. There have been scientific arguments that the earth is round or that the earth is flat. I'm not a scientist. I have not bothered myself with that knowledge.
What scientific argument is there that the earth is flat?
I'm sorry. There are so many scientific arguments
Can you name
online.
one?
You can read them. That's
Could
not the
you kindly
information I
name
have in
one?
my head right now, but you can
Can
tell
you
that I've
name
read
any
about
of
it
them?
before. This is
Can
not
you
an
name a
argument
single
of
one?
knowledge. This is an argument of proving that God exists or God does not
No,
exist.
I agree. This is an argument of knowledge because the Bible itself says the earth is flat, even though we have scientific evidence that it is a sphere.
Where did the Bible say that?
Oh, in Job, it's 38:12, I believe. I can get the verse for you right now. One moment.
Job, what number?
Sure. Is Job 38:14. The earth takes shape like clay under a seal.
Did you say 28 and what number?
38.
38?
Job 38:14. Now, for those who understand what a seal is in this reference, it used to be to seal a document, to either mail it or to close it. You take either wax or clay and put a lump of it between the seam. And then you would press down on it with a seal. A seal would have raised ridges to give it a specific imprint. And when you press down on it, it flattens the clay. Thus, the argument which this verse says, the earth takes shape like a flat surface.
If I may speak, Mr. Etis Katz, right?
Sure.
The thing is this, right? I did tell you that I have read online, even growing up, arguments with your peers, people mention, oh, the earth is flat or the earth is round, is an argument that is pre-existing with science and everything. That's not my issue. The reason why I came on this life is this. I have already been convicted in my heart that, oh, Jesus does exist. And I saw a video, and I saw a live video.
Why Jesus?
You have to
Jesus
listen to me.
Just let her get that.
You have to listen to me, right? It's a conviction
Go
I
on.
have in my heart. And if you were here at the beginning, she asked me, if I had an associated image of Jesus. I said, no, I have an experiential image of
Jesus is a
from my
feeling.
own feeling in my
She
heart.
said Jesus is a
Good.
feeling.
When I did come on this
Oh, it's a
live, I
feeling,
asked her a question. Why does your platform exist? To kind of bring information to people about why Jesus does not exist, right?
Right.
And
I gave
then
some.
you came on, and I can see
I
that
proved it.
your atheist card, that means you are also an atheist. But the first
Well, I'm
thing
also
you
a
did was
historian and a science teacher.
no, but the first thing you did was to try to disseminate me by trying to, it's a dissemination,
Well,
trying
actually,
to
the
ask
first
me
thing
hard
I did was
questions.
ask you, did you know what seasons, how seasons work? Because
Or
the
maybe,
lack
okay,
of
hold
knowledge.
on.
Wait a minute, I'll explain. Wait a minute. Allow me to explain
Hold on.
clearly, and then you can answer.
Wait, one second. As much as possible, I want us to have a conversation, right?
Yes,
This is
yes.
not the platform to
Because what I wanted to speak on that.
This is why I have deliberately not brought up many people, because the panel would have been, it would have been chaotic.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. So the reason why I'm speaking on this is because if you notice, I have been very cautious with my words. I don't want to be offensive, because I'm here to learn something that I didn't know that can help me with information that I want. So if anybody is coming on to speak about something, don't query me and try to prove that I don't have knowledge, because
Why not?
Because what he did.
Isn't this how we learn? Isn't this
exactly
how we learn?
So that's why he.
Okay, you know what? Okay, you know what?
So let him explain what he wants to explain, so I can learn and not.
I would like us to move, because I don't want this to get heated up. I want us to move to the subject of Jesus Christ, the one that you believe.
Thank you. So let him speak to me about it. I'm going to mute myself while I listen to him.
Sure, no problem, and I can make it real simple. There's no reliable historical evidence that the person Jesus Christ ever existed.
And just so you know, 80s Cats is a historian.
Okay, I would like him to. When I'm doing assessments for my class, I put up quotes and I put the references. So I'd like him to also share the references or the history where he's gotten this no reliable evidence and all of that. No.
Sure, no problem. A lack of evidence. Sure, I will put up an entire list of all the historical evidence that confirms Jesus Christ existed. Oh wait, I can't. A lack of evidence can't allow me to put up a bunch of sources, because there is none.
Hey, Susan.
My question is, because this there is no evidence for you to decide whether Jesus exists or not, I'm going to ask you one question. Is there anything at all you believe that it exists?
Could you repeat that question? I'm not sure what you meant.
No, I mean,
is there anything at all 80s Cats that you believe exists?
Well, I'm currently talking to you on a phone, so at the very minimum, I will say the phone exists.
Okay, because you're able to trace the etymology, how a phone was developed and all of that.
Correct. I have evidence that the phone exists.
Okay, fine. That is very fantastic. So what I worry about as a Christian is you don't believe that something exists, and then there is somebody else that believes that it exists, and this person believes that it exists for a particular reason. Since you don't believe that that thing exists, does the belief of another person in any way harm you?
Yes.
First, I ask, what is your evidence for it? And yes, a belief in a falsehood can be harmful to not myself, but even society.
Way?
Sure. For example, the reason why you couldn't tell me how seasons work is the lack of knowledge you have and the acceptance of a biblical explanation for things instead of scientific explanations, which have provable evidence behind it. We know how planets form. We know how stars form. We know how things like heat and electricity and forces of nature work. We know this information based off of evidence. When falsehoods such as a flat earth or a creation mythology is pushed onto not just yourself, but the people around you, to the societies around you, it hinders our progress as human beings in finding out true things, and also can be used to subjugate and harm other people because of concepts such as, in the Bible, where it says that God said it's okay to own other human beings as slaves, or to unalive a bunch of people because they happen to believe or think a different way than you do, which has happened in even human history. All you have to do is check out the Crusades.
Yeah, even with colonization and all of that. So since there are, I mean, when I was speaking to Ma'am, who's the host of the live, right? I did tell her that I'm not a priest, I'm not a Bible scholar, so I may not be able to defend everything. I'm a Christian who is still learning.
Well, you're doing, Ugo, you're doing a good job.
So yeah, okay, thank you.
You are doing a good job. I mean, I will say that.
So why I'm asking is this: you've been able to prove to me scientifically and all of that about the reason why there are seasons and everything. There's a bunch of English I'm hearing. I just want to know if you could speak to me about the reason why we wake up and we go to bed, like our subconscious. If there's
That's
any
no
scientific
problem.
reason behind
We
that.
have a sciatic rhythm.
Could you explain that, please?
Sure. We have certain chemicals that release in our brain when it reaches certain time periods after a certain amount of time to put us into a mode to want to sleep. We have to sleep because the body needs that time to process and recover. And we wake up due to other chemicals coming out, and it's an internal clock, so to speak, inside the brain. And it's released by them time periods. And the pineal gland is one of those things that actually releases melatonin into the system to help make you sleepy.
Okay. So could there be any reason why people die at different ages and just go out of existence?
Why do people unalive at different ages? It depends on whether it's a health situation. Is it a chemical reaction, such as maybe they exposed to radiation or something like that? It could have just been a dumb accident. Or they could simply unalive due to old age because the body breaks down over time and it can only heal itself over so long of a time period before it just breaks down. This is what's known as mortality.
Sorry.
Can I just say, we've got other people on the panel.
Yes, let me just ask my last question, please.
I would like to.
Sure, no problem.
So we can move the conversation.
Let me just ask my last question, please. So there's a reason why I asked a bunch of seemingly uninteresting questions that you may be able to answer easily.
They're quite interesting.
So as a historian, right, you said there is no evidence at all as to the existence of Christ, but I believe there have been books and information, just like scientific books, aside from the Bible, that have been written to trace the genealogy of Jesus Christ.
That's fine, name them.
Stay on earth. Did you ever read any of those? And what was the reason?
Why don't you name one and I'll
not to believe any of those books?
He says you should name one.
If you name one, we can reference it.
No. I'm saying, ma'am told me that you are a historian. That's what she said when you started speaking. So, I'm like, as a historian who is such widely familiar and decided that there is no evidence as to why Christ existed, I'm asking because I don't know any book I can mention right now, but I'm sure you must have read them because there are books in existence as to the existence of Christ.
If you cannot mention any of the books, then it's not. It's pointless.
Okay, then even the Bible is a book that has been written. What was it on the inside of the Bible that made you not to believe that God exists at all? What was it?
Okay, well, I can take that. For one thing, we know that the book is anonymous. The scriptures of the Gospels are anonymous writings by non-eyewitnesses of these quote events. They hold massive contradictions within each other that, when you look at, there's no way they can all match up. And also, there's no evidence outside of these stories from any other historian, from any other source, from any other nation, anything, that these events happened. Not even in Roman records are there information to show this story happened. If it wasn't that it was based around a religion, it would be treated like any other fictional story out there. But because a religion is tied to it, people take it as true without there being evidence for it. Okay. And I know other people want to talk, so I answered my question.
Just 1 second. Rich, do you want to answer that question as well? Rich, are you there? No.
My sister, sorry, please. I'm a Christian. Can I say something?
Yes, I would like for you to. I was trying to get to you.
Before I did have my hand raised, Afro. Do you mind
Okay.
if I just tag on something real quick?
Okay.
Atheist, I love you dearly. I do want to make a quick correction. It's not called a sciatic rhythm. It's called a circadian rhythm.
Yes, I know. I caught
It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry. You know I was going to
No.
probably
Do
say
it. Correct
something.
me when I'm wrong. Please do
Foxy,
it.
Foxy, you sound a bit muffled.
Can you hear me better?
That's better now.
Yeah, it's called a circadian rhythm, not a sciatic rhythm. So, but yeah, Atheist Cast knew I was going to probably have to say something about that because it was, me with the brain knowledge over here. Just saying.
All
But
right.
yeah, please continue.
Okay. So, Elias, you wanted to say something?
Yeah.
Elias.
When you an atheist, what is your belief? Why are you an atheist?
I have no evidence for the existence of God.
Because you don't have any evidence and you now believe in atheist. Is that what you're saying?
Believe in atheist? I don't have a
You
belief
become an atheist.
in God. I don't have. So for someone who hasn't got a belief in God is called an atheist.
Atheist. Yep.
Okay. Now, why you don't have a belief in God? Why?
I don't see God. I do. Can you show me God? Can you call him now to come and say hello to us? Can God come now and speak to us?
So if you cannot find anything physical, means it doesn't exist. Are you talking physical things, or
If it isn't physical, what is it supposed to be? If it's not physical, what other how else can it show itself?
But Afro atheist, I feel like
One
you
second,
have
please. Just one
some
second,
trauma.
Jordan, please, let me get to Elias. Okay, so physical.
your belief is, if anything that is not physical, you will never believe it, right?
That's not my belief. No.
What is your belief?
I don't have a belief in God.
I know you don't have belief in God. So what is your stand in terms of when there is no God or you don't have belief in God? So where do you stand?
If this is where I stand, if there is no evidence for a God, then
Leave God apart.
do
Leave
not
God
hold.
apart. Leave God apart.
Nobody should hold a belief in that God if there is no evidence for it. Why hold a belief? Why hold a
If there is no God, so what else? What else?
Sorry, if I
May
may.
I?
Yes. So what she's trying to say is this: she does not believe in God. She does not believe in traditional religion. The lack of belief in any God is atheism.
Okay.
She doesn't believe that
You
God
don't believe.
exists.
I believe that.
Yes.
She don't believe in God. She don't believe in God. Okay. There is no God. Let's put God aside.
There's no
So
way you can
what
put
is
God
your stand
aside.
now as a human being?
God
Elias.
does not
No,
exist.
based on what she's saying.
Elias, hold on just a second.
What is my stand on what? What is my stand on what exactly? You want to know what is my stand?
Based on the universe, based absent of God, based on the absent of God.
He wants to know how do you believe the
what
universe came
else?
into existence?
Okay, so let me try it this.
I don't know how I'm
Elias.
supposed to respond to that
What
question. What else?
What there is no other stance when there is no other God or deity or anything. There is nothing. There is just the existence of you and me, and we're all but coincidentally existing on this planet at this exact moment on this platform.
And no,
We're
I
just
don't
here to
stand on
exist.
spirit. Sorry, Foxy. Someone said I stand on spirituality. No, I don't stand on spirituality.
To put it very bluntly, we do not know anything before plain time.
Now,
wait a minute, I'm trying to help you.
So now,
hold on, Elias. Hold on.
Wait. We do not have any evidence of what's happened before plain time. Now, the Big Bang Theory is the rapid expansion of the universe, but we don't have the information before that. What we say as honest intellectual individuals is we don't know, because we don't have the answer. We don't have evidence for an answer. Is there a reason why I don't know isn't an okay answer?
Okay, because of you don't know,
correct,
and somebody else claims that he knows, it is spiritual, and that is why you don't know it.
Then you have to prove it. You made the claim.
No, you have to be to another level. You have to able to develop your spiritual knowledge or a spiritual level.
Oh, that's my trigger word.
No, wait.
Please.
Guys, let's not just talk over each other.
Yep. I get the next one. I get the next turn.
Go ahead. Let him go.
Go ahead, Elias. Patiently waiting.
Yeah, sorry, my English is not too good because for so many
It's okay.
years
It's
I don't
okay,
speak,
Elias. It's okay.
English.
It's okay.
Okay, now you don't know how the world come about because of you don't know, and now you claim that there is no God that makes the world. Is that what you're saying? Or maybe I'm.
If one doesn't know, God should not even be part of the subject at all. You don't know, you don't know. How we even bring God into the conversation, right, of one not knowing is what I don't understand. If you do not know, where is God coming into the conversation at all? Who is
he
God?
also just added something.
Who is
he
God?
just added something.
Yeah, because you and as an individual, it doesn't mean that whatever you don't know means it doesn't exist.
Okay.
Elias,
so if I don't know, and it's of course I can't prove that the thing exists.
So if you don't know, you cannot claim that it doesn't exist. You can only say I don't know.
It's not our responsibility
but
to
if
prove
there
a
is
negative.
no evidence for it, how can I then say that it exists? How?
So what about the manuscripts that was there?
Do you know?
Also,
Or you
what
don't
about
know?
the historians?
What's manuscripts?
What about the historians that was there at the time?
Which
and
ones?
There were no historians that
What
documented
historians?
anything in regards to miracles.
But wait a minute. He's jumping in when he shouldn't be. Let's finish up with Elias real fast.
Okay, true.
Elias.
Okay, my question to the atheist is
not the host.
We will get to you.
Let's finish with Elias.
No problem.
Right, we'll get to you. Elias, here's a question for you.
I wanted to ask the atheist a question.
Elias, I got you. Wait a minute. Just work with me here for a second. You work with me. Do you believe in a divine gummy bear that controls everything in the universe?
I believe that there is nothing on this earth without control. There must be a
Wait a minute, no.
There must
Listen
be
to what I just asked you directly.
Elias,
Please answer my direct question.
You need to try and listen to the question, then answer the question.
My direct question is, do you believe that there is a divine gummy bear that created the universe and is controlling you right now? Do you believe that?
A divine gummy bear.
Mr. It's
that sounds delicious right now.
Come on, ladies. Just hold on.
The name you're calling, I don't agree with it, but I believe that there is a superpower.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait.
I believe 1 minute. Just let me say 2 sentences.
No. I know what you're saying, but here's the problem.
No, 1 minute. Let me finish.
Why don't you believe it's a divine gummy bear, though?
Allow me to talk.
No, Elias.
Why don't you believe in the divine gummy bear?
Right. You said that something is some other power, but definitely not the divine gummy bear. How did you decide that wasn't the divine gummy bear?
Hey, she called me back, man.
Because I believe there is no house without a builder. Whatever is
the divine gummy bear is the builder. Elias, the divine gummy bear is the builder.
The builder is that divine gummy bear.
Mr. Itis.
I think we're diverting.
Guys, there's a reason I'm doing this. Stop.
No, don't do that. Please
There's a
don't do
reason I'm
that.
doing
Let's
this.
Atheist Cat finish this conversation.
Right. There's a reason I'm doing this.
I'm only interrupting just to try and make Elias understand, please.
Right. Elias, you don't believe it's a divine gummy bear because you lack evidence that it's a divine gummy bear, correct?
No, I believe, but only the name you're calling, that I want you to call it God, but when you don't call it God,
No,
you
it's
call
a divine
it
gummy bear. It's literally a divine gummy bear.
that is the area I don't agree with,
Why?
But continue.
Wait a minute, Elias. Why? Why don't you agree with it?
Why don't you believe that it is the divine gummy bear?
Because the name you mentioned is too funny. I believe it's an insult. That is why they don't agree.
Why are you taking offense to that?
Come on. Wait, just hold on, please. So we don't. This is the reason why I didn't want to have many people, just so it's not messy. Please.
Stick with me. Elias, it does not matter if you think it's an insult. Whether or not you
I believe.
not,
let me say I believe now. I believe.
Why did you? So you're just changing your mind for no real reason.
No, I don't change my mind. Only that because of the name you mentioned, and I find it difficult to accept it. But I believe. Let me now accept because of it's not.
What? But you change your mind and accept it. Do you think you
changed my mind on the name you mentioned?
Well, no,
maybe now you say God.
But wait a minute, it's not the name that matters. It can be called Jim. It's still a divine gummy bear. It is a literal divine gummy bear that is floating out just out of your sight. Do you believe that?
Yes.
No, you don't. And why are you lying?
I already told you that because of the name you mentioned, you call it beer. And then I find it difficult.
You keep thinking
Atheist Cats. Just a sec, please. Atheist Cats.
Let's go for forget about the name. Let's go
Atheist
forward.
Cats. I think we now shall develop a church, you and I, called the Church of the Holy Gummy Bear.
I already got pictures of that. But Elias, here's the problem. And for some reason you're not getting this.
No, guys. Wait. Jordan, we will get to you next. Jordan, we will get
I want to ask Atheist a question.
I actually want us to have a conversation with Jordan. Yes, go on, Elias.
Okay, Atheist, you say that you don't know. Are you saying that you don't know, or you know that it's not there?
For what specifically?
The gully bear you're talking about. Are you saying that
the divine gummy bear?
Know anything about?
Okay, so Elias, you don't. That's what I'm trying to get.
The word.
I don't think.
Yeah, I was trying to explain.
I don't think the gummy bear analogy.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to say.
Elias.
Wait, Afro, he doesn't know what a gummy bear is. He doesn't know what gummy bear is.
Just let me talk to him. Hold on. I can change it.
No worries. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I get it. Elias. Just because, let me rephrase it. Should you believe something if there's not any evidence that thing exists? Is that reasonable to do?
I believe if there is no evidence, I cannot categorically say that it doesn't exist if there is no evidence, because even your belief now may not have any evidence also.
That's not what I asked. I'll try again. Is it reasonable?
It
might be a language thing. It might be a language thing.
Yeah, just give me a minute, please. Elias, if you believe in God, right? Elias, you believe in God.
Yeah.
Are you a Nigerian?
Yes.
Okay, so you're Nigerian. Very quickly, how did God get to Nigeria? How did they bring God, this God? How did it get to Nigeria?
God did not get to Nigeria. God started from the creation. Nigeria have gods, different gods. From man creation, man starts having belief of God.
How did the Bible God get to Nigeria?
Okay, you're firing on the Bible God, not the ancestral God.
How did the Bible God get to Nigeria? Yes.
Okay, the Bible God get to Nigeria through the first apostles of Christ when they went to Ethiopia?
No.
I'm asking you about Nigeria, not Ethiopia.
Okay, so
The
I'm going
first
to say this.
apostles of Christ went to Ethiopia.
Elias, hi, let me introduce myself to you. I am the direct descendant of King James Tudor, who wrote the King James Bible. And I'm going to tell you it made it to Nigeria through colonization. So I'm curious.
The last part of it. Are you saying that without the British, there was no Christian in Africa?
You guys were very much y'all were a polytheistic society prior to the arrival of Christianity. And if it wasn't for my ancestors and sending out missionaries and a whole bunch of other stuff, y'all would still be polytheists.
And how do you know that?
Can I ask you a question?
How do you know that?
Christianity was first in Europe or first in Africa? Where did Christianity?
It was a colonizer religion both to Europe and to Africa.
No, Christianity from Arab, from the Middle East.
Let me tell you about my
Ethiopia.
ancestors. So the thing is, we were a polytheistic society in Great Britannia until the Romans came and invaded my homeland, my ancestral homeland, and made us into Christians. If you've never heard of the Druids, that would be, in St. Patrick's Day, where they got rid of the snakes, being the Irish people who were Druids. That was part of it.
One question for you: Before the Roman invaded your people, were there anything like any kind of belief of any god?
Listen, because we need to move on to Jordan. Christianity was brought to Nigeria through colonization. Christianity, Elias, was brought through colonization.
Okay, and then what?
Okay. Do you have any evidence for the existence of God?
Yes, that is what I'm telling you. A part of Christianity.
What do you have?
Our people.
What do you have? Please?
We have
very specific. What do you have for the existence of God?
We worship our own God before Christianity.
That's not
all
God.
through Africa.
Yeah, that's not God. I'm asking you about
what is it?
Man is disturbed.
So you're saying that there was no God in Africa before until the British brought the Bible? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the Bible.
Now our discussion is not about. I'm sorry, Elias. Our discussion is not about the gods and the gods of our forefathers. It's about the God, the biblical God.
I would like to fill in. Hold on.
Everybody will speak.
Jordan is next.
So,
okay, my apologies.
Are you saying that there was God in Africa before the Bible God, or there was no God in Africa before the Bible?
You were a polytheistic society. In other words, you believed in multiple gods, and probably also. Now, I'm no expert on African religious practices.
So what we believe, we wouldn't call it God. It wasn't God. It was other different things that people believed.
It was a deity. It was deities. We believed in deities. We worship deities.
It's kind of
that's what I'm acknowledging. I'm acknowledging that. What I'm also thinking is there was like some animism involved as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we move on to Jordan, please? Jordan seems to have a lot to say.
I know I haven't been very patient, but I just wanted to ask a few questions. Now, the first question that I wanted to ask the Afro-atheist is, how do you define essentially childbirth? So if we're going to go from the Big Bang Theory, essentially, that the world was created suddenly through a bang. How come the world has evolved now and humans can have sex and carry a baby? Do you get what I'm saying?
Evolution. That
Okay,
simple word,
hold on,
evolution.
hold on.
Evolution.
1 second, 1 second. So, I am not an expert on evolution, right? So, I will not be able to answer that question because I have no idea. That's just not my my area of specialty. So, I will prefer that you ask me a question that is within my own pay grade. That right there
Okay,
is
that's
something.
no
But
problem.
Jordan, but
I
Wait,
understand
hold
that.
on, hold on.
Jordan,
Please,
Jordan.
hold on. That question right there, you and I know is something that you can go do research on if you really want to know that answer. But here I talk about God or gods, religion, right? Not
Yeah.
evolution. I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I'm not a physicist. I'm not any of those things.
Okay, I understand that and I respect that. Now, can we pass it to the other people?
No. I don't want us to start the
So we can't pass that.
evolution conversation. No, because
Just research about
why?
it, Jordan. Just research about it.
For me is why is it when we're talking about God, nobody has said anything at all about evolution? So why is that coming up in this conversation? Why?
It was just a question that I was just thinking. So I thought, let me ask you that. That's just one of.
I can tell you how people conceive. I've done that, been through that process myself from start to
Thank you.
I can tell you how people conceive.
I think a better way of just approaching this, Jordan, is what if we, those of us who are not religious, said we're
Sorry,
wrong.
atheist cat. Sorry, atheist cat.
I'm still speaking.
You did
I'm
say
sorry,
a lot of times that I shouldn't be speaking. This is my time to speak.
Actually,
So
at
please,
this
can you
point
let me
is-
speak?
Oh, Jordan.
Atheist cat, please,
Oh,
can you let?
baby, you're going to wait for a moment, and I'm going to finish my sentence. Because the problem with the evolutionary Big Bang cosmology arguments is very simple. Even if we were actually wrong about the scientific evidence, completely wrong, does that mean your God is the answer to that question? Because unless you can prove that, this doesn't mean anything, because we actually could both be wrong. You claim it's a God, provide your evidence.
Yeah, so even if, and this is why I don't want to entertain all that evolution conversation. Reason why, it still will not lead us to whatever God it is that you believe. Unless, if you start the evolution conversation, if you want to disprove evolution, unless you can take us to your God, unless you can lead us to your God as being the source of all things, right? The unchangeable changer, unmovable mover, and shakeable, whatever. Unless you can take us there, then I can entertain it. But so long as we're going to start doing all this dilly-dallying, no.
Okay, can I speak?
Yes, you can speak.
Okay, like I said when I came on here, I think there's been an issue of what this is really about, right? Because when we talk about God, like someone mentioned in the comment when I think Jordan was speaking and Elias was speaking, there are so many gods, the Buddhists and all of that. From the picture that is on here, we are actually trying to talk about Jesus Christ itself, right? He's coming, he's being here, he's being alive, and being the God that we all call on as Christians to worship and all of that. So my own thing is this: when I got on here, the Afro atheist was trying to explain to us the scam of Hallelujah Challenge.
That's right.
And what has praying and have done to help Africa and all that. That's what I came on here to actually hear, because we've gone to the Big Bang Theory. The scientists have brought in their own and all of that. Those things you read them online. They are just knowledge that you can have. Sometimes you apply them, sometimes you don't apply them. I just came here to understand if an atheist says there is no God, because let's face it now, right? there are, according to the
Ugo, let me help you. Let me help you out. So if there is no evidence for the existence of God, these two men, every time they open their mouth and say, God said, or God did, God told me to do this, God told me to do, they're lying.
But that was the evidence I was trying to provide.
Excuse me now, Jordan, now please.
Okay.
Every time they open their mouth and say that, that is nothing but a lie. And these two have enriched themselves with that lie that they have, put out there. And one of them, this one now, is now the richest YouTuber, right? Using the name of this God to do his content. This other one is now getting people to do challenge upon challenge.
Yeah, the Hallelujah Challenge.
Now they've started another challenge talking about come dressed as your miracle. Because they are trying to convince people that it is when you pray between the hours of 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. with Nathaniel Bassey, God, that's when this God that we have no evidence for, he wakes up to at that time just to come and answer the prayers of Nathaniel Bassey's Hallelujah Challenge people. The God waits for these people to come dressed as their challenge. Okay. And so when things happen, right, whatever thing they're praying for, when they receive it or whatever, they think, oh, God answered my prayer. It was God that did it. God. But if we have no evidence for the existence of this God, then somebody is lying to us.
Okay, I get now that your issue with the whole matter is about a lie that is being told.
Well, that's and other things.
So my own question is this: as an atheist that you are, you have to acknowledge the fact that, especially in Africa, most people are not Christians. They are even traditional believers who believe in Chukwokika Abiyama and the Ikengas and the rest of them. As human beings,
why are you worried about that?
No, I'm just asking. I have a question that is very important that I'm asking. Please, could you allow me finish? Thank you. Now, they believe in all of these things, and as human beings, and especially as Africans, they believe that's what Elias was having an issue about. Like, what do you hold on to afterwards? So I want to learn what it's like. What is it like being an atheist? What do you do? How do you? I'm not saying about what you believe in. What is it that drives you? What is it that is the way of your life? You don't believe in God, understood, but what is it that you do every day as a human being who exists on earth? How do you carry on? It's a simple question I want to understand.
I get it. So that question just makes me understand that people that believe in God have been conditioned into believing that God is their all in all. And everything they do centers around God. But when you take the God away, when you take that God belief away, and realize that you're just a human here on earth, you just live your life. You live life. You enjoy life. You do things that you want to do, right? You socialize. You wake up every morning, have a plan. There's no set way how anybody must live their life. It's got to be like this, it's got to be like that. You lead your own life.
Exactly. So
you are the one who determines, right? Well, depending on, of course, a lot of factors, right? So there is no set rule and how you must live your life, how this one, you just, whatever the life you're offered, whatever life is dealt, right, to you, you just take it and, run with it. There's no ultimate purpose for anyone, how to live their life, how to conduct their daily activities. No. And also, if you live in a country, right, there are rules, there are laws, right? You abide by those. It's, there's no set way to be an atheist. You just take away. All you're doing is just taking away that belief in a God. Nothing else changes. Nothing else.
So now, exactly, you said there is no set way to be an atheist. And the thing I can see that you are arguing against Christianity for is the feeling that you have that Christians don't have the freedom to be who they are, or the knowledge you have
I
rather.
never said any
The
of
knowledge,
that.
the knowledge you
I
have.
never said any of that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, I'm not trying to, I'm just saying, like, I'm saying that what I'm saying.
No, sorry, please. Excuse me, ma'am.
Please, let
You said, okay.
Hold on,
So
everyone.
what I'm saying is
everyone
this.
will speak. Hold on, let everyone speak one at a time, so we can understand each other very well.
So what I'm saying is, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm saying that what I'm deducing from what you said is that your issue with Christianity is that it does not offer us the freedom to become who we really want to be. We have to live by a set of rules.
That's absolutely true. Yes.
That's what I'm saying, that what I'm deducing from what you said.
Yes. And yes, that is true, because the God, they tell you that the God wants you to be in church how many ever times a day, or how many times he wants you to be in church during the week. Then they control you using that book, right? God said in this book that you cannot have sex before marriage. God said this, and God said this is how you must live your life. God said pay 10% of your income to me. God said you should do this. God said you should do that. But nobody has ever.
Can I say something?
No, wait, hold on. Nobody has ever seen this God before. Right? But how come they know everything that God wants to, how God wants human beings to live their lives?
So now
if nobody has proven this God to exist, how then do you know what the God wants for us?
Okay, so just like pastors come out to say every day that repent your life and live life in Christ, and just to preach to people, that's exactly what your own platform is doing too, preaching to people. The Muslims are doing this, everybody's doing that. So your platform is very valid. But have you seen people that take drugs? They get high on cocaine. They get doctors pick them up, or philanthropists or humanitarians pick them up, put them in rehab, and they go back to choosing what they want to do.
I'd like to take this.
No, hold on.
Sorry, that wasn't a question.
Can I
Please hold on.
I am also a mental health practitioner, so I know this question.
So they also come out of the rehab, and then at some point they relapse again, and they go back to being on the street or taking their cocaine and everything. So why I'm just making a small analogy with something bigger. Like I said, your platform is valid. You're trying to teach Christians that God will not exist. Do you not think that it is within the right of someone to choose to become a Christian despite what you're saying?
Has there been any point where we said to anyone, do not be a Christian?
Okay, because when you say...
I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question.
Yes, you have.
When did that happen?
You have inferred that by saying God does not exist.
No, I asked a question.
The Christian
the
God.
question that I asked was, has anyone here said you should not be a Christian?
If you tell me that my God does not exist, why do I believe in God? Why am I doing this? You're telling me that there is no point to...
You can choose to believe. Hello, hold on.
Excuse me, I would also like to.
Okay.
I would also like to say a word to that, please.
Okay, Ugo, see.
Now, I don't know why. May I talk now?
No, continue.
Should I?
Go on.
Okay, now, I also, I do not believe in the whole thing, but then my fear this evening is, I've noticed that the Christians, they are not actually giving any concrete reasoning to what they believe in, first of all. And secondly, I'm beginning to sense that there's a kind of unease because we are talking our belief system, yet the whole time Christians are ranting, shouting, talking to people. Why is it that you feel uncomfortable that talking about our belief is because we want to convert other people? So this is a bit of a contradiction here. Okay, now I would like to speak a bit more of what brought me to this position of unbelief. First of all, the whole question, I grew up a very devoted Christian. It wasn't my choice anyway. I was born a Christian, and then I started seeing things around which does not make sense to me.
Foxy, I see your hand. You don't have to keep raising. I will let you speak. Go on, Bibi.
Okay. So the main thing is, if this God is almighty and all-seeing, why do Christians spend the whole time condemning a devil? Who created this devil? These are some of the elementary questions I ask myself. I mean, because if God is all-knowing, everything is under the spell of God, and it is this God who can do and undo. Why do we have a devil we're afraid of? Meanwhile, we have a God who can handle this devil.
Can I answer that?
Secondly, when I look around, Elias,
Baby, just 1 second.
Can I go on?
Wait, just hold on. Elias wants to respond to what you just said. So if there is a God, right, who created the devil? So yeah, go on, Elias.
Thank you.
We got a response.
Thank you. This is a very, very interesting question. Who created the devil? The devil was not created as a devil. The devil was a devil because of disobedience. God have created this world and give man free will to choose. It's just like what you people are choosing now.
Can you please tell us about who created the devil? That was the question that was asked. Who created the devil?
God did not create the devil as devil. God created the devil as an angel, according to Christianity.
Can you
It's
show
an
us,
angel, but when it
in
disobeyed,
the Bible, Mr. Elias, show us where you get this in the Bible. That God created
everything and the angels.
Yes, God, show us where you're getting this from, Mr. Elias, in the Bible, where God created Satan as an angel.
Yes, angel Lucifer. I don't know, maybe you are not a Christian.
No, show us.
And
just point a verse that supports your claim. Point a verse that supports your claim. Point a verse that supports your claim.
Okay.
Because if
let me bring a move myself and bring
Elias, if you don't have anywhere where you get this information from, then you're just lying to us. And that's what we're trying to, you see, these are the lies that we're trying to expose, right? We keep saying, oh, the devil, he was a beautiful angel, he was a musician in the heaven. He did sing, waiting to the music.
Okay, sorry, if I may for like a minute, I mean, once
okay, I still have the floor.
Please let her finish while Elias is looking for that chapter and verse.
I also have been waiting patiently. If just a gentle reminder.
We'll Fox, we'll get to you. Derek and then Fox, okay? Derek,
no worries.
Fox, please. All right, Bree, can you finish what you're saying?
My arguments are from very mundane, from very mundane level, because I'm not a philosopher, I'm not a historian, I'm not a psychologist. It's from a mundane, very simple reasoning. I mean, God is so merciful, right? But then if you commit any of the errors in one of the 10 Testaments or whatever, then you burn in hell, you rot in hell, you suffer and scream. But at the same time, he loves us, right? Can you love your child and at the least mistake, you let this child suffer and scream and shout forever and ever? I don't see, it doesn't make sense to me. Now look around at these pastors, the men of God. Look at some of our dictatorial systems. Look at the colonialists and the neo-colonialists with their exploitations and all. Where is the God who is supposed to be a just God, a merciful God, and a God of love? These are very basic arguments, which I would like the Christians to actually, answer, try to convince me about, and then maybe.
Okay, can I just say, when you were speaking, I did say that it would be better. I would even love to join this chat next time it would be better that people who are, like I said, I'm just a Christian trying to get to know God. People who are theologians can join this and give you the definite answers that you wanted.
I would love for those theologians to come along and.
Yes, it will be better. So when you're talking, they will speak from a place of knowledge. Mr. Derek, you're very fond of interrupting people. You're not the co-host. You don't need to be.
I'm not even talking.
No.
I'm not even talking.
It wasn't Derek.
I didn't even say a word.
It was Elias, not even Derek.
I didn't even say a word.
So that's what I wanted to say, because I know Miss Bribri, who just spoke now, said that she used to be a Christian. And
yes, so you're a theologian.
Myself?
Okay. No. Monarch said it. No, Monarch said he's a theologian. Okay. All right.
Yes, I went to theology school, 25 schools, and now I'm an atheist.
Okay. So you are a theologian. Now you are an atheist.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Hey, Miss Misani. All right, Elias, give us the verse, and then we will go off to Derek, and then
Ezekiel 28, 12 to 18. Yeah.
Ezekiel, what number?
28.
Ezekiel, what number? Sorry.
Ezekiel 2:8.
28,
12 to 18. 12 to
18. Ezekiel
28, 12 to 18.
And this is supposed to be talking about who?
Satan. That is it was created as an angel, but he disobeyed, and then he become because for every wrong you do, there must be consequences.
This is not even talking about Satan. So this is talking about the fall.
It's talking about Satan.
Hold on. This is talking about the fall of the king of Tyre. The Lord spoke to me again, mortal man. He said, grieve for the fate that is waiting for the king of Tyre. Tell him what I said. The sovereign Lord.
Where were you reading?
I am reading Ezekiel chapter 28 from verse 11. I started from.
Okay, but I said 12. Okay.
Tell him what I, the sovereign Lord, am saying. You were once an example of perfection. How wise and handsome you were. You lived in Eden, the garden of God, and wore gems of every kind, rubies and diamond, topaz, beryl, carnelian, and jasper. Let's see. You had ornaments of gold. They were made for you on the day you were created. I put a terrifying angel there to guard you. You lived on my holy mountain and walked among sparkling gems. Your conduct was perfect from the day you were created until you began to do evil. You were busy buying and selling, and this led you to violence and sin. So I forced you to leave my holy mountain, and the angel who guarded you drove you away from the sparkling gems. You were proud of being handsome, and your fame made you act like a fool. Because of this, I hurled you to the ground and left you as a warning to other kings. You did such evil in buying and selling that your places of worship were corrupted. So I set fire to the city and burnt it to the ground. All who look at you now see you reduced to ashes. You are gone forever. And all the nations that had come to know you are terrified, afraid that they will share your fate. This is talking to the king of Tyre, not about Satan.
It says you were created in my garden.
God, that is not Satan. That is not Satan they're talking about. It's clearly written, except you don't know how to comprehend English.
I even have in this chapter, this one I am reading, this book that I am reading, it says on the top here, the fall of the king of Tyre. It's not about the devil. All right, Derek.
That's the confusion.
Derek, please go on.
Okay, so Ugo,
Clinical Fox. She has to say something. She's been waiting.
Okay, Derek, if you can just let Foxy speak, then just
okay.
then
Let's
speak
Foxy
after
speak.
her. Mm-hmm.
All right. So there was something earlier that was stated by AD, and I want to clear something up real quick in regards to addiction. Addiction is not a moral failing or a moral choice. I'm actually specializing in addictions counseling in my internship. Addiction is a disease in the brain from dopamine and loss of connection to community. The opposite of addiction is connection, right? That's what we say. And also, when someone is given the opportunity to reconnect with their community, they usually no longer want to be addicted. And I'm sorry, I'm seeing a hand signal. My apologies.
I'm saying people, please tap on your screens, please.
Oh, okay, my apologies. Sorry about that.
Please give the stream a thumbs up, please.
But yes, so when we talk about addiction, let's please not compare it with religion, as every time we've actually seen religion and accusing people of a moral failing, not only is it ineffective in counseling, it actually doubles, if not triples, the person's likelihood to relapse and provides a feeling of disconnection to the people that they're talking to. So let's please respect those who are dealing with these very difficult times. And I understand you may not have an understanding of this, AD, but please, let's not do that.
Okay, thank you, Clinical Fox. When I was speaking about it, I said I was making an analogy. I didn't know
it's a poor analogy. You're comparing a disease. You're comparing a clinical disease with spirituality, and that just doesn't work.
Okay, that's because I know that not all analogies go together. I was looking for something to use at the moment, right? But all I was trying to do was trying to understand when you say that because my conversation with her or my understanding of what she was saying is that Christians are held by fear, and because of this fear, they're not able to do what they want to do. That is why the atheism exists to help Christians come out of the fear of no longer being into of not offending God, enough not to live their lives. So because of the word fear is something that is equally strong, I had to just find like an analogy of something that is equally strong. In this case, being a disease of being a drug addict or something. But if you can understand where I was coming from.
I'll concede I'm having a hard time putting those two dots together because to me, then I'm just saying this is my personal opinion, having contact and supporting the addiction community in my area. Those two dots do not
the work that you do. Thank you for the work that you do, Fox. Very important job. That is.
And I never said Christians relapse to God. No, I'm just making this inference. I'm making this inference because of these smalls that kept on doing this comment. I'm making this inference because of the word fear that you had said. I'm just making the inference based on the word fear. Christians, that's why the whole atheist movement is trying to get Christians out of fear. So saying that Christians, what's that thing called again? That I'm trying to use that Christians relapse to God because they are not able to stop being afraid. That's not true. So please don't misunderstand my words.
Okay. Can I say, for the people who are desperately trying to fit Satan into the book of Ezekiel, the book of Isaiah, and all these books, I'm sorry, it doesn't work. It does not work. You're talking about Ezekiel. You're talking about Isaiah. Right now, the Satan came before even the heaven and earth was created. Right? This is the claim. If Satan came before heaven and earth were created, how did Isaiah and let me mute you, Derek. How did Isaiah and Ezekiel know about Satan? You people are telling us to go and read this. Go and read that. The story of Satan should have come even before the story of creation, right? So telling us to go and read. And Elias, the passage that you asked us to go and read, 14:12, King of Babylonia, bright morning star, You have fallen from heaven. In the past, you conquered nations, but now you have been thrown to the ground. You were determined to climb up to the heaven and to place your throne above the highest stars. You thought you would sit like a king on that mountain in the north, where gods assemble. You said you would climb to the top of the clouds and be like the Almighty. But instead, you have been brought down to the deepest part of the world of the dead. The dead will stare and gape at you. They will ask, is this the man who shook the earth and made kingdoms tremble? Is this the man who destroyed cities and turned the world into a desert? Is this the man who never freed his prisoners or let them go home? All the kings of the earth lie in their magnificent tombs, but you have no tomb, and your corpse is thrown out to rot. I mean, the devil has no corpse to be thrown out to rot. For goodness sake, he's talking about a king here. It is covered by the bodies of soldiers, unalived in battle, thrown with them into a rocky pit and trampled down. Because you ruined your country and unalived your own people, you will not be buried like other kings. None of your evil family will survive. Let the slaughter begin. The sons of this king will die. So, this is talking about the king of Babylonia. And like I said, this particular book that I'm holding tells you it's got subheadings. And the subheadings here talks about the king of Babylonia in the world of the dead. Talking about king of Babylonia. It is not talking about Satan. It is not talking about devil. Go on, Derek.
Really quick before Derek goes, I'm going to go ahead.
You've actually, Afro, you've actually said what I wanted to say.
Okay,
you've actually said what I wanted to say.
Hold on, Derek. Just one second. Fox?
I just was saying that I was just going to go ahead and bounce, love, and I'll see you next time. Love you.
Thank you, Foxy. Appreciate. See you soon again.
Yep.
Yes.
Afro, you've actually said what I wanted to say. I wanted to point out to that verse that you just read that it was not about Lucifer or whatever they claim the verse was talking about. It was talking about the king. So I have a question for Ugo. She said she has evidence that Jesus existed because that there is God because someone wrote about it. Because I can't remember the philosopher she was talking about that wrote about it. But I want to ask a question. The philosopher wrote about
Aquinas. I think she was saying Aquinas.
Yes, Aquinas.
People say like that's what they say. That's how they say people this.
Go on, Terry.
Joker. Okay, so I was saying, do you know what evidence is? Do you know the definition of an evidence? An evidence is not a claim. It's not writing an observation. An evidence means
Hey, Reggie.
I think he muted himself. If he can hear me.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think you muted yourself.
Okay, sorry. So I was saying that philosopher did not provide evidence that God exists. You were saying he said that there was order to something or something. That is not still evidence. That the world has order is not evidence that God exists.
Mr. Derek, if you listen to me, before I answered that question, I said that all knowledge that we have are from things that we've learned, read, and I can say that because I
not true. Knowledge is also gotten from what you've experienced.
No.
Yes, experience is also knowledge.
It's also experience. I'm saying that.
Yes, it's not just what you learned. It's not just what you learned.
I did mention that in this particular case, I mentioned, if you remember, Miss Afro, it is that I did mention that I was not here 2,000 years ago, right? And I don't have any.
No, you actually mentioned that there was evidence that you can prove. When Afro was saying, can you give an evidence for
and
your
I said I may not have any evidence. However, these are the learnings that I've done.
To be fair to Derek, I asked for evidence, and you didn't say, "Oh, I may not have evidence."
What I'm saying is that
pointed
I
at
mentioned
that philosopher gave an evidence that God existed.
Derek is right,
and that's not true because.
She said even Karl Marx.
Exactly. She said even Karl Marx died a Christian. That's not true.
I never said he died a Christian. I said
never. I'm sorry.
I said he did mention Christ at his death. I never said he died a Christian.
Can I ask a question, please?
Falcon, please hold on. Let's see. Monarchs was next.
So I think the
I don't
issue
think
is that
Derek, are you done?
he's just trying to attack me, but I made the
I'm not
mention.
trying to attack you.
That's
I'm
what
trying to
you're
make
doing.
you understand that you
But
don't
it's
have
fine.
evidence to. I'm not trying to attack you,
If
Ugo.
you've
I'm trying to
listened
have
to me, if
I'm
you've
trying to
listened
have
to
a
me-
conversation. I listened to what you said.
No,
and
if
what
you
were
listen to
saying.
me also, I did say that I am a Christian who
Okay,
is trying to
Smalls,
know
I got it.
God, and I would
do,
love a
but-
theologian to come on and speak.
You don't
on-
really need even
Theologian. I am a
theologians
theologian.
cannot
What to say?
provide evidence that God
I
exists.
cannot say that they cannot provide evidence because they are not here to speak on anything. I said I came on this live to learn why she is the way she is. And then she asked me some questions. I answered to the best of my knowledge. I believe somebody asked her a question about the Big Bang Theory, and she said she was not a scientist. She cannot answer. I will answer to the level of my knowledge. I'm here to learn and to speak on
not
what
that
know.
I want to be rude, but there's a lot of escapism in the way you speak. Because
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm not escaping anything.
That's what I'm trying to. When we try, even
Madam
when
Brie, were you here when I started on this live? I said I came here to learn why she's the way she is. She asked me some questions.
I just told you I'm a theologian. I just told you I'm a
Who became
theologian.
an atheist? I don't want a theologian who's an atheist. You speak on what you know, it's fine. I'm
Oh,
here to
you want
listen.
a
And I will speak
theologian?
on
You
what
want
I
a
know.
a theologian can be an atheist and a theologian can be
You
a
want a
Christian.
theologian who is
I
a
speak, you
theist
can
so
speak
that
on what
he
he
will
knows
prove
now,
your
and I will
point.
listen. Because I'm here to seek
Miss.
knowledge. You don't fight me. I want to know what's
Miss,
going on.
listen to me. This is my reasoning,
You
right?
can't call me.
You said you want a theologian, and I am telling you that I'm a theologian. But you are saying that you do not want a theologian who is an atheist. You want a theologian who is a theist. That means you were not looking for a theologian. You were looking for a theist who was going to support your claims. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So it's obvious you're not looking for a theologian. You are looking for a theist, someone to actually support your claim, because somehow you thought that to be a theologian, you have to be a theist. But
Exactly.
I'm an atheist and I'm a theologian. I spent my time, my life studying the Bible. I spent my life going to church. I spent my life doing this church, Bible, Jesus, God thing. And I saw the truth, and I saw how stupid I was. And I saw that all I had was a pulley over my life, people controlling me, controlling my emotions. And I saw that my love for songs would make me cry when somebody is singing, Jesus, you love me too much. Oh, yes, I feel the same when Michael Jackson is singing. That is my love for music. So when you have feelings, which is these things that these pastors or these teachers of religion touch, when you have that feeling, they control you, and you need to understand this.
Okay.
You know, everybody's been talking about God. One of the biggest wrong move that we've been making is we are treating God as one entity. But God is just a race of an entity that we believe to be supreme and to be living in a world that we've not seen before, only in our mind and in our belief system. So you're always mentioning God like in the sense of Jehovah God, which is the God of the Christian people. It is already offensive, because if I was a Muslim and you say God, I would not believe that you are referring to my God. So would I as a Muslim believe that you saying God created this, or you saying God is this or God is that? Would I as a Muslim believe that the God you're talking about is my God? Because in my own belief, my God created things. In the belief of the Kono people, the Alatagana created things. In the belief of the Vikings, Odin created things. So my point is this: when you are saying God, you have to treat God as a race of an entity. So if you are specifically talking about Jehovah, which is the Bible God, you have to be specific about it, because at the end of the day, if you're just saying God, it means in the first place you're just talking about a whole lot of things that you do not understand. That is why Christians, especially, you know, when you said you were Catholic, someone says something and say, Catholic, oh, now that might even be the worst. You actually had something to say about that. You know, that is why when Catholics say the idea of the Holy Trinity, they get all confused. Because when you say God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, and you ask them, what do you mean? They start telling you how it is one God, and the God came as Jesus in flesh, and the God is the Holy Spirit. It doesn't make sense. How is Jesus alive and yet he exists in heaven in a realm where no man can go with their flesh? How is God a spirit that lives in a spirit realm? And then, what's his name? Elijah went in a chariot to heaven and he did not die, but no man can see God. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. How come people do not have the concept of death, and yet someone will commit a murder and you call it the first murder? How can Adam and Eve be the only people created, and when they have two children, one was murdered, and yet when God sent the other one out into the world, he was scared that other people will kill him, and now God approved of it and said, yes, I will not let those people kill you. Who were those people? So if you can see that there are so much loopholes in this thing that you believe, you start seeing that there's a possibility of a lie in this thing. Everybody has feelings. I could decide today, there are people right now who have dicks and have deep voice like me, and they have feelings and believe that they are women. And this person will walk up to you and tell you, I'm a woman. It does not matter what you feel about it. This person has this feeling and this person has this feeling. But does that make it true to you? Does that make it true to the world? But if I tell you, well, what I see is a man, I understand you feel you are a woman, but what I see is a man. It does not mean I'm trying to convince this person that he is not a woman. It means I'm just trying to tell you, this is what I see. You say this platform is about convincing people that God doesn't exist. What is Christianity all about? Why do you do evangelism? What was the first, second, third, fourth crusade was all about? What was the Inquisition all about? Convincing, murdering people, forcing them to believe that God exists. So we are not here to convince you that God not existing is something you must believe. We are here for the people who are ready to understand that outside God, there is a life. Outside their mind, there is a life. There's reality. The only thing that is real is reality. Your feelings are as real as you feel. That is why your feelings change every now and then. I may be angry today, and that may seem all real to you until you are angry no more. You may be feeling love today, and you will think that is it until you feel love no more. I felt like a Christian. I felt loved. I felt accepted. I felt like there was that God out there that is going to have my back, that is protecting me. My pastors will have security guards protecting him, and I will have a sticker on my Bible and a sticker on my bed and a sticker on my door protecting me. So I have lived this life. I have gone to Bible schools. I've gone to up to 7 Bible schools. I have gone to different church. When I say different church, I mean different churches in different denominations. I have studied different religion. In fact, I have studied, I will not call Buddhism a religion. It's just a system of enlightenment. It's not a religion. I have studied as far as Buddhism. So my point is this: everyone goes to hell is someone else's religion. If you are not forced to be a Christian, you will not be threatened with hell. They threaten you and tell you that if you do not believe, see, I hear people preach every day, your life is destroyed, your life is not complete. How can you be a person and you have no Jesus in your life? This is what I hear every day. And you have these people that are reasonable, calm, and respectful, trying to have a conversation with you. It is okay that you will feel offended that someone disapproves of your ideology, because at the end of the day, it will make you feel, okay, if you say what I believe is not true, that means I'm stupid. No, it doesn't mean you're stupid. It just possibly means you were listening and believing the wrong thing in the first place, and beliefs can change. The girl you were when you were 2 years old is not the girl you are today. You changed because you grew up. So growth is possible.
Can you
So
give?
that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, but please, I have a quick question for you. I just want to ask, you don't believe God exists, do you?
No, I don't.
Do you believe Satan exists?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you don't believe God exists, you don't believe Satan exists. You said you attend a lot of churches.
Hold on. If God does not exist, how can Satan exist?
No, I just asked him and he just gave my answer.
No, I'm asking you to think of that. I want you to just process what I am asking.
I will come to that.
No, hold on.
I have a question for Mona.
One second.
He has not finished answering.
1 second. Just 1 second.
Okay.
The devil was created by Satan, right or wrong? Was the devil created by Satan? I think he's muted. If the devil was created by Satan, if God does not exist, how can Satan exist? So when you ask people who don't believe in God, do you believe in Satan? It's laughable.
It's a question, and there's no question. It's better to ask a dumb question than to make him mistakes. Okay. I asked him a question. I said, do you believe in God? He said no. Do you believe in Satan? He said no. Then my third question is to Monat is, according to him, he's been a Christian, went to different churches, learned a lot of things, and then eventually he found out that God does not exist. It's all just a mirage. Am I right, Monat?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. All through this process, when you're going through this thing, did you ever come across a point where they say, ever learning and never coming to the knowledge of the truth?
Wait, hold on.
Sorry, go again.
Somebody has noise. Is it Falcon? You've got somebody has noise in their background. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's Monax. Monax, your background is a bit noisy. So ask your question.
My question is to Monax. I said, did you ever come across this word, ever learning and never coming to the knowledge of the truth?
No. Why is it?
Okay. So if you did not come across that word, it means the years you said you were moving from church to church and reading the Bible, you actually did not read the Bible, because that is actually a Bible verse I quoted.
No. Falcon, I've muted you.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, Monax, hold on, because that's disrespectful. That is disrespectful. Ever learning and not coming to the knowledge of truth. The gentleman has told you his conclusion. The God belief didn't make sense to him. He came to the knowledge of truth, and you are going to dismiss that and say, oh, you never understood the Bible? He said he's a theologian. Now you want to invalidate his experience and say, oh, yeah, you were going from church to church to church, but you did not understand the Bible. No, don't disrespect the man like that. Don't do that.
Respond to him.
No, please don't do that. If somebody is telling you something, why do you feel the need to come and say, oh, you are not a real Christian? Oh, you did not read the Bible properly. Oh, you did not. No. You don't get to do that. You don't get to invalidate somebody's experience.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Experiences have been invalidated over and
one
over.
thing that he doesn't know in the Bible. I was about to tell him 1,001 things that he doesn't know, and to invalidate his belief too, because that's what we've been doing here, to tell you that you don't know your Bible, you don't know what you believe in. There's no evidence to what you believe in. That is why we are saying it's a lie. So if you think that me saying I'm a theologian is a lie because I do not know that verse or that saying, then I think it is fair for us to say that God does not exist because there is no evidence of him. So next question, please.
And that's what is important to me on this thing, is that I want to just, I have not been convinced that the belief of the atheist that God does not exist is because nobody here has been able to convince me.
We are not trying to convince you, darling.
There's no the conviction
Wait,
is still
hold on. It took me years to go from my first questioning to becoming an atheist, and you want to do it in one conversation.
I'm saying that even as people have said that the Christians have not been able to tell you about the existence of God, you've not been able to also tell me about the non-existence of God in a way that is understandable.
No, listen, it's not our duty to tell you about the non-existence of God. Remember, I told you we are taking apart the religion. We're tearing down all the lies, the falsehood, right? It's not my duty to come here and tell you, here is the evidence that God does not exist. That's on you. Go back. You go back. The things that you have heard here, go back and ask those questions. Ask your church leaders. Ask the people that are, that are knowledgeable, like you said. We cannot convince
You have right
you.
to ask you.
Right? We cannot
You have right
convince
to
you.
ask you.
Hold on, you're interrupting the host.
Like I
Hold
said,
on.
my journey to becoming an atheist took years. We cannot now, what took me years, you expect to get it in one conversation. Not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Take your time. Right, just take your time and process it.
Then let me just help a bit. I don't know, add S7 or maybe
Ugo,
I don't get your name properly. Let me tell you something. Yeah, Ugo. I know where you're coming from. I know your stand. It's not an easy journey. You know, you are surrounded by believers. Maybe your parents are believers. To stand out is a challenge, I bet you. Even though you have a deep conviction, whatever it is, it's difficult to stand. It's like you are alone in a crowd of believers, and it's difficult to actually.
I live in a country where people don't even go to church.
Excuse me, can I go on? Now, talking about our conviction and your conviction, I think your own situation is even in a much more difficult situation. I don't think you've been able to answer any of our questions, any at all. You answer our questions with questions, and it's very, troublesome.
Is the indoctrination? She's indoctrinated to believe that way.
And then
Derek, I promise you, I might want to hear from anybody else, but
always
not you. I don't know why. Please continue, Miss Bibri.
So, as I'm saying, frankly speaking, I've hardly had any answer from your question, because like you quoted philosophy sometimes wrongly, because you said Karl Marx ended up a Christian, which is not
I never
true.
said he ended up a Christian.
You actually said it. I heard it from you.
I did say that he mentioned Christ as he's dying, not that he was a Christian.
You even said many
philosophers
ended as a Christian.
Jesus, I don't want to hear from
Derek, continue, please. One of the things you said, which is offensive, and which is let's not speak against each other now. This overlapsing is confusing. So, Ogo, one other thing, you mentioned the people suffering from addiction. I'm not surprised, because most Christians believe that every kind of addiction is because these people have fallen out of belief, or it's a curse from God. That's the truth. And you are not, it wasn't an error for you to quote this situation. That's something you said, which you kind of escaped when the other lady tried to blame me about quoting. But you are quoting your belief, because you guys believe that anybody suffering from an illness, because an addiction is an illness, is as a result of a fall from grace, a curse from God, or something like that.
Okay,
that is a reality.
Can I speak now? Thank you
Okay.
for your feedback. I'd like to start from the last thing you said to make a correction. Using the using the part about the drug thing, I never referred to it as about being a fall from grace. I was making an analogy, and the lady.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We're just going over the same thing.
Yes, and the lady did make a.
Is it possible for us to have arguments about what we're talking, because it's like just going around, I didn't say this, I didn't say that,
exactly, because those things have been spoken about earlier, and I've also made, I've given updates about that. But the thing where I literally came on here, like I've always said, is this: if I came to learn something, an argument starts and then there's a conclusion to it. And she told me now that, oh, I can go back and make findings and learn about things that I didn't know and all of that. So I'm like, okay, because as a Christian myself, I want to make more research. I want to go for evening catechisms to ask the priest questions about things I don't know, so I can get clarity. Because knowledge is about learning every day, asking questions and updating yourself so you know, so that whenever you're talking to someone, you're not just being empty. So when you say, oh, I'm not able to answer any question or anything, I made it clear that I'm a Christian who is trying to get stronger in my faith by learning the things that I don't know. So now,
all right, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
I want us to move on. I want us to move on from this, please.
Can you prove?
Yeah,
Can
hi
you
everyone. I've been waiting to talk since.
Just J
there
Farm,
is no
just
God?
one sec.
Why do you say?
Elias, what are you
there
saying?
is no God? You are saying atheists are saying that there is no God. They don't believe in God.
They don't believe.
Okay, now.
They don't believe in God.
Yeah.
that God exists, not that they don't believe in
Oh,
God.
now,
God exists. So now, what if we don't believe God exists? What next?
Go and live your life.
You live as a human, you become a human.
Go and live your
Live
life.
as a human.
Go and live
Yeah.
your life.
Is it like individual decision?
Go and live
Elias,
your life.
Elias, I'd rather be a human.
Monarchs, hold on. Please, just go and live your life. You see, unfortunately, this is what religion has done. Religion has given you these ideas that you need something to dictate your life. You need something to tell you how you must live your life. What next for your life? I don't know you from anywhere. You don't know me from anywhere. So to ask me what next? What do you mean what next? Well, am I supposed to tell you how to go and live the rest of your existence because I'm an atheist?
So why are you telling the Christians that you don't believe in God? Then why not live on your own and live your life?
The same reasons the Christians
No, excuse me.
telling you to believe in God.
Excuse me. But excuse me. Live on my own. Hello. I'm in my home, on my phone, my own voice, my space. I'm here doing my thing. I've not come to you. I've not come to your space to come and do anything. You are in my space.
No.
You are in.
No.
You are in my space.
You are in my space.
How am I in
I
your
believe
space?
in God. I believe in God. You don't believe in God.
How am I in your space? How am I in your space?
Okay. I believe in God and you don't believe in God. You are coming to talk about my God. I believe that it's not true.
How does it concern you what I do here? No,
if you don't believe,
how does it concern you?
If you don't believe, that is your life.
Mm-hmm.
You should not start telling we that believe that what we believe is not true.
Nobody forced you to be here. If I'm here speaking, if I'm here speaking, you don't agree with what I'm saying, you can easily scroll.
Live your life.
A live stream. You can go to a live stream where they're speaking in tongues, where they're reading the Bible, where they're preaching. You can go to. This is the beauty about platforms like this. There's a platform for everyone. You could even find platforms where they are twerking, where people are twerking, shaking their nuts. Now, when you open TikTok on any of these platforms, you will see pastors, preachers, prophets. They are online. They're speaking about Christ, speaking about Allah, speaking about whatever it is that they believe. So why do you then want to muzzle somebody else who is not agreeing with what you believe in? It's okay for the pastors on TikTok to preach their gospel, but somebody who doesn't believe and who is speaking about their lack of beliefs is a problem to you now?
No, what I'm saying, for example, If you start, for example, talking about my God, that my God does not exist, you are inviting, I believe that it is not right. You're supposed to talk about your atheist, what makes you believe in atheism, and then leave my God alone.
Wow.
I'm sorry, can I come in? I've been trying to
So looks like you're a God defender, which is fine. You can defend your God, it's fine. Go on, J fans.
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, so it's been a very, very interesting topic, and this is my view and opinion today. We're trying to define and explain spirituality from a physical point of view, and it would never align. It would never align because it's like trying to, you're in a physics class, trying to do literature. It won't work. Now, I personally believe we all need to respect everybody's view and opinion, you know. But one thing is, all of us as human, we're made up of body, soul, and spirit. So we are spiritual beings, and there's a spiritual side to us. Now, how awakening that spiritual side is dependent on how spiritual we are and how we've tapped into our spirituality. To take us back into the primitive world, almost every primitive civilization believed there was a superior being, i.e., something greater than man.
Oh, whatever.
Now, bringing it back to almost every civilization believed there was a god, you know, and that god was explained, expressed, and worshipped differently. Okay, and one of the reasons for that is because we as human, we actually have we're spirit being as well, and we're physical, and we know we come to life and we die, and people have different belief of what happens after death. Now you might be wondering, so what do I believe? Do I believe there's a God or not? Personally, I believe there's a God. All right.
Which one?
Now,
which God? Which one?
So I'm talking of, so I'm a Christian.
Okay.
All right. But I'm not religious, like, so even with Christianity, you know, I don't want to go into the old diversity around Christianity, but I believe, you know, there's a God. I believe in Jesus. But I'm not going to impose on anyone.
Guys, let's
it is not in my place
tap on your screen
to try and convince. It is not in my place to convince anyone to believe or not believe, you know, or to be a defender of God. It's not in my place to do that.
Can we talk about the God that you believe in then? Can we talk about the God that you believe in?
Okay, what do you want to know about God? Because God is not.
Okay. First of all, how long have you been a Christian?
I would say, okay, I've been a Christian from childhood, but I would say you need to stand for truth. Okay, but from when I was 15, I've had a deeper understanding of God, Christ, and the Holy Spirit.
At the age of 15?
From the age of 15, yes. I've had a different trajectory in my growth and development, you know, and my work with God.
At the age of 15, you were a child, you were a minor.
I was not a minor at 15. We all grow differently. 15, I was in uni.
You were a minor.
Yeah, but yeah, you could say I was a minor, yeah, but I had a realization of who God was. At 15, I was driving. At 15, I was in uni. All right. At 15, I was with people who are much older than me, and I believed I was a lot more developed than my peers.
Yeah.
But I'm not here to convince anyone about God.
If we're talking about biology,
yeah,
at the age of 15, you didn't have the abilities to really process this God thing that you were experiencing at the age of 15? You were still
I'm not 15 right now, so you're taking us back to...
You are the one who's telling us about your backstory.
No. You asked me at what point did my journey start.
No.
When my journey started.
I did not ask you at what point did your journey start. I asked, how long have you been a Christian? That's all I asked. How long?
I would say from when I was 15.
And how old are you now? How many years are we talking?
I'm in my 50s.
Okay. So over 35 years?
If you say so.
Okay. So over 35 years, you still identify as a Christian. So what denomination of Christianity do you align with?
So this is you trying to box. So we're talking of God and not me, right?
I'm not trying to box. I'm only trying to understand who I am talking to.
Okay,
right?
so if you want to do that,
I'm trying to understand your Christian perspective.
Okay, you could put that on the Pentecostal.
Okay, so you're Pentecostal. Okay,
yeah.
And so how did you come to the conclusion that it has to be Pentecostal and not any of the other denominations? What made you?
That's a choice. That's a choice. That's a choice.
What informed your choice?
That's a choice. I'm not preference.
What informed your choice? So
that was my choice.
You look at the religion of Christianity. There are many denominations, right? There is Baptist, Presbyterian. There is all the different versions. But you decided, okay, Pentecostalism was what you would rather go with. So I'm asking, what made you choose that particular denomination?
That was my choice.
What informed your choice?
So again, with the Catholics, I went to Catholics. Wait, hold on.
Why are you a Pentecostal? Why?
Wait, I went to Catholic school. I grew up within Catholic. I understand Catholic pretty well. Now you're the one boxing me into being Pentecostal. I didn't tell you I was Pentecostal. Yes, you're the one boxing me into being Pentecostal.
Uncle,
but you said you were Pentecostal.
No, she asked, and she insisted of all the different categories, which one would I say align with? She boxed me into it.
How? Well, the one that chose that you are.
No, I didn't choose. Yeah, but again, yes, you did. You did.
Guys, all I did was ask the gentleman what denomination. He said he was Pentecostal, and now
I didn't answer it. I didn't answer it the first time. You insisted.
Then I asked it again.
Exactly, and I answered. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You only questions. You don't answer questions. Why?
Pardon me?
The host always asks questions, but she never answered any question. Why are you not a Buddha? Why do you choose to be atheist?
She has said it before. She said she doesn't believe because she doesn't have proof that your God exists.
Elias, I'm having a conversation with Jay, not with you. On here, I ask questions, and I'm allowed to ask questions on here. Crazy. I only ask.
It's so disrespectful.
You're coming here to come and dance Fuji with me or what? Oh, now I don't know where to go with this conversation so that I wouldn't be accused of boxing him again. I just want to understand his Christian perspective, right? If he's a Christian, what kind of Christian? How did he choose that particular kind of Christianity? How did he determine that particular denomination of Christianity was the truth compared to the others? right? This is where I'm going with my questions. And hello, Ria. I see you. It's just, it's really.
So again, I'm quite grounded and open-minded, and I've not said Pentecostal Christians were superior or the truth compared to others. Okay, I've not said so. So if you were to ask me that, my answer wouldn't be Pentecostal. Is okay. The difference between these different denominations is how they actually is their doctrines. Okay, is their doctrines and their beliefs.
Okay, so
but at the end of the day,
what denomination of Christianity do you think Jesus would align with? Because you all you can't all be right. All the denominations of Christianity, when you go and look at what they believe or don't believe, it's a very it's a myriad of things that they believe. All sorts of different things. I've met Christians who believe in hell. I've met Christians who don't believe in hell. I've met Christians who believe in once saved, always saved. I've met Christians who believe it is saved by grace. I've met ones who believe it is saved by works. I've met Christians who don't even believe in the Trinity. So, of all these versions, which one do you think that Jesus will align himself with?
Okay, so if Jesus was to be on earth now, assuming he was here now, in my opinion, right, we would align in the same denomination. I'll tell you what denomination I actually sit in. Okay, Jesus did not come to do denomination. Jesus did not come to do church. Jesus did not come to do pastor, prophet, and all this hierarchy thing. Jesus actually came to kind of de-escalate that religious setup and let every Christian who believes understand you can have a direct relationship with God without having to do with all these other human-made structure, which were put in place over time to have a kind of order, sequence, and ways of doing things in an organized manner. But that was not what Jesus was about. Jesus was more keen on your relationship with God.
There were no Christians when Jesus was here. There were no Christians at all. There was no such thing as a Christian.
We're saying, so when Jesus was here, you're very right. There were religious people, all right? And even within...
Were they Jews? Were these people were they
even
Jews?
Even within the Jewish... So let's zoom in on the Jewish setting, which was where Jesus Christ grew. Even within that, you had the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the scribesmen, and yeah, you had those three main school of thoughts. If you permit me to use that word, you had those three main school of thoughts, and the way they saw God and perceived God was slightly different, even though they all read the Torah. Okay, so but Jesus Christ did not come to set up, he didn't come to set up church. Christianity, he didn't come to set up church. He didn't come to set up denominations and these big pastor congregation hierarchy of things and big places of worship. He came to let people understand you can have a direct relationship with God without having to go speak to a pastor, go speak to this and that and that. But is there a need for pastor for these other people? A lady was on a call earlier longing for someone who understands scripture, who could guide her. So for that reason, yes, there are people who are gifted, blessed, called, okay, with different giftings. So you got the giftings of the prophetic, the apostle, the teacher. Okay, so for her, what she's longing for would be more with teacher, but in reality, she can discover God and the truth herself because she's got the Holy Spirit. You heard me right.
She can discover the truth because she's got the Holy Spirit.
Because she's got the Holy Spirit. So the Spirit of God in her.
Why then? What's up with all the denominations? If Jesus Christ did not come for denominations, why then is the earth littered with denominations?
So I think we zoomed in on Christianity and we've got lots of other religions. Mankind, right? History. So a lot of things come over the years and over time. You've got history, you've got mankind, you've got politics, you've got governance and structure. And what has happened over time is labeling, okay, putting and trying to put structure around things, put order around things. And in order to put order around things, different people came up with doctrines, ways of doing things, patterns of doing things, and set up governance. And
how do we know who is truly the Christian? How do we know who is truly a Christian? How do we know this?
So with my definition, the first people called Christians were discovered in Antioch. And they didn't call themselves Christians. People who saw them were like, these guys behave like Jesus. They talk like Jesus. So like if you and I are friends now, right? And we vibe for a long time, what's going to happen is I'm going to pick some of your lingo. I'm going to pick some of your slangs.
You're taking me back to the time of Jesus. I'm saying now, now. Now.
How do you know what Christian is?
Who is the real Christian?
It's not for me. Me personally, I don't judge.
No, I'm not asking you whether you judge.
I don't judge.
I'm not asking you
whether
you judge.
And I'm not going to start saying.
We need to.
I'm not going to. So for me to say this one is a real Christian, this one isn't a real Christian, is not my place.
I am not I am not asking you to point at anybody who is a real Christian. I'm asking for you to give us what are the hallmarks of a real Christian. What do we? What is the tick box that tells us who the real Christian is?
Okay, so if you want to go, ask in that direction, I think to define who a real Christian is, one is that person needs to believe in Jesus Christ. All right, and for me, that is the main denominator in believing in Christ, because every other thing comes from you having that understanding and relationship with God and working on yourself to be good. So every other thing, like you having kindness, right? You being civil, observing rules and regulation, again, all these other things, you don't have to be a Christian to exhibit that. You just got to be a good person. And let's remember, Christians are human. People tend to believe Christians are meant to be these super, and at times some Christians also play that thing where they believe they're, not demigods, but they're not human. But Christians are human. They are prone to, they've got weaknesses.
Jay, just very quickly, what language were they speaking during the time of Jesus? What language did Jesus speak?
So that is taking us into history and not natural religion. So for the time of Jesus.
Wait, hold on. Let me tell you why I'm asking this question. You said that these people were first called Christians because they, the people looked at them and said, oh, these people are behaving like Jesus. So I want to know, what was the word that they were called? They couldn't have been called Christians, right? Because that would have come much, much later. Christians is, adapted from the word Christ, right? Christ followers. So what language did Jesus speak? And what was the original thing Christians were called in that language?
Okay, so I don't know. That would need to go back into the context of that verse and understand, you know, when it was said. But few things is likely they were speaking Hebrew. They could have been speaking
But
Latin.
what is
Because at that point in time, the Romans
in Hebrew? What's Christian in Hebrew?
I can Google. That's a Google question. I don't know. I don't speak Hebrew.
So that means Ria, I was gonna. Oh, Ria's gone. Okay, I was gonna say she could say something, but never mind. So that means that they weren't called Christians then. Christians is a later invention.
The word would not be Christian.
It won't be Christian.
What? The word. So again, what we've got today and the Bible read today is not the original manuscript.
It's not the original manuscript, okay? What happened? What happened to the original?
Because the original manuscript were in different languages. Yeah, some were in Latin, some were in Greek, some were in probably Hebrew, you know, and it's been translated. Even Jesus was just sure it wasn't. Jesus is English, and that doesn't discredit, you know, that name just because it's been translated into English. But I'm not here to convince you to believe in God or not. You know, I just thought I'll share my own view, my own experience, and yeah, but we're all spiritual beings.
Yeah, but next time when you go and have this conversation and you said you were originally called Christians because they followed Jesus, then that's not true. They would have been called all different things. I'm just having a look.
In the original language,
some say they were called Galilean. Some
okay.
were called Nazarenes.
Yeah.
Some say that they were called followers of the way. So the name Christian, or no, the identity Christian came much later. So what exactly were Christians called? So when Christians called, they say, "Oh, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian." That's not what they were originally called. That's not what they were originally called. And Leo, your patience is gone. Please let it go. Let your patience go. If you can't be, I don't understand. It's like some people just want to, this feeling of entitlement. My patience is gone. Okay, bye-bye.
Afro, can I ask Jay a question?
Yes, please.
Okay, Jay, you said we are spiritual beings, right?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
You said you made a claim that we're spiritual beings. So what's the spirit?
Okay, great. So when I say we're spiritual beings, we're not entirely spiritual.
No, I asked a simple question. What is a spirit? What does it mean to be a spiritual being?
Let me answer the question.
Okay.
I can't pick up the spiritual in isolation. So we're made up of body, spirits, and soul. The body is a physical bit you see.
Mm-hmm.
Within our soul is our emotions, our philosophy, our ways of thinking. On the spiritual side of us is where we can sense things, sense energy, where we can.
So you're saying response to stimuli is what you call spiritual?
No, wait.
Because
wait,
that's when you sense things is response to stimuli. And when you say soul, you said our way of thinking is what we call soul. Because the way we think, how
no.
soul?
No, so our soul, is where our emotions, within our soul is where things around our emotions, our feelings are. For some,
Our
they break it
feelings,
into
our feelings. So our soul
wait,
makes us
hold on,
feel. I'm trying to make sense from what you're trying to say. You're saying our soul makes us how we feel. Our soul determines how we feel and our emotions. Is that what you're trying to say?
So on this topic, right? Some divide man into body, mind, and spirit, and there is a body.
Now that's what I'm asking you. What is a spirit? If you say what yes, we have body, soul, and spirit. So elucidate me more. What is a spirit?
You know, that's a Google question, right?
No. I'm asking you. You're spiritually. You're a Christian, so you know this concept. So explain what a spirit is. Define what a spirit is, because I don't know what a spirit is. I don't believe in spirits. So elucidate me. What is a spirit?
So spirits have multiple meanings depending on the context. Okay. Now I'm talking of us human beings as being spiritual.
Okay. So what does that mean? When you say spiritual, what does it mean?
So that spiritual side of us, for argument's sake, yeah, is, for example, you're here in the UK and you're going through stuff, and your mom in Asaba picks it. You know,
how will your mom pick it when you don't tell her what is going on?
Cause she's spiritual.
How does it work?
Okay.
You've not still told us what is it.
I've given you an example.
That is not an example. You said how, because you said you're going through stuff and your mom picks up something you're going through because she's spiritual. So what does it mean to be spiritual?
A spirit is something non-physical. Simple as that.
So
it's non-physical. So explain.
So spirit. Let's say.
No, DDG now. Don't just interrupt in the conversation.
So I want you to explain. She doesn't know you. She doesn't know what you're going through. You've not told her what you're going through, and she knows that you're going through something because she's spiritual. So how does it work? I don't understand the concept. You're not still explaining the concept, because all you're trying to say is, what you're trying to do is spit out the indoctrinated knowledge that you've been provided, but you can't physically give a logical explanation to what a spirit is.
So that's where, when I started, right, we can't use reasoning, right, to understand things of the spirits, because it's not logical.
Spiritually explain it to me. Spiritually explain. Use the things of the spirit to explain. Spiritually discern it to me, because I don't. Since I can't use logic, and you said we have to. So how do I understand it if you can't use logic? Because how you understand it is through your brain and everything. So how do I understand things that are spiritually discerned?
No, you don't understand spiritual things through your brains and reasons.
Okay, so how do you understand it? Okay, how do you understand them? How do you understand it?
Okay, fantastic.
Excuse me, wait.
Derek, please let him explain to us how he understands spiritual things. How do you understand spiritual things? Oh, wow. Yeah. So now, here in this paradigm, you go to understand spiritual things.
So now, to be able to understand spiritual things, has to start, first of all, from a point of belief and openness.
Jerry, just listen.
Yeah, if you're closed, all right, and you're not, your spiritual side is not awakened, which means you're closed-minded, you can't get it.
You're not still answering my question. I'm
answering your question.
You're not answering my question.
Worries. Which is why I say we can't discuss physics in the literature class.
That's okay.
And that's what
Derek.
And that's what we're trying to do now.
Derek, let's move on. We're not gonna get anything.
Okay.
He's saying to us, to understand the spiritual thing, we need to be open-minded,
spiritually awakened.
No, he didn't even say spiritually awakened. He said open.
I did say that actually.
He said it. He said spiritually awakened.
That.
Yeah, he said that. So he's trying to. Jay, with due respect, you're just.
It's okay.
Now, what you've been indoctrinated to believe.
Let's move on.
Okay, Derek, can I ask you a question, Derek?
Director
Okay, ask me a
Wilson.
question.
Okay, ask him a question, and then we need to go to Director Wilson, then Matthew.
Okay, based on the question you were asking, Jay, I want to ask you, what component does man made of?
What is man made of?
Like, I believe that man is made of the spirit, soul, and body.
I don't believe man is made up of spirit, soul, and bodies. That's what I'm trying to explain. What is the spirit? I want to understand
Spirit is an immaterial being. It's an immaterial substance.
So an immaterial being is inside me. An immaterial being. So a being is not material. A being is not material. When you call something a being, it's not a thing. I want you to understand the concept you're trying to say, because you're confusing, you're like contradicting yourself, and you're bringing concepts that are not just explainable, that I can't comprehend.
I said spirit is an immaterial substance.
A substance.
That is immaterial being.
Immaterial substance, immaterial being makes no sense to us. If it is immaterial, you're still not explaining what a spirit is. It's not
okay. If you believe that there is no spirit,
for the people who don't know what a spirit is, when you hear that sort of definition, an immaterial substance, does that help? Does that help inform your knowledge? Does that inform you at all of anything?
Of course, yes.
No, not you.
Can I please say something?
Not you. Hold on, please.
Because even in philosophy, there are philosophers that believe in an ideal world, which is not
do they believe
a material world.
Do they believe in spirits? Do philosophers believe in spirits?
They're not. Please, let's not even start with the philosophy thing.
Okay, let me ask you. The question I'm asking you is this.
Matthew, you're having a conversation with us. Try and explain your position to us. What is a spirit?
That is what I'm explaining. And for something to be an immaterial thing, it means that it cannot be limited by a physical object or a physical container.
It cannot be limited by a physical object or a physical
Mr. Matthew.
Explain.
You can't continue with a plastic container.
But am I not a physical container? Is it not inside me? But I'm a physical container.
That is what I'm saying.
Man
is not just body. It's the combination of the spirit, the soul, and the man, and the body that makes up a man.
And okay, I want to even ask another question. How do you know we are made up of spirits that you've not seen? How do we know this? How do you know this fact?
Because the Bible explains that when a man dies.
Okay.
When a man dies, it is the spirit that leaves the body. And that is why the body cannot continue to exist.
Wow.
So now, if you don't believe that there is a spirit, why do people die? And even the science.
Do dogs have spirit? I want to ask you a question. Do dogs have spirits?
I just asked the question. You have not answered the question. Why do people die?
You said people die because, yes, different things can cause people to die. Sickness, accidents, or because they're just old. It's a natural.
But these people are material beings. They are just material, right?
Question. Let me finish what you're saying. All living things, if you did integrated science or basic biology, all living things, plants and animals, dogs, cats, human beings, no exception, we all are going to be unalived. Let's not use the word die because of TikTok regulations. We are all going to be unalived at a certain point. It's a natural characteristic of all living things. So if you say why we die, our spirit leaves us. So when dogs die, they are living things too. They're animals like us. Do they have spirits that leave their body when they are unalived?
Now, the point I'm trying to make is this, because you have not answered the question I asked you.
What question did you ask me?
I said, why do people die?
I told you why they die. I told you people cease to exist because of so many reasons. because
But
it could be
the
sickness,
point is this:
it could be
if we are
accidents,
material
it
things,
could
just like
be
an object.
Okay, Matthew.
If, like,
Matthew,
for instance, now, if I
wait,
have a laptop
hold on, Matthew. Matthew,
and my
hold on.
laptop has a fault,
Matthew, hold on, please. So right now, you are a human being and you are alive. Where is your spirit right now, Matthew? Where's your spirit?
my body, my soul, and my spirit are united.
Where is
that? Is
spirit?
what makes up who I am.
Where is
and that is
spirit? Where is the spirit inside Matthew right now? Where?
You're saying what's part of the human body?
What part of Matthew? What part of Matthew is Matthew's spirit?
You can't say because it's not physical.
All of me.
Where now? Where can it...
All of me, the totality of me.
You don't.
See,
Guys,
if I'm not trying to change. I'm not trying to change your belief.
Wait, hold on.
I'm just asking.
I don't have belief.
No,
I don't have belief.
Excuse me. I'm gonna dead this conversation because it looks like you cannot explain what you're talking about, right? It's all of you. Makes no sense to me because I don't know how is it all of you and at the same time it is immaterial. You can't seem to explain what you're talking about. And so please let's move on. It's okay. You can't explain.
It's the indoctrination exactly. It's the indoctrination.
This is not anything indoctrination. The question I asked you now,
you have been indoctrinated to
the
believe.
answer.
I
have a laptop that is a material thing.
I've answered your questions many times. I've answered your questions.
Can we get to Director Wilson, please? Director Wilson.
Okay, Director Wilson.
Apologies.
Director Wilson, please. Spirit, it just makes no sense.
I just want.
Director Wilson, are you there? Director Wilson, are you there?
I just want to add something while Director comes in.
Can you please
We're
hold
waiting
on?
for him. Okay.
Just hold on. Director Wilson, no? Director Wilson, if you're there, can you turn on your camera? No, sorry, not camera. Turn on your microphone, not camera. Okay. Jay, say what you need to say, and then Leo, we'll hear from you, Leo.
All right, yeah, I'll just make it brief. So I know we want to see the spirit, but the spirit is spiritual. Sorry, it's not physical, and it's got no location, but it's in us. The same way we're using internet, we're using Wi-Fi, we're using Bluetooth.
Excuse me.
We don't see the Bluetooth.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
What makes you say there is a spirit in us? What gives you that confidence that you have a spirit? You yourself, you've never seen your spirit before. For you to make a claim like that, you must be certain. What makes you, Jay, let me finish. What gives you the confidence that there is a spirit inside you right now?
Because I feel it.
Where is it? What are you feeling?
I interact with it. I speak through it. I move through it. I do spiritual things through it. And you won't comprehend it from a physical point of view. But it's okay.
You speak to your spirit, yet it is
my spirit speaks to me, and it speaks to me, absolutely. And it speaks English, it speaks Yoruba. I can comprehend it. It's not speaking gibberish.
Jay, not being funny or anything, Jay, not being funny, right? Have you gone to see a psychologist?
Okay, he did mention earlier someone was being rude.
I'm asking. I'm not being rude. I'm just asking because
you're being rude. Now you're being rude.
No, I'm not.
No. You need to respect my opinion as I respect your opinion. It's your platform. That is fine. But for you to say I've seen a psychologist, that is not acceptable. I'm sorry.
I did not say, guys, have I said anything at all? All I asked is, has he seen a psychologist? That's all I'm asking. I've not even made any claims at all.
Okay, no, Allah, it's all right. It's good. But again, that's below the belt. And I was enjoying this whole conversation, but that was not called for. That was not, because you can't comprehend something doesn't mean someone is getting into psychosis. Okay. I already mentioned you can't discuss physics in a biological class.
Okay.
And that's the issue here. So let's leave spiritual things out of it because we can't comprehend it.
It's a case of trust me, bro. I cannot prove what I'm saying. I don't have any evidence, but I'm just going to come out here and just make as many claims as I want. Believe it or don't believe it, right? I've got nothing to show you, but just believe. Yeah? Trust me, bro. It's really crazy. And yet you want respect, right? You want respect while you're anyway, let me stop. Makes no sense. Director, are you there? If director is not there, let me disconnect you a bit. Okay, Leo, go on and say what you need to say.
Hi dear, I'm actually like a really big fan of yours. I'm new on TikTok and I've watched your videos and I really like your content, and that's like one of the the first things. That's why I researched your page and that's why I came on. And it's like I just wanted to share that, like, you know, for me being a Christian and growing up in a Christian family, whatever, but like I don't really practice as much because like when I left Africa and then when I became like an Irish citizen, it's all different. Everything is like, you know, Catholic and everything. So people do things. And then I remember my first hard experience was when I tried to attempt SUICD.
Oh no.
Yeah. And I drank the spirit, the vodka, you know, and that was like literally the day that my dad had passed away in Africa. And I said, you know what, there is no going back and whatnot and everything. And I literally just wanted to kill myself. But then I went to a park.
Leo, TikTok does not like, you know, this sort of conversations because it would be as though, you know, something we're promoting this stuff. So if you're not going to code the words, it's got to be completely coded.
Oh, I'm gonna try as much as possible.
Please keep it coded. Don't say things like
I will.
I wanted to KILL myself. No.
Yeah, I will. I'll try. But yeah, that's the depth that I went to. But like I woke up and like in the dark, and then my dad was like, "It's not your time yet." And then I ended up being arrested and being monitored for 24 hours.
Oh, wow.
Just to see if I'm okay. And then now I work in psychology and I deal with people with psychosis and different things. And, you know, the different levels of depression and anxiety and you know, it's like you can have schizophrenia, you can have just like, you know, behavioral related anxiety issues or social issues and everything and stuff like that. But then, you know what, I grew better from it. And then I realized that like when I was put on the medication, it was very difficult being African and being alone as a teenager, and then like now I'm just blossoming into my
how old,
you know
how
late.
old are you? How old are you?
I'm 27 now.
Okay.
You know, so and
did you say you're a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
When you were going through those things, did you ever ask the question, did you ever ask God, why am I going through these things?
I did, and I thought,
did you get a response?
And you know what, like I have to tell you this, host, because I really do appreciate you, and I blamed myself. I said maybe it's a punishment from God because I am maybe from the LGBTQ plus community.
Okay.
And maybe God is punishing me that way. And that's why I never really wanted to interact with anybody else or be with anybody else or be in any relationship. So I kind of felt guilty, and I prayed every single day, and I say, please, God, make me normal, make me normal. And I would always like pray, and I would always say my favorite verse, Psalms 23. And then I would pray and pray and pray and pray and pray, but it never changed. But then coming from that refugee background, I ended up being very, like, I wouldn't say successful, but like I ended up putting myself on the market and being able to rule, because like I dominated in one of the biggest fashion brands in Europe, and then I work with the Irish Immigration Council, you know, so I've dealt with so many refugees, people coming from different pains, different backgrounds, and sometimes you cry, you listen to these stories, and
I'm going to cut you short because as much as I think that you sound like an amazing person, what we talk about here is really conversations around beliefs. And if you are a Christian, really, I want to know why you are a Christian. Why are you navigating the world as a Christian? And for someone who is LGBTQ, you know, for me, I'm pro the LGBTQ. I am a very, very, very strong ally, and I'm here for it. I struggle with the idea that people are Christian and LGBTQ. I mean, why? Why would you?
Yeah, like that's why it's hard to go to church.
You can live your life and not, you know. Anyway, never mind. So why are you a Christian, Leo?
Like, I think it was like something that I was taught from the young age, and that's something that's just engraved like in my brain. But like at the same time, like I really agree with you. Like when I practice my Christianity, it is between myself and my brain and my soul being. And for me to believe that, okay, fine, I can read the Bible, it doesn't mean I have to go to church every single day or I have to do this, stuff like that. It's about me knowing what's right or wrong and providing for people who are in need or being like beneficial to other people regardless of whatever is going on. But like I just kind of feel like you know, it's like for you to be a Christian, you don't really have to go to church or you don't really have to read the Bible, but you just have to know what's right or wrong.
Okay.
That's how I define Christianity to me. I haven't been to a church in over maybe 20 years.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Anyway, I hope you don't mind if I move on to somebody else, just so that we can get the conversation going. I don't want to start. Yeah, you've been through enough. Don't let me come and add any of my own wahala to your own. I beg. You've been through so much. And
I love you. I love you. You can. Like I really enjoy your videos. You can, and it's amazing to actually have an opportunity for me to
I'll follow
speak
you.
to you and to
I'll
learn
follow
it.
you so that we can, hopefully our paths will cross again, and we'll see how we get on. Okay, thank you. Thank you for
Yes,
at least
absolutely. Thank you.
sharing with us.
Thank you so much.
BJ, yes you can. But DJ.
Yes, finally.
There it
Yes.
is. Go on.
Okay, so first I want to understand, are you atheist or agnostic?
I'm atheist.
So you fully reject God and you fully reject the existence of God, not even like in a deistic sense?
No, I don't. I have no belief in God.
So where do you get your morality from then, if it's not from an objective God?
There is no objective God.
So where do you get your morality to determine what is good and wrong?
There is no objective God to begin with.
So I'm saying, how do you determine what is good and what is wrong? Because in your question there it says,
There's
what?
several ways to know right from wrong. So for myself, empathy, having empathy, not causing unnecessary harm to the people around me, and humans as I see them and navigate my interactions with humans. What else? Through socialization, through of course, I live in a country that has dictates, laws, right?
Yes.
Moving to this, how the country says to do. This is what we want you to do. This is what counts as being against the law. Like, there's several ways to navigate.
But again, that'll be subjective. That's based on
also what is right for myself may not necessarily be right for somebody else. What is wrong for myself may not be wrong for the other person.
Exactly.
It's a case of just constantly, trying to figure these things out constantly.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's the point. So if there's no objective standard for morality, you can say what Hitler did to the Jews was wrong. I could say what Hitler did to the Jews was good. But since there's no objective morality, since using your framework, that would mean that it is.
Can you stop? Let's not. We don't have to go to such extremes.
Well, no, because that's objective morality.
What he did.
Because how did what?
DJ, no. We've got Jewish people here. We've got Jewish people here listening. And now
yes,
you want to give. Come on, please. No, I'm not.
How's that taken away from the point? My point I'm saying is that how is Hitler wrong with your moral framework? Your moral framework.
I'm not prepared to have that conversation. Sorry. Disgusting. How can you say, for you, what that guy did to the Jews was right? Are you okay? No empathy at all. Why? Because someone's an atheist. So now we have to, go to the worst case scenario because you believe in a God. Nonsense. Matthew?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Matthew. You've been here several times now. So what do you think about Hallelujah Challenge?
Personally, if you're a Christian and you believe in God, then there is nothing wrong with that. I have not seen what they are doing that is not right. Even though I've not really participated in the Hallelujah Challenge, for my own personal reasons, but there is nothing wrong with what they are doing.
So does God wait for them to do a challenge to answer, the prayers of the people doing the Hallelujah Challenge? Is God like waiting? I want to understand. Does God wait for this challenge to then give them their miracles?
Now, the Hallelujah Challenge is an avenue to help people who are weak in faith and who doesn't really have a personal relationship with God.
Really? So Hallelujah Challenge is for people who don't have a personal relationship with God.
For the public, what I'm saying basically is for people who don't have that place of intimacy, like people who don't have a strong prayer life, they don't have a strong, study life, and also basically for those who are weak in faith, because there are times people go through things and they need a community they need to be pulled out by being amongst other believers. So the atmosphere alone creates hope and it creates faith, and it makes it easy for people to receive from God.
Yeah, so you said it makes it easy for people to receive from God. Sorry, I got in my mouth. So these same people could not receive from God until they got on the Hallelujah Challenge. So they could not receive easily from God. He's their God, right? God and them, they pray to God every day or whenever they pray. But God needs a middleman, one of these, so he can have, I don't know, to have this access.
Okay, just basically,
it makes no sense to me.
It is a platform that is created where people come, and based on the atmosphere and the activities that is being done, people's faith are being activated. Yeah. So in that state, they can talk to God and receive answers because their faith is on a high level. Let me just put it that way. So it is easy for them to ask God in faith because the atmosphere alone is charged up. And okay, I'm saying this because of the experiences I've had.
The atmosphere is charged up, but these people are in their homes. They are inside their homes, so they can charge their own atmosphere. What atmosphere are you charging up if people are in their own homes?
It's like having tension.
Huh?
Yeah,
just like
there is no
tension in the conversation.
It's just like having
just like when we have, for example, I'm looking at you right now. We're talking.
Yeah.
Right. We can know when there's a certain amount of tension between the both of us, and you don't even need to explain to me. I will feel it.
Tension.
Right. So that aura. Right? It's an ambience.
That aura, what does it do? Does it help God or help you? That aura.
It helps your faith.
To
it
do
helps
what?
your belief. So it's like this.
It helps your belief to do what? So what does it
believe?
So after the challenge, what will happen to the faith?
Like he said, it's a platform, right? That helps you exercise, a spiritual exercise, just the way we have mental exercise by reading the books and the rest, right?
No, everything they do on Hallelujah Challenge is a physical exercise. I mean, I look at when you see what they do. Hold on a second.
Can you touch your emotions?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Okay.
Hallelujah Challenge. You say what? Physical, spiritual? I don't see anything spiritual.
It's proven.
Hmm?
It's proven.
Oh, it's even on now.
That's what I saw in the spirit right now. Father, your spirit is here. As we blow this horn today,
blowing horn.
Let there be a mighty visitation. Begin dressed like a miracle from tonight. In the name of the Father. Sorry.
When it blows, wait, hold on. It's about to blow. Hold on.
That's the belief. Now that's the belief. Now listen carefully.
Oh, please now mute, please. So when it blows, let me show you guys what's going on.
God bless you. See you later today. Bye-bye. God bless you.
Hold on. I'll show you. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Oh God, it's finished. Give me a second. I'll show you guys. Give me a minute.
Do you know I was going to say, let us kneel down to blow the trumpet? I said, maybe they'll say my own is too much, but this is a confirmation. That's what I saw in the spirit right now. Father, your spirit is here. As we blow this horn today, let there be a mighty visitation. Begin dressed like your miracle from tonight. In the name of the Father,
They're all kneeling
and of the
down.
Son, and of the Holy Spirit. So when I blow, you shout hallelujah 8 times. God bless you. See you later today. Bye-bye. God bless you. Let's give God.
Wow.
Okay, so can I speak now?
Yes. So you're saying that this is to charge people's faith or what?
Okay, so the thing is, do you agree with the law of affirmation? Do you agree with the law of what's the one they use for when you want to meet somebody that you feel that you resonate around, right? Okay, how can I put in a word that you understand? Words of affirmation, what's that's love language? No. Okay, first let's talk about emotions, right? Now you said everything they did there is physical,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you study wave sounds, you know there's a lot of wave in the air,
Okay.
right? From the instruments, from the electricity, from the internet, there are so many rays that you cannot see. Now you can phantom, you can document, you can study, right? But they are spiritual. What you can't see, spiritual, right? They exist. You cannot touch them. You can maybe feel them, right? Same thing as emotion. Now, would you say that hatred or love, or let's not look for something, love does not exist? Before you even love someone and prove it
Let's talk about
outwardly, you feel it inside.
let's talk about what we just watched. Not going around in circles and talking about things that has
Okay, so
no
what we
business
just
with what
watched,
we just watched. I beg. Narrow it.
what we
We
just
want to.
watched
We're
before.
talking about this, please.
First of all, yeah, there was a statement you made earlier. You were saying that someone was saying a lot of things just because you're an atheist, right? But to Christendom, with due respect, I feel like this is disrespectful. You just saying the scam, Hallelujah Challenge, stop. Then listen to your statement. You say, what has prayer done to help Africa? Probably you don't get it. I'm an African. I'm in the country I grew up here. What is happening in my country is more political than spiritual. It has nothing to do with the church. The church has never caused any havoc on that part. It's just men who are corrupt because our government system is corrupt. Reality check. Now, if you carry on praying, things will only get worse. That's not true. What makes things get worse is the poor decision of the people and the government. That's the reality of things, in my own opinion. Now, back to the thing you said, what was happening there,
BJ,
right?
is
So
this
first of
why
all,
people are like now getting back to practicing voodoo and hoodoo?
No.
Like, if we
Leo.
see you
we don't
on,
we don't practice
Leo, no. Leo, that's not
we
what
don't
we're
practice
talking
voodoo.
about.
That one is way deeper. I know what you're talking about. We don't practice voodoo
Thanks,
because of
Angeles.
it's the best. That has never been our problem. Even we ourselves blacks,
Okay,
we sold
BJ,
ourselves
BJ,
out.
BJ, tell us what prayer has done for Nigeria.
Okay. You might not
Nigeria
be
is the
here,
second.
so
Nigeria is the second most prayerful country in the world. Right now, Nigeria has about 130 million people living in poverty. So it looks like the more Nigeria is praying, the more they're going further.
The prayer has
into
nothing
poverty.
to do with poverty. This is what you guys need to understand. It's just
It
like when you
does,
do
because
your
when
grounding.
I'm not
pray-
saying, can you
Hold
please
on. Let
tell
me
us,
land.
tell us what prayer, how does prayer benefit Nigerians?
First of all, the terminology need praise to ask. Me personally, from my own experience, right? Prayer has really helped me so much. And it's personal, and it's spiritual, and you cannot experience it unless you actually exercise it. That's just how it works.
We're not asking
Now,
about you, we're asking about Nigeria. Nigerians as a collective. Nigerians as a collective, what has prayer done, or what is prayer doing for Nigerians? So Nigerians who are in poverty have to open their mouth and be begging God and asking God for what?
Do you know?
Asking
Okay,
God to
can I
give
ask a
them,
question?
asking God to give
Can I
them
ask you-
food, asking them to God
Can I ask you-
to give them electricity, asking God to do what exactly? So what has prayer done?
Wait, hold on.
I would like for you to answer my
The
question.
truth
Please
is,
answer my question first. Please answer my question first.
prayer has given us hope. A hope that you might not understand because you're not part of the country. A hope you might not see because you don't suffer what the government has plagued on us.
I'm part of the country, but I don't have hope.
Imagine.
I don't have hope.
That's because
I'm
of your
part of the country,
government,
but I
not
don't
your
have
God.
hope.
It's your government, bros. We are in the country. It's the
Yeah,
government.
but God can control God can control the government if you pray about it. And Nigerians have been praying about bad governance since. So why has it not changed? Is God too not
Because you
powerful
are a
to
human
the Bible?
being.
The Bible says your Bible says is anything too difficult for my, is there anything that is your God was saying?
I think
is there
that
anything difficult that he can't do?
we're taking scripture outside.
Auntie, please hold on. Don't interrupt, please.
Okay,
So your
Mr.
Bible
Derek,
says,
let me reply you,
your
please.
Bible
Can you
says,
calm down? Mr.
there
Derek,
anything that I can't do? Nigerians have been praying.
Mr. Derek, you have
Nigerians
made
have
your
been praying.
point. Can I
Wait,
just...
I've not finished. Allow
Can
me
I
to
say
finish.
something?
Allow me to finish.
No, you took words. You took
Let him
words from my
finish
mouth.
now. Let him
You
finish.
took words from my mouth.
Okay,
let him finish.
Continue.
You actually
Continue.
You took words from my mouth, and the only thing I asked you is to be truthful. The problem is not prayer. The problem is the government. And if you ask me why is prayer not correcting or handling the government, I will remind you that the same Bible says, good and evil, which is life and death, I have given unto you. But I advise that you choose life that you may live. We made the decisions. God gave us will. Don't blame it on the God. Blame it on man. Let's be truthful.
But does God choose your
Before you speak
leaders?
about the Bible,
BJ, does God choose your
we
leaders?
choose
We can show you verses in the Bible where God is the one who chooses your leaders.
Okay.
He does. Sorry, can I say something, please? Sorry, because
Hold on. You're
Please, go ahead,
interrupting.
Oban.
You're interrupting. Wait, let's.
No, it's okay. Oban, you can go ahead.
No,
Oban, please go
there are
ahead.
other people here now. The other people. Afrobeats, are you
Oban,
there?
go ahead, please.
No, Afrobeats, are you there? Afrobeats, are you there? All right, please.
Yeah, please continue with him for a while. Give me a few minutes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. I'll mute for a while.
In conclusion, Mr. Derek, if we call a spade and we're truthful, we chose our government.
No, we didn't choose our government. We didn't choose our government. The government chose themselves. The elections were rigged.
Okay, fine.
Were you not in Nigeria the last election? You saw how rigged the election was.
So where is the problem?
MKO Abiola won
I agree with
election,
you.
and the government decided to cancel that election that he won. So it is not. Don't say we chose the government.
Let him talk.
Don't say we chose the government. The government chose themselves, and we've been praying. Nigerians can say this many times. We've prayed against bad governance many times. Spiritual leaders will come out. Adeboye will come out and say, let them fast for 100 days for Nigerians, for Nigerians breakthrough. Tunde Bakare will come and say different prophecies about what God has prophesied against for Nigerians, and we don't see these prophecies coming to pass. We pray literally. Many people have been praying since Nigeria had independence, and we are not seeing results. We try to choose leaders, but the government fight us. And we're trying to say, okay, we don't even have the power to fight. Now that we believe in a supernatural power, he should come true for us. Now that the government has failed us. So stop being in that delusional path that you say we choose government or something. The government is biased.
What is really there is?
And also,
there
one
is-
second,
what
please,
is
one
really the
second, one
problem?
second, please, 1 second. When you say that the government are the problem, then you're not. I don't think you're being true to yourselves, because
Exactly.
your church leaders, they're always hanging out with the government. In fact, some of them have government officials as pastors in their church.
They're even endorsing
The other
them.
day-
They're endorsing them.
Go and look on my page. Go and look on my page.
Christians are not the only ones.
Can I add something?
Christians are not the
Go and
only
look on my
ones,
page.
please.
Right?
Can
Go
I
and
add
look on my
something?
page. Hold on, please.
think-
Hold on, please. Go and look on my page. You will see. Just some couple of weeks ago, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, they had lawyers dressed in their law outfits. They all came to church. I don't know what was the reason behind that, right?
With the wigs, afro, with the
complete
colonized
What's wrong
wig.
with that?
Yes, genderless, complete.
What's wrong with
wigs.
that?
They were in the church on a Sunday. On a Sunday, judges are wearing, or lawyers, judges, they're wearing their law outfits to church on a Sunday.
What's wrong with that?
So if that lawyer or that
It's not
judge, if that lawyer or that judge is a member of Redeemed Christian Church of God, and you are you're before that judge, you're not a member of Redeemed Christian Church of God. Now you're a Muslim. Then what?
I'm not understanding. What exactly are you asking?
Exactly, I'm lost.
Because to be quite fair, I think, first of all, thank you for allowing us on this platform. I do have to say thank you so much, because it is your prerogative. But I think when we're having debates like this, we need to be balanced and we need to be factual. And I'm seeing that this debate, if you like, is being run by sentiment and emotion as opposed to hard facts. Now, while I agree that there are some people that have done a disservice to certain religions, I don't think we're actually being accurate and fair here. Just as much as Christians lobby with politicians, so do soothsayers and witchcrafts people, so do divination. And we need to be balanced about this. Now, I'm really trying to find your question so I can answer it appropriately.
You're doing what we call a whataboutism, and
Not necessarily. No, I'm coming straight to the point.
My focus is on religious leaders, right? My focus especially is on Christian leaders.
No, it's fine, but I need to understand the
That's my
question that
focus.
you're asking.
I'm not talking about the Ifa priests and all the other.
So
that's
my question.
No, I get what you're
my
trying
focus,
to say,
my focus
but
is
what
the
I'm
religious
saying is
leaders.
that I
My
get that,
focus
but
is
I'm
the
saying
religious
that
leaders.
what exactly is the question that you're asking
My
specifically?
focus is the religious leaders.
Okay, and what question, Mom, are you asking specifically? So
I
that we
actually
can
want
answer
me.
it?
I don't want to deal with this particular conversation. I want to talk about what's on the prompt, which is the Hallelujah Challenge.
Okay.
That's what I want to talk about. This challenge upon challenges that people have been doing, right? Come dressed as your miracle.
Yeah.
And all this. Okay. So I want to know, does God wait for a challenge before he can answer the prayers of Nigerians?
Of course not. God does not wait for a challenge. If you're
No,
directly
he doesn't
answering
have
your
to wait for a
question,
challenge.
he does not wait for a challenge.
So why has it not helped Nigeria since?
Exactly.
Wait for a
Why is
challenge.
he waiting
Okay, wait,
for
hold on.
challenge?
Let me finish. So
Yeah.
first, to answer your question initially, the answer is no, he does not wait for a challenge. Secondly, the answer of Nigerians, you're talking about a God, right? So there's this concept of a God, right? So the Nigerians in so saying, do they follow the rules and requirements of said God? Or do they do what they want to do and expect a miracle to happen?
They do.
No,
Nigerians follow this.
you yourself,
Nigerians are
do you
the
follow
the rules of God.
Nigerians
follow
are the
now?
most
No, let's not,
religious.
DJ now, don't
Nigerians
do
are the
that.
most one of the most religious people in the
Let's
world.
not. It's not about religion.
They are the
though.
most.
So it's not
What
about
is religion?
It's
Religion
not
is a
about
belief in
religion.
God. If you believe in God, you will follow the rules of God.
Hold
It's
on,
not
hold
about
on.
religion.
We're not talking
Because
about.
if
Hold on,
it's about
hold on,
religion.
hold on. Hold on, we
calm
can't have a
down.
conversation if you're going back and forth. It works when you listen and then I respond, and then you listen, vice versa. So what you're asking now is that you're talking about religious rules, and if you know anything about Christianity, because this is the topic of subject. Now, if you know anything about Christianity, it has nothing to do with religious acts. You would know that if you read the Bible. You see how God condemns said Christians for being religious and not being loving. So there's two dichotomies here. Now the Bible talks about.
Excuse
Hold
me.
on, let me finish. I'm
Excuse me.
answering the
No,
question.
wait,
I'm
one
answering
second.
the question.
One
So
second.
if you let me go.
1 second. You're talking about God condemning. Have you seen the actions of that God in that Bible? Have you seen the actions of that God? The number of people that God has unalived, the number of atrocities that God has done in that Bible, and somehow the same God is telling words to who? The God is the problem in that book. God is the problem.
Sorry, Afro, you wanted us to have a focus, right? You
I'm
asked us a
keeping
question, right?
Afro, can I ask a
What-
question that
I'm asking.
Let's let her finish.
I'm
Please
keeping the
finish.
focus and I'm being muted. So how this is going to work is we listen to understand, not listen to respond in emotion, right?
You're not going to tell us how it's going to work.
No, but this is how a debate
You are
works.
not going to tell us how.
There's
No.
rules of
I want to have
engagement.
conversation. I'm not
There's
trying
rules of
to debate.
engagement, though. We
I'm
can't just have
not trying
conversation.
to debate. We're having conversation here, madam.
Okay, but there's rules of.
Can I say something?
No. Just hold on, please. I want her to finish what she's saying. She's not going to start telling us what we should or shouldn't do. You're not going to tell us what we should or shouldn't do. Come on now.
I'm telling you how I would like to be responded to.
She spoke facts. She spoke facts on how
What
the
facts?
debate
What
should
facts
be.
has she spoken?
We are not
Okay,
debating
hold on,
here. We are
hold on.
conversing.
It's not
We're
a
not
debate.
debating. It's not a debate. We're just having a conversation.
It's not a debate. You're right. Okay,
Can I
you're
just
right.
say, there has been zero fact brought to the discussion. I'm not sure why you guys think there has been. It's weird, but I do want to say this thing. The people of Palestinian descent and the original Israelite Judites are suffering at this time. What has their God done for them?
I'm not a Christian God.
God, yes. Who said that? Who said that lie? Who sat up here and lied to my
He said
face?
God is not the Christian God. He doesn't even know the fact. He doesn't even know the fact.
Let me rephrase. Hold on. I said it. Hold on. I said it. Hold it. Hold on, guys. Let me say something. Hold on now, guys.
Can someone mute him, please?
Can I rephrase?
Can someone please mute him so I can explain why he's incorrect, please? Can he get muted?
No,
Because that's
gender.
disgusting. Hey, be quiet, because
everyone, please
I'm the historian in the room, and I'm gonna make a really easy correction.
Stay muted, everyone.
Thank you. I'm gonna make a correction, and this is what annoys me with people who are outside of those people groups, kind of co-opt their religion, which is what you guys are doing, right? Because this original deity is Yahweh. Well, actually, it's El. Then became Yahweh when El decided to give Yahweh the Israelite people and the Judites. And you all don't understand Judaism. So for you to sit here and say that Christianity doesn't stem from Judaism when 75% of your fucking Bible is indeed the Tanakh, it's insane. It makes no sense. Hey, be quiet. Without Yahweh, without Judaism, you would not have a Jewish man that you worship that doesn't look nothing like you, has nothing to do with you, conveying to them and praying to that man, okay? You're praying to a specific group of people, ancestors, that ain't got shit to do with you. It's weird.
Why are you so angry?
She's not angry.
But you sound really angry.
I talk passionately. I'm sorry you're meek. I'm sorry you're meek. I'm sorry you're meek. I'm sorry you're meek. I'm not meek.
Because I don't know
I'm
you.
not meek. I'm sorry you're such a meek little lady. I'm not like
I'm
you.
actually a big lady.
I'm not like you.
There's no
I'm not
reason for
like
me to be
you.
angry. I
Okay,
don't
you
know
okay
you.
now? Does that answer your question? We ain't
I
the
don't
same.
know you.
Now what? The hell?
Wow,
I just feel everybody should believe whatever. I feel everybody should believe whatever they believe, and you guys have no right to
Okay,
Well, your beliefs are not
because
facts. Your beliefs are not facts.
Let me understand. Christians,
BJ, your beliefs are not facts.
Are you saying it's because they are not worshiping the
my
Christian God?
belief are not facts. Let
Are
them
you
be.
saying that it's because they're not worshiping the Christian God?
But first of all, I actually agree.
No. I said. Do you know why I said what I said?
With,
Hold on.
the lady, I
Do
think
you know
she's
why I
called
said?
Gender.
Do you know why I said what I said? Do you
But
know why
the
I
funny
said what
thing
I
is
said? I
that
said
I'm
it.
so sorry, BJ. I'm so
Reason
sorry
why I
about
said
You guys are talking over
Okay.
each other.
Sorry, BJ.
Come
I'll
on,
let you go.
continue.
Sorry.
Continue. No,
You
you
know,
go.
the funny thing is that I didn't disagree with a lot of things that were said. I just think that this is getting a bit rowdy. Now I do know where Christianity stems from, because as a Christian I know my history. I'm also historian in my beliefs and my religion. And I say religion for your benefit, not for mine, because I don't believe Christianity is a religion, but I digress. I don't think we should argue about this. We're all Black people. Let's be calm about it. There's really no issue here. As you said, it's a conversation, so we don't need to be heated. I think going back to your direct question, which you were asking, and then it got turned and twisted, is, does God need to wait to answer the prayers of people? I believe that was the question you asked the Afro-atheist. And
Yes.
my answer was, he doesn't need to wait. So actually, I'm not somebody that avidly follows the Hallelujah Challenge, because I have my own personal issues with it. I used to, I don't. I have my own personal issues with it.
What are your issues? What are your issues?
My issues.
Reason why I'm asking you this question is your reasons might just help someone else, right?
Yeah, I'm open to that. Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. This is why I'm
very open to that, and I'm very chill and calm, which is what I'm saying. I'm meek. Yeah, actually, I take that as a compliment. Thank you so much. I am meek.
I'm saying the reason. So your response, right, to this question, and thank you. We can have conversation and keep it as calm, and because at the end of the day, we're trying to learn. We're trying to figure this thing out. So can you please? I honestly want to hear what your issues are with the Hallelujah Challenge.
So I'm neither for and against the Hallelujah Challenge. I'm against in some regards, because I feel like it becomes a more of supply and demand type of thing, right? So you attend such things because you only want something, but you don't really want the God that you're asking the thing from. So it becomes more like, I need this, you're going to give me this, and then I'm going to act like I don't know you, and I'm going to move on. So that's one of the issues I have with it, because Christianity is, again, about relationship with God, with Yahweh, and it's not transactional. At least it shouldn't be. And I find that platforms like that tend to make it transactional if you don't understand the need and the use for it, right? And so I would always say that those kind of platforms are built for people that are still trying to know God, so it has its use. But as somebody that I would refer to myself as somebody that has known God and that does know God and that is still very much in a relationship with God, I don't necessarily need a Hallelujah Challenge to meet with God, right? So I could agree with what one of the speakers was saying, is for people that don't necessarily have faith, because there is a belief in Christianity that, when you come together, your strength of faith is strengthened, right? Does that make sense? So there's a place for it. However, I do think that if you really know your God, the Bible says those who know their gods will do exploits. Emphasis on knowing, meaning have a relationship to become one with, to have intimacy with. That is when you walk in alignment, and it's not so much about what you need, however, how much you can please him and what he can do through you. I hope that makes sense.
How do you know a God that you cannot see, you can't feel, you can't touch, You can't just wake up one day and go to his abode. So how do you know such a character?
That's a very good question. How do you know that your senses are alive?
No, I'm asking about I'm asking about the God, right?
I'm getting there because
how do you
can
know
see God.
the God?
I answer that question with another question to point you to the fact that God is in everything and God is in everywhere. And depending on how much more you want to know who he is, you can see him. It's like you asking me, how do I know I'm hungry, right? There's more beyond what we see and what we hear. It's a combination of things. So
I don't believe any of that.
Well, that's your belief, but this is mine. You're asking me, and I'm telling you. This is what I personally believe.
It's not that you would have to prove that God is in everything.
But God is. You wake up in the. So
how is God in everything? Tell me, how does that work?
God is in what we see. God is in what we do. He created the heavens and the earth. So for me, I would ask you, how do you know you're alive?
Which God is this one?
How do you know you're alive?
Which God are you talking about?
I'm talking about Yahweh. I'm talking about Yahweh, the I am that I am. I'm talking about Jesus Christ. I'm talking about the Holy Spirit.
You're talking about Yahweh.
You said, how do you know? How do you know? She asked the question.
Wait. You're talking about Yahweh or Jesus or Spirit? Which one?
I'm talking about all of them, all of the above. Every name that I mentioned is who I'm speaking about.
So those three are in everything.
In everything, according to my beliefs, according to what I see, according to what I know, according to what I feel, according to what I hear. It may be foreign to you, but once you've encountered it, you cannot look back. It's almost like opening Pandora's box.
What do you mean encountered? What do you mean encountered?
So have you been familiar with the Christian faith before? Because if you haven't, this may be a bit difficult here. So I'm not talking about the things that you've seen.
I'm not familiar with an encounter. I don't know what that means.
So what does it mean to encounter in the simple English term? Encounter.
We can't hear you if you're speaking.
No, she's mute. She's mute.
Can you hear me now? I'm not mute.
Yes, we can hear you.
So encounter is to experience, to feel, to know, right? To become one with. So it's difficult explaining it to somebody that's not necessarily had it. But how I can explain it is this: is once you say yes to God, right? To the God that I worship anyway. I don't know how it works for any other gods. But once you say yes to the God that I worship, it begins a series of dealings, if you like, right? And this can be said for others that worship other deities. So we know that for Oshun, we know that for Allah, for Buddha, right? It becomes a personal relationship in which he gets to express himself through you.
Is this biblical, what you're telling us? Can we read this somewhere where it says, as soon as you receive this God, it starts a series of these things, or what? Is this just is this biblical?
Yeah.
Because I was once a Christian and I didn't experience all this shit she's saying.
Exactly. I don't know where do you get it from.
I was once Christian. I did everything and I didn't experience, I didn't have an encounter, I didn't have anything, I didn't experience anything she's saying.
Respectful, because I potentially have the ability to respect your beliefs or whatever you choose to walk life down the route of. And likewise, I expect the same. We're not going to keep it rude or disrespectful because it's my beliefs and it's very personal to me. So you may not agree with it, but there's such thing as respect. And that's one thing I will say that I deserve, especially if I'm having this.
No, we respect you.
No,
we respect you. We're not disrespecting. We don't respect your beliefs, but we respect you. I was not disrespectful to you in any way. I just said I was Christian.
You are not your beliefs. So
I am beliefs. I believe that I am my beliefs.
No, you are not your beliefs.
We all believe
you are
in
not
something,
your
whether we choose to see it, know it, or hear it, or agree with it.
You are not your beliefs.
The fact that you don't believe in something is a belief system in itself. Do you know that?
No, it isn't.
No, it's not a belief system. That's not true. That's not true. It is not. It is not. It is not. It is not.
You lack it. How can you say lacking a belief equals to
It's a belief system.
Who does
It doesn't
that?
make sense.
Okay,
Not
that's
at all.
completely fine. That's completely fine.
Do you agree that do we agree that energies
Hey, on
are
kindness.
equal? Like for example, if I
Oh God. Yeah, please. Can you finish what you were saying, BJ? BJ?
I'm here. I think your moderator muted, so I just needed to relax because
Okay.
we're all trying to take this thing
Guys,
on a flow, right?
when they're speaking, just let them speak, please. All right, go
So
on.
the first thing I want to say is sorry that I said the gods are not the same. I personally believe that whether you worship Allah, whether you worship, so far you know what you're praying to, it is your God and it exists to you. That's my belief system, right? So then there was a reason why I said what I said, but thank you for exposing that for someone who needs to learn that, right? I think Orban has said so much reality that I think we should also agree with. I'm not saying you must. That's the idea.
What should we agree with?
What should we agree with? Okay, the truth is, you believe that our belief is not the belief. That's the truth.
Wait, you believe that
We don't believe anything.
Wait, hold on.
Let me understand. Let me understand. So we believe that your belief is not the belief.
Yes. Yep.
Do you even know the
That's
meaning
what
of
is
what
happening
believe? Do you know the
here.
definition of what beliefs are? You're using the word
Okay, hold on. Let's take it. Derek, hold on. Derek,
BJ, hold
it's
on
you I
first.
want to talk to, Derek.
BJ,
I want to talk to you,
It's you I
Derek.
want to talk to, BJ. Do you know the definition
Before
of the
you
word
talk to me,
believe? Do you know the definition of the
Somebody has
word
an
believe?
echo. Someone has an echo. Who's got an echo? Please.
I don't even know.
I can hear myself in someone's. BJ, is that you?
Derek is on mute. Derek, mute your mic.
No.
He said me. Is it me who's got? Wait, let me mute myself.
Derek and Albino 247. They are on mute. Oh, the person at the top, Albino.
Okay, so
Derek,
that
you
know.
asked Derek, let's understand something first here. English has a meaning English has a fact for definition, and belief have a meaning. Do you agree with me that everybody believes in something? Because right now I believe that I'm
No,
looking at
I
my
don't
phone.
believe everybody
No, hold
believes in
on.
something.
Hold on. Let me say what I'm saying. I believe I'm holding my phone right now. You cannot tell me otherwise.
That's not a
It's on
belief.
my
That's
palm.
a fact. That's a fact. It's not a belief. Beliefs means
But can I use the term?
The definition of belief means you're using the term wrongly. The definition of belief means when you accept something to be true without proof. When you accept something to be true without proof, check the dictionary meaning of belief. So you can't say I believe I'm holding my phone because I'm holding my phone. You know you're holding your phone. That's the definition. You're misusing the word beliefs. Beliefs means when you accept a thing to be true when there is no proof.
So the term I should use that instead of saying the term I'm supposed to use is not to say I believe that my phone is in my hand. I should say I fact that my phone is in my hand.
I know, not I fact.
Hold on.
I know that my phone is in my hand.
Oh, wow. You can see your phone.
So you don't.
You can see your phone inside your hand. Yet you are believing that your phone is in your hand. Hey, now wow.
Wait, okay. This is what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to go to the dictionary. I'm going to go to the dictionary, get the meaning of belief.
Please go
Hold
there
on
now, right
Derek,
now.
let me
Go
land.
there.
Derek, hold
go
on.
There now.
Derek, you're just Derek. You don't know what you are arguing. In my own opinion, like you're not even making us talk. You're just attacking. It's not by force. You can't force me to accept what you're saying, even though you are the king of the world.
I'm not
You might even
forcing you. We're having a conversation.
Then that's what I feel.
I'm just a passionate orator.
You
I'm
are
not
not more
even
passionate
arguing.
than I am,
I'm not
bro.
arguing. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just trying to have a conversation to make you understand that you're using the word beliefs wrongly.
Then
using
if
that
you are
word
having
wrongly.
a conversation, if you're having a conversation, respect the fact that I'm telling you that the way you are sounding to me now, then you will retract yourself. Because it's no longer a conversation.
Sorry,
when
if
you're
I found if I sound disrespectful to you or if I sound too defensive, I'm sorry about that, but that is not my intention. I'm just trying to bring to you a fact that you're using the term believe wrongly. That is, you don't say I believe.
Okay, I want to go and check
when
the
you're
meaning
with your
of.
phone.
I want to check.
Okay, I'm going to do something very quickly.
I want to go and check the
BJ, I'm
meaning.
going to mute you. Hold on. Okay, the echo is coming from BJ. That echo is coming from BJ. I've muted myself to listen, but that echo is coming from BJ. Did you guys notice? As soon as I muted him, the echo went away.
Yeah.
Let's try again.
Let's see. Okay, that's better now. Oh no.
It's still.
It has always been like this, actually.
It's not.
I think.
Okay, go ahead. You can check the dictionary meaning of beliefs.
So now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check the meaning of belief.
Yeah,
right?
please do.
And I'm going to ask a question.
This is trivial.
This is trivial. Hey, Derek.
This is trivial. Let's move on, gentlemen. Please, this is trivial.
You know, it will help us because the truth is the idea of all this is because of a belief.
It's you that needs the help. We are good. We know that you're holding your phone in your hand, right? You're the one who needs to go and just get this thing. Come on.
He doesn't he's misusing the term beliefs. Like, I believe I'm holding my phone because I'm holding my phone. You don't use that term belief. You don't use that word like that. That's not how to use the word.
I mean, for us who are not there with you, right? If you ask us, do we believe that you're holding the phone, right? We can say, okay, we believe.
We do exactly.
The phone.
Exactly.
We may not. We don't know because we're not there, right?
And we can't prove it. We can't prove it.
We can't prove it. Yes. So we believe that you are holding the phone, but you, who is holding the phone, right? Who has
All right, listen. I'm back. Believing is, right? Accepting that something is true. Now that's the first point. Especially is for another point, right? Do you get how the definition works now?
Can you continue?
So the true
Can you
continue now? Finish it. Accepting something to be true, especially what? Especially what?
Who's muting him now?
Who's muting me?
Please, he was speaking. Don't mute him.
He's muted again.
Huh?
He's muted again.
No, nobody muted you.
I memorized it.
Nobody muted you. When you go off the app to go and read whatever you're reading, it's
no. I came back and I was talking without reading from the app. I memorized.
Oh, okay.
I memorized.
But
okay,
no,
so
I didn't miss you.
So what is it? So what is it then, the BJ?
He's not. Maybe
Let's speak English, right? Hold on. Also, listen. Accepting that something is true, comma. English, right? When you put English and you say accepting that something is true, comma, that's a definition of its own.
No,
especially continuation. Listen, Derek. Let me finish. If I'm done, you can talk. 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 Can I finish? If I'm done, you can talk.
Can you just continue?
Let me make a point. Thank you.
You're reading something that we've read how many times? We know this thing already.
There is a punctuation.
We
There
know
is a
this thing
punctuation,
already.
please.
Meaning. What are you saying?
Listen now, let me
It's a
finish now. You
sentence.
said I should
A
continue.
sentence
Can
can
I
have
finish then you
punctuations if they have.
talk? Can
You're
I
making a
finish
big
then
deal,
you talk?
but BJ, you're making
Can
a
I
big deal out of
finish?
nothing.
Derek, can I finish?
You're making a big deal out of nothing, BJ.
Derek, can I
You've read the
finish?
meaning
Derek, why is
and
it
you've
hard for you
seen
to
that
let me
it
finish?
Derek, please let him
Derek, why is
finish.
it hard from? Why
It's
is
okay.
it hard for you
Please,
to just
I want to
relax?
move on from this. I really want to move on from this. Can you please finish?
This was memorizing. I don't have the book in front of me. If you keep
Okay,
interrupting me,
now
how can I
can
make
you
sense?
just finish now?
Accepting that something is real is a point. Comma is another point, especially if it has no. I can't remember. I have no fact. Let me check it again. But I'm going to put it that way because that's my comprehension.
You don't just want to accept the fact that we are
No,
right.
no understanding. Listen.
There is nothing. You don't even have anything to say because what you're saying doesn't make sense. You say because there's comma that means it means another meaning on its own.
He said comma
Are you
is
saying
a
beliefs?
point.
Are you saying beliefs has two meanings? Are you saying it has two meanings or what? It has said accepting something to be true, especially when there is no proof. It's simple. So there is no proof. You can't prove the thing exists, so you believe in that thing. It's simple. Don't you know how to comprehend? When you don't know how to comprehend things like this, it's X me. Sorry.
Comprehension is relative.
It's simple
Comprehension
English.
is relative.
This is simple English. This is simple English. It is simple English and it's very.
Let's move on.
You are shouting.
It's
on the
annoying
top
when
of
you
your
don't
voice.
accept it when you're wrong.
Move on.
You are the one annoyed.
Please,
I am
let's
not
move
annoyed.
on. Let's move on. Let's move on.
You are the one
Dazi.
annoyed.
Hello,
not me.
Dazi. Hello, Dazi. Let's move on.
Good morning. Hi, guys. How are you doing?
We're good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I want to talk about Africa. Like, why are people in Africa suffering? God has blessed Africa with many resources. There is no, like most African countries, they had a lot of resources. I'm from Zim. We have gold, we have platinum, we've got anything you can name, you know. But because of the misuse of resources, that's why Africans are suffering. Our leaders. Have you guys watched, go and watch, it's called Gold Mafias. Go and watch that video. It's about the mafia, how they are transporting gold from Zimbabwe to Dubai.
And some of your pastors involved in the gold mafia?
They are. There is one who is very, he is. Those are not men of God.
Very popular. What is his name?
He's an ambassador.
Hubert Angel.
Yes.
Hubert
Those
Angel,
are not God's people.
No, excuse me. Hubert Angel was part of that mafia. And Hubert Angel is one of the biggest preachers to come from Zimbabwe, right?
Yes.
He was caught in a thing where he was accepting and receiving bribe. Right, attempted to accept and receive bribe. He was caught on in 4K. But today, he's still going about doing his thing. So when you say that it is the leaders, it is also your religious leaders as well.
Those are corrupt leaders. They are not from God. Those people, you should see by their fruits. The Bible warned us about false preachers who use God's name in vain. They use God's name for their own benefit.
Why does God allow them? Why does God allow them to use his name?
Because there's a time for everything.
Exactly.
But
and
people,
God give us freedom.
People are suffering.
And people will
using
continue to suffer regardless of the Christians that are on the earth.
Hold on, please. Hold on. So why is God allowing his name to be used? Why can't God do something about it?
God give us freedom of choice. You know, he give us choices, you know, and some people choose to do the bad things. Some people choose to do the good things. So we can't blame God for people's choices.
But when people took choice, when people, chose in the Bible, for example, Adam and Eve, as soon as they ate from that thing, God punished them immediately. God punished Adam and Eve immediately.
But
So
why did he punish
why
them?
is God not punishing people immediately?
But why did he punish them?
I'm asking, why is God not punishing people immediately?
I think
The reason why God is not punishing people.
Hold on,
Let me
let's
answer the
pick
question.
one at a time.
Why is God not punishing people
one at a time.
immediately?
We love to quote
The reason why God,
The way he punished Adam and Eve immediately.
Because not everybody is under the alignment of Christianity. It's one thing to be a believer, and it's one thing to say you are a disciple. Two different things. Now, I've seen so many talks about
Adam and Eve were not believers. They were not Christians.
Adam and Eve. Okay, so do you know where the term Christian came from?
They were not Christian.
But do you know where the term Christians came from?
No, tell me, where did it come from?
I'm asking. So
I don't know.
In order for us to have a conversation about a said religion, we must also know the said religion we're having a conversation about, right? And so the answer to your question is they were not called Christians in those days because the term Christians came out of a word of mockery. It was a mockery to those who followed Jesus, and we now use it to name ourselves.
What were they practicing in those days? What were they practicing? What was their traditional spirituality that they were practicing?
The traditional spirituality before they met Jesus, they were practicing
Jesus. No. What was Jesus himself practicing?
Jesus himself was the believer of God.
He was a Jewish man practicing.
He was a Jewish man.
He was a Jewish man practicing Judaism.
Relax. Again with the aggression.
That's not true.
It's not that deep. It's
what?
not
That's not
deep.
true.
Okay, for the sake,
hold on, please hold on. BJ, you said it is not true.
Just ask me why.
What was Jesus practicing?
Jesus was born into Judaism. His parents at the time taught him the way. He followed the way till he found his way. That's the truth.
Wait, he followed
the verse where he said so.
Till Jesus found the way.
Yeah, the truth, he was the way.
That's
that's actually wrong. PJ, you're just saying
it's wrong to you.
It's not wrong to me. It's nothing. That's not what the Bible says. That is not what the Bible says.
What did the Bible say?
He was born into Judaism and he practiced Judaism. And after he died, that was when Christianity was born.
Yeah, but we're not disagreeing.
So
we didn't disagree.
So what are you saying?
But we didn't disagree.
No, BJ disagreed with us.
I did not disagree.
BJ, you just literally said. BJ, you literally said. You literally said.
I was going to respond.
BJ literally said he was not. He didn't
I can repeat myself. Okay, listen. Derek, you're talking too much.
You literally said.
Derek, let me say what I said. I will repeat what I said.
You're not saying the truth.
I will repeat what I said.
You actually said.
I will repeat what I
Jesus
said.
didn't practice Judaism.
I will repeat. Derek, why can't you keep quiet when I said I will repeat what I said? Why can't you keep quiet and hear me out? I said it. You didn't say it.
Adult, don't tell me to keep quiet. Talk to me.
Why can't I tell you to keep quiet?
If I tell you to keep quiet, won't you find it offensive?
Okay, guys.
No, you told me to.
You didn't say. You're not saying the truth because you said you just said the claim that Jesus. You just said a claim. You just made a claim that Jesus practiced Judaism.
Let's not.
What are you saying?
Derek, this is what I said.
Let's not quarrel. Oh yeah.
So you're telling me to keep quiet.
No, let him say what you. No, guys, don't miss. Let him say what he was about to say. Go on.
Jesus Christ, Derek.
Go
what
on
I
now.
said was simple. Jesus was born into a tradition of Judaism. He practiced it as every child would do in parenthood, under parenthood rather, right? Grew up to the point and started his own ministry. True. There was no other record of him practicing all through. Just to give it to you, bro, in the Bible. If you have a proof, I'm open.
Prove it.
And you
okay.
No, hold on.
If you have a proof,
Derek, if you have a proof, I'm willing.
No, wait. So hold on, BJ.
with an open mind.
BJ, are you saying that Jesus' ministry was different from Judaism?
No, can I just correct some stuff?
No, I'm asking BJ.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
asking
Go ahead,
BJ.
BJ. You got it.
This is my opinion.
Go for it.
This is my opinion and my comprehension. It's not up for argument or debate.
Okay.
Right? From my own study, yeah, it's true because it's becoming an argument. Because one thing I've noticed about you guys,
BJ, I'm gonna go straight after you because I need to point some facts here.
Please now, please let BJ end. Let BJ. I don't want a situation where you start saying you guys did. Come on. Go on.
Because
BJ.
there was one question that was asked, and that question has not been answered. But I brought another conversation, and that question I really wanted to answer it.
BJ,
my
just tell us: are you saying that Jesus had a different ministry from Judaism?
Jesus actually, first of all, if you even watch the religious leaders then, they were corrupt. The Jews, they were corrupt.
God.
Honestly speaking, Jesus practiced Judaism as growing up, but on his own,
you see, now
defined.
the anti-Semitism comes out. Jesus.
That's a problem.
No. Okay,
this is why I brought the problem.
Okay,
the anti-Semitism.
Hold on.
The Jews were corrupt. Bro,
prove it to me.
Jews were corrupt. I don't like this. Come on, man.
Not. And you know what? I'm gonna say this. In the Bible, that Jesus himself calls himself a rabbi. So if he's calling himself a rabbi, I don't know what this guy thinks he's saying. I don't know what he thinks he's saying.
Exactly. What does rabbi mean?
And also, when you say words like the Jews
rabbi means teacher.
When you say the Jews were corrupt, only a small, tiny number of them were even recorded.
And now we agree.
There was a sect where Pharisees and Sadducees, But for you to now use that umbrella term and say Jews were corrupt, brother,
no.
Take it back.
I'm correcting it here.
I
don't think.
Please take it back.
BJ, I don't want to speak for you, but I like to think that's not what you meant.
But
that's not what I meant.
If that's not what he meant, the words out of his mouth was the Jews were corrupt. Then take that back.
Forgive me. Some I take it back. Some Jews were corrupt. Just like we have some preachers now that are corrupt. And
just
some
like
men
we have
of God
unbelievers that are corrupt. I mean, we're talking about we're talking as if we're all saints. Like we do
that's not the issue. That is not the issue. That is anti-Semitic.
I'm sorry, I take it back. I'm sorry, I take it back.
For you to say that.
Okay, you know what?
Come on, man.
BJ miscorrected himself here. So do you mind if I go after you, BJ? Is that all right? I just wanted to talk about how.
I want you to, please. I just
wanted to talk about how, and I'm so sorry. I don't really want to misinterpret your name. So I really don't know what your name is. All I see is gender. I'm not sure what it is, and I don't want to get it wrong. I'm so sorry.
Bolaji. Apple calls me fun. You can call me
fun. Ask me my facts. Don't assume my name.
Her name is.
I just assumed though. Sorry.
I just assumed. Have fun.
Okay, fun. Right. So, to answer your question, you are correct. Fun. Jesus in those days would have been coined or known as a Jew. Now, it's not different from Christians. The only difference between Christianity and Judaism is that Jewish people do not believe in Jesus as the Lord and personal Savior. However, they do believe in a Messiah, right? And so the whole coming of Jesus was to fulfill the Judaism practice of that there would be a Messiah to come and redeem the Jews. They just didn't expect it to be Jesus. Now, that's the differentiation. So to answer your question, yes, he was a Jew. He practiced Jewish law. He went to the temple. He prayed. All of that great stuff. So that can end that debate because
exactly.
So wait, one second. So why then was Jesus rejected by the Jews? Why don't they believe he's their Messiah?
Because they expected the Messiah to come in a flamboyant way and not as someone coming to serve.
Flamboyance?
Yes. So they expected the Messiah to come in a way that was grandiose, if you like. So that means in a big gesture for people that don't understand what that word means. Now,
where are you getting? Please, where are you getting this from? Is it in the Old Testament where it says that they are waiting for a grandiose Messiah?
Do you ask the historian where they get their facts from?
No,
I mean,
because no,
I
hold
do.
on.
We want to know. We want to know. Of my faith.
This is something big. This is something you should be able to produce in the Bible. If you're making a claim about Jesus, right? If you're making a claim about these things, where are you getting the info? Where are you getting the information from?
Hold on, let's go to the Bible then.
That Jews were expecting a grandiose Messiah.
Hold on.
And also, that's not why.
We know that's not why, genderless. We know the reason.
I know, Afro. We know. I'm gonna let her keep rocking out. That's very weird to say, by the way.
Exactly. The first time I've heard about this grandiose.
I think she just
the grandiose
It's
Messiah.
not weird to say. It's just a lack of knowledge. If you don't know it, you can go and Google. I mean, Google is our friend these days. So
Google, ma'am. I
It's not a lack of knowledge. It's not a lack of
I don't need to Google.
There was
I
nothing
don't
like
do
that
this
in the
for fun,
Bible.
right? I don't.
It does not make you a
I don't
scholar.
do this for fun,
It just
right?
makes you belt with
I
basic
talk
it.
to
Hold on,
rabbis.
hold on,
I
people.
talk to
Hold on.
rabbis who've explained this to me. I don't do what you do. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Jewish person. I'm
What's
nothing.
wrong with being a Christian?
Okay, I'm none of those. I don't need to
What's wrong with
belong
being a
to an
Christian?
Abrahamic faith.
But
That
what
comes
does
from
that
a
mean?
where my family didn't come from there and didn't care about that nonsense.
I mean, again, with
ladies, 1 second, please. Afrobeat, you're gonna say something.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to add to the conversation you're having, and I also want to reply somewhat. I don't think the guy is here anymore. First of all, they say Jesus he was practicing Judaism. I mean, it's kind of funny to me because if you believe that Jesus is God, how can he be worshiping himself? How can he be you know, it makes no sense. He is God. If you are a Christian, you believe he is God. So who is he worshiping? Himself? It makes no sense, you know. Then someone said Afro-atheist is meek the other time. I mean, the Bible says if you are, and the person says they are not meek.
No,
In
I
the
was
same
referred
breath-
to as meek. I was referred to as meek, and I said thank you for calling me. I didn't say I wasn't meek.
Can I say
Okay.
why Jesus came?
So-
Why Jesus? Can I
So
answer
let me.
you?
I just want to quickly. One minute, my sister. My sister, I just want to quickly reply to somebody. I don't think the person is here anymore, and he was talking about where do we derive our morality.
Oh, morality.
Right? He was asking, yes, how do we get it? And I think the guy just started saying some rubbish, and you took him down or something.
Yes.
So but I just want to answer that. First of all, evolution. See, we have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. We've done good things, we've done bad things, and after a while, we know what is good. We know what is bad because we've lived for so long. So we've evolved to know what is good. So, for example, now, if you see somebody who's begging for money, and you see he's hungry, he's looking bad, and you give that person some money, you feel good when you're doing it. You see, that feeling good part of it is something that we've evolved to feel good for. If you understand what I mean, it's not like you don't feel bad when you give somebody money. You feel good. So we have evolved to feel good when we do something good. I hope you get what I mean. Then number two, we get our morality from the law. If you do something bad, we have laws. If you do something bad, you go to jail. So why would you think because we are atheists, or if everybody's atheist, then there will be lawlessness and there will not be morals? That's very wrong. We have laws. If you kill someone, you go to jail. My bad. If you unalive somebody, you go to jail. Right. Then number three, morality changes. What is right today may not be right tomorrow. We are human beings. Things we are still evolving. Now let me give you an example of what I just said. 100 years ago, if somebody was married a child, like a 12-year-old girl, it was normal. It was, even I'm talking about in civilized, even in the US, it was normal. You have American presidents who actually married underage girls. You see, and at that same point in time, if you were a man and you were dating another man, they could unalive you for that. Now, 100 years later, if you are dating a young girl, you go to jail. Something that was good 100 years ago. Now, if you do that, you go to jail. But right now, if a man is dating a man, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Morality has changed, and it will keep changing. So him saying, where do we get our morality from? That's nonsense. That's just what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Robbie. Thank you.
All right, I'll still be here. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Let me also add that you get your morality also from socialization, right?
Right.
We are social beings, and that also helps us to determine what is good and what is bad, and also it is very subjective. What is good for myself? Yeah, what is good for myself may not necessarily be good for yourself, So but like you rightly said, it is constantly changing.
Exactly. Thank you. I'll still hang around.
You talk about morality, and for me, I've just sat on this call and I've been spoken to a type of way. I've been shouted on. I've been aggressively spoke to, and we're all speaking about morality. So what makes you think that your morality is any better than what I choose to believe in? Because you're not even making a good example. Well, for me personally, I'm speaking to specific people here. I'm not speaking to you necessarily, the Afrotheos. But I'm saying that, yes, you're right. Our morality is somewhat subjective, because if you claim to say that you're free from the oppression of religion, I expect you to be the most upstanding human being. But the case differs. Actually, what I get is hate for something I believe in, and I think that's unacceptable.
Are you being serious right now?
Oh, I'm being
You think someone
and so I think
someone talking to you in a way you find unpleasant makes them a bad person? You gotta be kidding me. When I tell you ninnies are some weird ass folks, if I've ever. I was in the military for 21 years. I don't care that I'm not meek or to be servant to anyone. I don't have to be at all, and I'm never going to be. And if you can't take my tone, that sounds like a you problem. But you know what I don't do? I don't think young girls who get raped should be forced to marry their rapist. I don't believe that chattel slavery, both of these things, by the way, are detailed in your book as acceptable, is something that should ever have occurred in human life. Period. I also don't believe women are subservient to men. A huge thing in your book, by the way, that tells you that all the time. So since you're meeting a woman who doesn't believe those things, you can cry about it, but it ain't gonna change a damn thing about how I rock out.
I have a question for Afro. Afro, please. I would love you to answer this question for me. I dropped it in the comment section.
All right.
And it's a simple question. All right, we've been talking about facts and we've been talking about beliefs. So I want to know if there is a fact that there is no God, or is just a belief that there is no God. Do we have a fact to prove that there is no God?
A fact to prove that there is no God. Okay. Based on how proving facts work, how do you prove something that isn't that you cannot determine exists? How do you prove its non-existence? How do you prove the non-existence of something? For example, let me see.
Humpty Dumpty.
Okay,
Humpty Dumpty.
wait, let me see. I'm trying to see. Okay, there's an elephant, right? If I tell you now there's an elephant under my desk right now, I'm sat by my desk and there's an elephant under there, right? I tell you this is what's going on, and then you say to me, but and there's no elephant, there's no way an elephant can be under my desk. Now you ask me to factually prove that there is an elephant under my desk. Now me, I'm looking at under my desk. I know that there's no elephant here. How can I then prove that the thing that is not here is here? I mean,
there's something you're asking my question, but now this is what I want to ask.
How does that work?
Afro, let's do this again, right? Let's do this again. It is a fact, right, that if I don't know what fact to use as a practical example now. It's a fact that if you jump from a building, except you have a superpower, from a 12-story building, there's a high chance, and it's a fact, it's a high chance that there is a fact you would unalive yourself, right? So that is a straight up fact, right? According to how you guys have been taking fact on the points. Now, can you give me a straight on fact, right, that there is no God?
Yes, the fact that you are looking for a fact that there is no God. If there was a God, you would have produced him by now. If there was a God,
now,
you would not
let
be
me ask
asking
the
us.
question
Wait,
again.
hold on. If there was a God and you could prove him, you will not be asking us that we should give fact to disprove the God.
So the question I asked earlier
That's
was
oxymoron, what you're
this:
saying.
is there a fact there is no God, or is just a belief? I want to know if you guys are also believing there is no God, or you have a fact to prove there is no God. That's what I want to know.
You cannot.
There's no evidence.
You cannot,
There's no evidence to prove that God exists.
You cannot prove that there is no God.
Don't you understand?
You cannot
Have you
prove
ever
it
been
because it doesn't
asked?
exist.
Really
It
quick,
does
just
not exist.
let me prove this illogical. Afro, have you ever been asked to prove that unicorns don't exist? Has anybody came and said to you, "I need you to prove that fairies and unicorns don't exist"? If you can't, they do.
No.
So people can believe in unicorns, but nobody should believe in God.
We are not saying you should not believe in God. If you want to believe in God, you can believe in God. But the thing is that there is no evidence to show that your God exists. And we cannot prove the non-existence of something when it doesn't exist.
And I think that's fine.
Don't you understand?
We have the right. Okay, that means we have the right. We have the right.
That's okay. But I think
believe.
for me,
yes, you have the right to believe. We're not saying you should don't believe.
So with due respect, I would love you to first remove this Hallelujah Challenge I'm seeing. Respect. I don't know who's meeting you. But because I feel it's an insult to...
Wait, hold on. I want him to speak. You said what? It's an insult to what? No. Please,
no,
I want you to.
I think that's going too far.
Please let him
explain. You know what?
That's going too far.
I created a foundation.
BJ, that's going too far. I don't think you're helping us here.
Urban, please.
I know, right? Urban, you're right.
BJ, no, continue. I want to hear you. You're about to tell me.
No, it's okay.
You're about to tell me.
Because if I come
to me how I should handle my platform, Abby.
No. I want to go deeper now. I want to go very deep now.
Please go very deep.
If I came up right now, right, on TikTok, wherever, and based off my own ideas, I say, oh, please, I'm begging. I want to beg because this is just an example. Please, guys, I'm begging. Understand my point. I'm not saying anything. I love humanity. I love everyone's choice, right? But there's a movement ongoing. There's a movement ongoing that Christians, Muslims, and some other traditions do not encourage, even my own native tradition, right? You know what? You know that movement, right? I don't want to call it by name. Now, if I don't know the movement.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If I come to TikTok,
I don't even know what you're saying.
What movement are you talking about?
What movement? You have to call a name for us to understand the movement. I don't know the movement you're talking about.
Thank you for your consent. Thank you for your consent.
Code it.
Code it.
Thank you for your consent. Thank you for your consent. Now, just the way you have a problem with Christianity being a waste of time, and we should focus more on the problem, which the problem obviously is government.
Mm-hmm.
We feel, I'm just assuming, no, I'm not saying that we actually feel, we don't care. Christians, we don't even care. We don't care about anybody. Now, I'm going to use only one letter from the movement name. L. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. Now, I am not different from you because this Christianity is a movement.
LGBTQ. We got it.
Oh, no, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
I've said
Okay.
I will not say it.
I have said
It's plus,
okay
actually. Don't forget the plus.
It's okay if you want to. It's okay if you want to. All right?
Hey.
Now, imagine I come live and I put this thing up. Do you know what will happen to me? That's why I feel Christians are the best.
I don't know what's happening right now.
What is happening? I don't even know what he's saying.
Hold on. He said he feels that Christians are what? Say that again.
I feel. I'm feeling is personal choice.
Wait, now, wait. I'm trying to hear you.
My landing point is this. Right? Society.
No. Can you please finish that statement? You said you feel that Christians are.
No, that one is not a point. That was just a feeling.
No, but what are you feeling?
What are you feeling? We can't hear you.
That's my feeling. I can decide to repeat it or not. It's my feeling.
What
not
you don't understand. We're not saying you don't feel. I think we didn't get what you said.
The reason why
I didn't hear it because people talked over you.
The reason why I feel Christianity, we Christians are the best is this. We are the ones most of the time that are criticized, insulted, dragged upon. Like this thing you're doing about religious leaders, we're not the only religious leaders, but we are the focus, and it's all biblical. Yes, we are said, and you will never see us carry gun. I don't see what carry arms against those people. Never hear of
That's not true. Do you know how Christianity was spread? Do you know how Christianity was spread?
Oh no!
The Romans they conquered many people. They unalized many people. They forced many people to believe your God.
Yeah, but that's not all. So the Muslims.
What are you saying? You said Christians don't.
Sorry, please, sorry. Let her tell us how Christianity was spread. Sorry. Can you tell us, please? No, please. Sorry, sir.
Joker has been going in and out, so let's let.
Yeah, my network has been so bad. I've been driving for a couple hours now. Urban, can you tell us how?
Joker, every time you come up, just mute yourself. We've been hearing some of your conversation. Are you with your girlfriend over there?
With my older sister.
We've just been my
sister.
This is so funny. For goodness.
But yeah, please, Urban, please tell us how Christianity was spread. We are listening to you.
We're speaking about 100 different things. So let's finish what BJ is
Let's
saying.
stick on one.
Please.
Let's stick on one.
No, wait.
It's not helping.
He said they don't carry guns.
BJ just said he doesn't care how Christianity was spread. And if he doesn't care,
and the reason I said that
excuse me.
Is because that is not my point.
Excuse me. If he does not care how the religion was spread, then what is the point in carrying on the conversation with him?
BJ, please.
What's the point?
You guys intruded me.
What is the point in carrying on? What is the point in carrying on?
Hold on.
You see, I'm still speaking. You're still speaking over me. If someone says they don't want to know about the history of the religion that they are part of, they came and met the religion at the later part when the religion has metamorphosed, it has evolved over the years. But God forbid, we try to tell you, okay, this is how the thing started. No, I don't want to know about that.
The subject matter.
And Afro.
I was heading somewhere. This is a whole new topic. It's a whole new topic.
Derek.
The disciples were the first Christians. Let's read Acts 11, verse 26.
Derek, I'm hearing you. Derek,
Afro, he said Christians don't carry gun. Go to Jos. You will see Christians that carry gun. My house help is from Jos. He literally tells me.
Wait, can I just please? Hold on, Dazzy, hold on.
What cause are they? What is the cause of them?
BJ, wait. Derek, please. I don't know. I may be wrong here. Please, I stand corrected. That man who died in the US of A recently, CK, The one who unalived him, was he not a Christian?
Exactly.
That is not my point. My point is this. This is my point.
He was a
See,
Christian.
listen,
Abi?
this is my point. Afro, this was my point. My point is that Christians will not carry weapon.
It's
Listen
a lie.
now.
My houseboy is
Let me
my
land,
house
Derek.
help.
Let me land.
DJ, my
Derek,
house
let me
help.
land. Derek, you're speaking above me. Let me land. My point was, and it's clear. I said, and what brought me here was this Hallelujah Challenge and everything I was expressing. I said, Christians, how many Christians have you heard carried weapon because of people? I'm sorry, I call you people like this. People like the Afro atheists now doing this and now start unaliving people for this cause. How many? Prove it. Give me facts. That's what I'm saying. Don't change what I'm trying to make. Because you hear one point, you make another conversation out of it. That's not how you go about
You know something? This sort of this kind of argument, I don't dabble in this. When you're saying, oh, prove to us that we have not been violent. Prove to us, show me facts that any of our people have been, is this how you are going to prove the existence of your God?
This is the thing.
Is this how we are going to
because I
prove
said
the existence of your God? We're going to resort to, but we have not been violent people now.
It has nothing to do with violence.
No, that's not.
A human being on a daily
No,
basis.
please,
right?
let's. We need to move. We need to move.
need to move.
Let's go back to the subject of the God belief. What's all this? We ask Christians to prove their God. Now they're asking, but we've not been violent people now. But we don't carry pews now. We are good people over here.
Go to Congo. Go
That
and
is
see
not
what
what
they
I
did to
said.
the
We are good
Congolese, what the
people over
Christians, what the
here,
what the
but we
colonial
can
masters
use
did.
our religion to colonize you. Our book, the God of our book is not a good God. Yeah, but we are good people over here.
That's not
The God of our
What
book
I
says you can
said.
carry slaves.
Af-
The God of our book says you can. He condones slavery. The God of our book unalives
Afro.
people, but we are good people over here. Come on.
That's not
Afro.
what he's saying. The Afro.
Afro.
That's not what he's saying.
Afro.
That's
What
not
I said. Urban, you want to make it clear for them to understand me?
I do.
Because they're not understanding me.
You know what? I think that anything that you say, if you have it in your
No, just let her speak. She was speaking. Guys, let's be a bit just lenient with the muting, please.
not
Just be a
me
bit
being
lenient.
muted. Okay, all right, moderators, I see you.
Just be a bit lenient, please.
I see you, moderators, muting
Who
me.
are the people muting? No, but I didn't mute her.
You know what?
No.
It's
Maybe
you
the
cannot
moderators.
mute my spirit. Okay. Anyway,
Mute your spirit.
you cannot mute my spirit. You can
wow.
mute me. You cannot mute my spirit. Okay. No,
So
that's
mute
fine.
it so they can mute
They can
spirits
mute
now.
spirit.
Let me say what I was saying.
Your spirit in the first place.
Did you not
Okay,
know?
so this is what I
Okay.
meant. Hello, guys. It's painful. I won't lie. Personally, it's painful that I will be creating a foundation for a point. I'm heading to a point. You are not seeing my point, and you're being. I don't say being defensive, because if I say that word, somebody will attack me.
Oh, please
And
don't
there's
say
a point
that.
I want to make.
Freaking gun.
Yeah, let me make my point. Now, this is the point I want to make. I said you will never. I've never heard. If you have heard, let me know, because the world is big. I have never heard that we Christians took weapons and start chasing people like Afro who are fighting us like this on the internet and started unaliving them. It has never happened. Has it happened? That's what I was trying to say. I didn't say Christians do not kill.
No,
I didn't say Christians do not do.
excuse me.
Let me not say the word kill. Sorry.
Excuse me.
Sorry about that.
Excuse me, guys. We're not going to engage in this conversation. I am not going to allow this conversation. It has to end. This particular line of conversation, because it just rubs me the wrong way. I'm sorry. Because we are in our right to critique religion. It's a fundamental right. It's a fundamental right that we have. And so for somebody...
Not in my country. Not in my country.
It's a fundamental right.
It's
You
a
have the right
fundamental
to believe what you want to believe, the religion, to practice whatever religion you want to practice. And if you don't want to practice a religion, it's also your fundamental right. It's a basic God-given right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It came out from you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for making that clear. I really respect that. Thank you for believing that accepting I can believe.
And also, just
no one is telling you not to believe.
For us to be asked that question, hold on. For us to be asked the question, prove to us that we have not been trying to unalive people like yourself. That just makes me really sad. BJ, enough. I'm done. I'm done with that. I'm done with that conversation.
I want to talk about the first Christians. In Acts 11, verse 26, it says, "And when he had found him, he brought him to Antioch. So it was for the whole year when they assembled with church and taught a great many people. And the disciples were the first Christians at Antioch." So Jesus' disciples, they were the first Christians, not the Roman. And the reason why the Roman, they were persecuting Christians. Do you know that the Romans were introducing paganism, diluting it with Christianity? That's
why
they
weren't persecuting Christians.
Yes, they were persecuting Christians.
Name me Pliny the Younger's letters. What are Pliny the Younger's letters called?
Those Allah have finished. I was learning from her.
I'm not going to let her say absolute lies on a panel in front of people. What are the names of Pliny? What are the names of Pliny the Younger's letters? Since you think Christians were being persecuted when they were not.
The Romans were persecuting Christians who were worshiping on Sabbath because they wanted people to worship on Sunday, which is
no, they didn't. They had the Romans didn't care anything about the Romans. That is not why the Romans were taking Christians and questioning them at all. I'm going to tell you why the Romans were taking Christians and conversing with them. They were asking them why, even though they allowed Judaism to have their religion, they made a deal with the Jewish people to also recognize Caesar. The Christians said they don't recognize Caesar. And then the Romans said, well, if you don't recognize Caesar, well, we're going to question you as of why. So Pliny the Younger has a bunch of letters out there explaining what happened to the Christians at that time. And I hate to tell you this, they weren't persecuted, being questioned about your faith because they were told the Christians were doing cannibalism, which is not a far stretch because you guys are eating the flesh and drinking the blood of the Jesus. So it's not a far stretch. It makes sense. They were they were also being told that you all were having relations with your children, which they found terrifying. So there were two huge things why the Romans were like, okay, so this is strike three. They deny, I'm not lying, I'm sorry, you can be upset about this. They're going to deny Caesar. They're going to deny Caesar. At the same time, they possibly are having relations with their children and cannibalistic. This is a problem. And you can prove this further by reading Tertullian, who wrote to his extensive little weird apologetic mind about how he condemns them for even thinking of those things at the time. But since you guys don't read history, you wouldn't have known about those things. So you're welcome.
I read history, and while I disagree with what you are saying, the first Christians were the disciples of Jesus Christ, and these Christians, they were following biblical laws and all those biblical teachings. And because the Romans, they saw that and they wanted to introduce paganism, and the only reason
paganism was already there.
Let me finish.
Was
the only way they could
introduce paganism was already there. Paganism was already, this is why you guys lie so much to me. So just in case you didn't know what paganism is, I'm going to tell you how you can prove easily paganism was already there. Be quiet, because you guys don't know history and it's annoying. Paganism just means simply one who does not believe in Christianity. So Canaanites would be considered pagans. Ebionites would be considered pagans. Midianites considered pagans. Greek would be considered pagan. It means to follow your traditional.
That is so rude.
Cultural,
paganism means not worshiping God.
That's what, exactly. Other people were worshiping Yahweh well before Christians even came along. Christians use the word paganism to condemn people for not having the same belief in their deity. And you came up here to be a bigot because you pulled out a very bigoted word. Why would you do that?
I know my history. I know my history. Historically, go and research about the sun gods. It's gonna tell you the Romans were.
Stop making up stuff.
The
Greeks were there. The Greeks were there with their paganism already. The Greeks were there with their paganism, as you would call it, which is really just their traditional worship of their ethnic group. But you call them pagans, right? They've been there before Christians were there.
Yeah, they were worshiping other gods.
All these people are allowed. I know this is going to hurt your feelings. In the Levant, there were more than just Jewish people. It's crazy. There were more than just Israelites in the Levant. Matter of fact, Israelites were the new people in the Levant as of 1250 BCE. So for you to get up on the grandstand and say paganism and call other people's cultural spiritualities pretty much a slur, because that's what you're doing, whether you know it or not, is insane.
Well, you just insulted her and told what? The Afro-atheist, are you going to allow this?
How did she insult her?
She called her a bigot. Is that not an insult? And she several times told her to be quiet. I think that
use a bigoted word. You use a bigoted word, you get identified correctly. You use a bigoted word, you get identified as a bigot. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my days!
But if she calls someone, like, you know, just like BJ was up here being anti-Semitic.
I mean, we came for BJ, and now you're not going to apply the same
BJ
method.
was being anti-Semitic. But
she just insulted this lovely lady that was speaking to her.
Genderless, can you prove that she was bigoted?
Wow.
She uses the word pagan. Paganism is literally just a slur. A slur Christians use. Paganism is a slur. Pagan is a slur Christians use to condemn other people who do not follow their belief.
But
that's bigotry.
True.
Because what are you upset about? It's none of your business.
But nobody.
That would mean everybody's a pagan. That would make. And you know what? You know how else we can prove that? There is something called Dumb Diverses, written by the Catholics, calling African people from West and Central Africa, pagans. And you know what he said right behind it?
I don't consider Catholics to be Christian.
I know, listen, because I know you guys don't want to hear this.
Here we go.
Those who do not worship the God.
No. Please.
Wait,
I'm sorry, please.
Guys.
No. Can I ask you a question?
Please, hold on. She just said, Oban just said she does not consider Catholics to be Christians.
I do not. No, I do not.
Oh my goodness.
Am I not allowed to have a view?
Why not? No.
Am I not allowed to have a view?
Why not?
You can have a view. We're not saying you couldn't have a view.
But why not?
Why not?
Why not?
I don't consider, because they mix again. And for your word, I'm going to use it because it is a word noted in the English dictionary. They mix paganism and Christianity, so therefore I don't agree that they are Christians. My personal belief, backed by history. But that's what I believe in. If you are a Catholic, go ahead and be Catholic. Great.
But you realize they came before whatever it is that you believe.
Well, that's not true. That's actually not true. That's actually historically incorrect. Actually, no, they did not.
They came before whatever.
They came before you.
They
actually came before you believe.
No, they did not. Where are you getting this information from?
They were like the first church that were.
No, they were not the first church. Where are you getting this from?
They were like one of the first churches to be established, the Catholic churches.
Okay, I knew how they came about, but I don't agree with their beliefs, and I think I'm entitled to that.
So can I ask you? Can I ask you, as a Christian, Where do you get the manual for what you call Christianity? Where do you get that from?
My Bible.
Where in the Bible? Where is the manual? Because you're saying that the
Bible
Catholics
is the
mix
manual.
the Catholics mix paganism and Christianity.
So if you look
How
in
have
the
they
book of
done this?
Corinthians,
How have they done this?
Hold on, I'm getting there. If you would allow me. If
Follow the 10 Commandments. Do you know that the Catholic changed the 10 Commandments about the idols? They removed it and they made the first commandment.
The removal.
Put it
That's not
twice.
true. There's literal
It is true.
Hold on. There's literal teachings in Corinthians, I believe, of Paul speaking to because the Catholic Church came from the Roman.
If we have any Catholics here, I can imagine that this must be very upsetting for you.
Everything is
Please,
upsetting.
if you would like to come up and defend your Catholicism, it's really crazy. Like you look at the Catholics and say they are not real Christians.
Sometimes it's hard to have a conversation with somebody that doesn't know.
It's very hateful. No, it's you don't realize, Urban, how hateful your religion, how hateful your religion is making you become. You don't see how hateful. Wait now, gosh, let me speak. You don't see how hateful this religion is making you become. It's making you hate on the Jews. It's making you see now, Auntie, please, making you hate on Christians, making you hate on Jews, making you hate on atheists, hate on waiting now.
Come on,
what kind of belief system is this? What kind of belief system is this? Just make you hate on everybody around you.
Now you're twisting my words.
But she's not saying she hates Catholics. She doesn't say she hates them. She doesn't say she hates them. No, let's not change our word.
Can I say something? There is God's people in every church, but we have to educate. We need to tell people the truth to come out of Babylon. Because some people are in Babylon, they're in false churches, and they don't know that. We don't hate them, we love them. That's why we tell them.
In Babylon,
what is happening?
Oh my goodness.
Babylon is an actual location, ma'am.
I wanted to even watch genderless.
Be quiet, October. You're ridiculously stupid. I don't talk to silly people. I don't talk to silly people. Calm down. I'm sorry, Urban. I don't have a liking for men like you do. I don't care about them that much. It ain't that deep. Calm down. Anyway, Babylon was a location, ma'am. And I'm gonna pull up my camera to show you where it is, because the fact that you think I'm in Babylon,
I know that Babylon is a location.
It's in Iraq. It's in Iraq. It's in Iraq. Hold on, let me help you out. Apparently you don't, because my behind, even though I have been to Iraq.
We're in Babylon, guys.
Go to Iraq.
We are in Babylon.
She's not speaking about the physical location.
We are in Babylon.
See this? Like that? Babylon. This is your old Babylon. This is necessary for you guys because you say weird stuff. Because these people harmed the Israelite people, right? And therefore they have a grudge against Babylon. I don't have a grudge against Babylonians.
Sorry,
because
please. Can you guys always allow people to finish their points before you guys speak?
Listen, everyone, right? You see, things like this is what you start to see how hateful this religion becomes, because now here we're talking about they are in Babylon. Imagine somebody who is from Babylon, right? That region, and you're hearing people saying, "Oh, these people are from Babylon," and then when you go and find out, it's as if, "Oh, they are in darkness." You're calling the someone else's place where they are from, right? You're relating that to being in a place of darkness. For example, also, when believers, when they are praying in their churches, they will say things like, "The Egyptians that you see today, you will see them no more."
It's a term of reference.
Right? A term of reference. Okay, so when you say that to an Egyptian, you think that an Egyptian would be happy that you are using your term of reference, right? And using their country as your your thing of choice. Huh?
It's biblical. Can I read it for you? It's biblical. Let's go to Revelation 18.
Shit? Who gives a shit if it is
Ooh,
biblical?
yes, but it's biblical. I can read for you.
Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Let me help you. I'll take you down. Who gives a shit if it's biblical? Who gives a shit?
I do, because I'm a Christian, so I believe what the Bible says. So I go by what the Bible says.
We don't care.
So I believe this Bible.
You can go by the Bible, what the Bible says.
Yes.
My goodness.
And that's what it says. And we're not like, we need to be truthful to each other, because the enemy is here to deceive people, and a lot the devil want to deceive as many people as they want, and we want as many. Jesus want everyone to be saved, and we are here to preach the truth. We are not going to we're preaching the truth, what the Bible says.
I don't
not
trust
what
the
people want to hear.
I don't trust the Israelite Nazarene man to save you from anything.
If you want me to preach, I can start preaching right now for you guys.
I don't trust an Israelite Nazarene man for
I can preach for you guys.
Daisy, can
Let's
you please
do
not
it.
shout?
Only the truth from the Bible.
Daisy, can you please not shout? Please. Please don't shout.
Okay, no worries.
They're shouting.
So I'm saying that we need to preach the truth from the Bible, because this is the problem we are having with these false preachers.
I did not open this platform for anybody to come and preach to us. No, we don't want preaching. I'm tired of that. Please. Guys, are you guys not tired of preaching? You're not tired of this people preaching? Yeah, I'm not here for it. Though.
But let's prove you the truth. I'm ready to prove you that God exists.
Oh, you're ready
I'm
to
here
prove that God
to prove
exists.
you guys that my God that I said exists.
Go on, Daisy.
Let me prove you. Yes.
Go on, Daisy, but
so
please,
the reason why I believe in
Daisy,
Jesus,
please, on one condition, don't shout, please. Now.
Okay, so the reason why I believe in Jesus Christ is because
no. Proof of God.
Yes, this is the evidence. Yes. The evidence, one, is creation. In order for the creation to be there should be a creator. There need to be a creator to create something. So God is the creator of the universe, specifically
so where is
Jesus
your evidence
Christ.
of God? Where is the evidence of the creator?
Myself.
Where is the
Myself,
evidence
I'm creation of God.
You are not the creator. What is the evidence?
I said I am a creation of God.
We are not
myself.
asking you for the creation. We're asking you to prove that the creator exists.
Yes.
We're
I'm
not asking you for the
proving
creation.
Yes.
Don't tell us the product of the creation. Tell us the creator. Who is he? Where is he? Prove that he exists. Don't tell us that he created a product
I'm
and
proving
the product exists. No, that's not
I
proof.
am the
You're
proof.
Just,
God created me in His own
proof.
image.
You are not
and it's
proof.
proof that He exists.
You're not
and
proof.
also,
Down the road, guys.
let me finish.
Abdul
Yes.
down the road is proof that Allah is the creator, right? Somebody else that believes in Zeus, their existence is the proof that Zeus exists. We can carry on going. Everybody that believes in a God is proof that their own specific God exists. This is guys, this is the proof that the God of the Bible exists. Because does he exist? Bible God
and
exists.
my answered prayers, God has answered my prayers, many prayers. He has answered them.
And there are many prayers that God hasn't answered. So
I can tell you, all the prayers that He has answered. God has answered my prayers. I had prayed to God, and He has answered my prayers, and that's not
proof.
That He
that's not
exists.
proof. That's not proof that He exists.
That's proof. To me, that's proof.
That's not
because
proof.
I asked Him specifically.
Derek,
I asked Him specific things, and He has answered me.
Daisy, give us an example of what He answered. What kind of prayer?
Okay, let me give you an example. So I asked God. I asked Him I wanted a house, so I prayed to God for a house. I was specific, how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, how many garage, and I prayed to God. And I remember scrolling on in Australia, we use what is called all homes. I was in Canberra by then, and I was going on all homes, and all the houses that I wanted, they were like 550,000, and I have prayed to God that I wanted a house for 500,000 because that's what I could afford. And I remember a week later when I was scrolling, there was this house that was going for 550, but it was down. It was now 499,000. And I remember calling the agents and I asked them, I wanted to put an offer. And the agent said, oh, I'm sorry, the house is gone. And then I was like to God, God, why would you do that? And then a few days later, the same agents called me and they said, oh, we've got another house. It's even better than the first one and same price for 499,000. Would you like it? I put an offer the same day without even, it was land and house package. I put the offer without seeing that. And I am telling you the truth.
But hold on.
How is that a proof that God exists? That's not a proof.
Because I told him the specific. It is proof to me. It is proof. And also, let me tell you another one.
Wait,
that is not how you.
Wait, hold on. Derek, you know it's crazy. People that don't believe in God, they buy houses every day.
I've got 5, Afro.
Exactly.
I purchased 5 houses in 5 different states. What is she talking about?
Her God helped her to find the house.
That's insane. Okay, good. Your economic system is changing. You should be careful. Your house might be plummeted under you. What are you talking about? Do you know how economics work? I'm concerned.
Hey, King Nino.
Why didn't God give her the house for free?
I'm a mortgage broker. I know that. You can't teach me that.
Now
you're
talking. If God gave you the house for free, you still have to pay for it.
You still have to pay for it.
Don't
and
pay
God
for
gave
that house. I put tenants. It's an investment.
God should have given you for free. God should have given you for free. He should have just said,
who say that?
You need the house, take the house.
Who say God always give you? God helps those who help themselves. You know that. God always helps.
I don't know that.
Wait, hold on.
If you can help yourself, why do you need God?
Derek, just
if you can help yourself, why do you need God?
Let me say this. So what I'm listening to is a God that sent his son to come and die on the cross. Yeah? He went through that horrific death only to come and help Christians buy houses.
Not only houses. It's not only houses.
Imagine
there's so many things that have happened in my life.
To the earth to come and honor life.
There's so many testimonies I have.
Make Christian go to buy a house. Chineke, wait till with this.
Because we serve a living God.
That's
Our
right.
God, His grace is sufficient for us. We believe
that's
in a
proving
living
the
God.
existence of your God.
You know, some people look for their. Some people look for their socks. They're looking for socks. God help me find my socks, and God helps them find their socks.
Yes, we pray. Me, I pray for everything. I pray before I leave my home, God, please help me not to get a speeding ticket. Help me not to, to get a fine or anything. I pray.
Yes. Let's hear from Block Boy. Block Boy hasn't really said anything.
Okay. My question for Daz is that when Christians are trying to prove the existence of God, they normally use things like miracles. Well, that's one side. Then what are you going to say about people that prayed to God before they stepped out of their house and they died at the end of the day? So where was God?
So everyone has this time on earth. Do you know that we're not going to live forever? So everyone's different.
That's
God is put a time that you're going to live this much. You're going to be like, someone is going to live only 1 day. Someone is going to live 100 days. So everybody was given a time to live on this earth. So you should know that.
That was not my question. You're proving that your God exists because you prayed and he did something for you. So what about all that people that prayed, stepped out of their house, and at the end of the day, they died?
God has blessed them in different ways. God bless people in different ways. Do you know that? Everyone. blessings is different, because it depends with what are you asking God for. If you're asking God for life, gift of life, of course he's gonna give you. If you're asking God for wealthy, he's gonna give you. So it depends with what prayers are people praying for. You need to know that.
You've not still answered his question. He's saying
Honestly,
you pray
I told
and God
you.
answer you. No, you've not answered this question. Sorry.
Were you there when the person was praying? Did they pray?
Yes,
for the gift?
I've been in situations where people pray and they did not get the results. In short, I've been in places where people prayed and they were unalived.
Okay.
They prayed for life and they were unalived. They believed, they had faith, and they were unalived. I've seen things like that. So what do you have to say about that?
Does it know that? Do you know people have been killed in churches?
What makes you think it's God causing those
Blood
things?
God, please,
Isn't it
unalive.
Satan
Use
the
unalive.
one is causing those things? Satan is the one causing the sufferings in this world, and God is always trying to protect us. Go to Revelations where it says the 4 angels are holding the wings so that it doesn't fall on the earth.
So Satan and all these other people are more. So Satan's more powerful than your deity is what you're telling me.
Satan is weak, but
Listen,
God
Satan
allows
is weak. Why is it? If Satan is weak, why are people? If Satan is weak, then why? If Satan is weak, then why are people still unalive when they still pray?
God give us choices. If someone chose to do bad, don't blame God.
No. These are
choices.
good people. These are good people. There are lots of good people in the hospital. I'm a pharmaceutical rep. There are lots of good people in the hospital that have cancers. They have all sorts of sicknesses, and they believe. If some of them don't even want to take their medications, they believe God will heal them. And some of them take their medications and still believe God will heal them. And they are still unalived. They've gone for crusades, for healing. They pray, and they are still unalive. So why didn't their prayer work?
Guys, listen, we need to move on from Dazi. October here
She
is
won't be able
another
to answer the
Christian.
question. Yeah, okay.
October 27 is another Christian. He thinks I don't know he's the one that is there. That's another Christian over there. Dabino.
I know you know. I know you know.
Dabino, are you there? Dabino 247, are you there? I mean, very quiet. Dabino. No, Davino. Genderless, are you there? Genderless. October here? October? He will.
Yeah.
He'll do your heading. Who wants to engage with October? Who wants to engage with October?
I can
October has been long.
He doesn't want to engage with me.
Sorry?
I said Afro, it's been long, dude. It's been long.
Who said?
Actually,
Entepe, did you say you wanted to engage with him?
I can engage with him.
Okay, go on, please.
But what have I said that you want to engage me on?
No, I'm just saying that you're a Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he can just ask you questions based on
let him ask questions.
Christianity.
But am I allowed to ask a reverse questions when he does?
Yeah, it's a conversation between both of you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, can you? What good reason do you have to believe in that your God exists? And please, sorry, before we even get there, which God do you believe in? Are you a Christian? Are you a Muslim?
I'm actually Christian.
So what evidence do you have, or what good evidence besides personal testimony? Because anybody's personal testimony could be any religion. Anybody in any religion can have their own testimony. But what evidence do you have to prove that your God exists?
Okay. This world we live in didn't just occur by an accident, right? And the universe itself, the way it is being structured, the way it's being designed, it shows a proof that there's an intelligent creator. And
how do you know that
the
universe was created?
Yeah. Hold on.
Sorry.
And my compass shows that God is that intelligent creator, because the sun has been the way it is right from time, and you've not heard where this sun will actually fall. Everything that has been on earth right from time, in one way, helps humanity, right? Even most of the disasters that happens, it also helps life form in humanity. So I think it's only someone that's so intelligent, super intelligent, to should have done something like that, which is my God.
Okay. Now, what you said is not evident. Those are claims. But let's assume that I grant you all that you said. How do you know that is that specific Christian God? Not that I agree with everything you said, because the universe, we all know how the universe formed. Let's assume that I grant you that some deity, some sort of supernatural power created this earth. How do you know that is your God? That is not the Muslim God. That is not the Buddha's God.
Because
How do you know the universe hasn't always existed?
Because at first, it is my God, because
how do you know?
Among other gods that claimed to be the source of creation, right? We all could tell the end of that particular God. Is this other gods? People actually told the story of how they were actually buried and stuff like that. And for someone to create this kind of a thing and was later
before you go there, how do you know it's creating?
hold on,
You keep saying creating.
I'm not time, please. Let me
Sure.
get to first.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So for a God to create something like this and was later buried by its subject, it doesn't show the superiority of that God. But our own God till today is still alive and is still beyond every human knowledge. So that alone should show his superiority, right?
No, but where is that God? Like you keep saying, we're making the assumption that this God exists. My question, first of all, you haven't proven that a God exists. You're just making claims. You saying the universe. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Except you don't want my proof. It's fine.
No. Proof is with evidence, not by just making claims. You said because of the universe, God exists. That's not evidence, right? Like there has to be a tangible, outside of the Bible evidence that you have to provide us to show that this God exists. Anybody can say, hold on, brother, hold on.
Evidence that God exists. Isn't that enough proof? Am I not evidence enough?
How are you evidence? What does that mean?
Because
that
I'm his creation. He created me.
How do you, well, the point is, that's a claim. Hold on, brother. Hold on. That's a claim.
That's
evidence
not a claim.
Is.
It's not a claim, bro.
What you're saying is a claim. You're like,
God, it's not a claim.
God
I didn't emanate from apes.
Your mom and dad have sex and they had you.
Hold on. Enter. I'm not a product of
Hey, bud.
evolution.
Hey, if you don't understand evolution, shut up, because you don't understand evolution. You be quiet. Don't talk about evolution because you don't understand. Don't talk about evolution because you don't understand because you're stupid. Don't talk about evolution. Stick to the other facts. Don't talk about things you don't understand.
Let's continue.
Stop talking about what you don't understand.
Yeah. So let's continue.
Now, let me ask you, brother. Do you believe in evolution?
For no reason.
Do you believe in evolution?
I don't actually believe in evolution or the Big Bang theory shit.
How come?
Because to me, I don't believe an accident can be so orderly. Right?
Evolution is an accident. It's not
no,
an accident.
Hold on.
Maybe you don't understand what evolution is. That's why.
There's no evidence. There's no evidence.
Can we mute October and Daisy so I can talk to M-Town? Hey, be quiet. Can we mute them real quick?
Is it nice?
M-Town, they don't know science. They're science deniers. That's
right.
You're gonna run into that.
Is it nice the way she's doing it? I don't understand. I thought I was supposed to engage N-Time, not someone actually calling me stupid for saying what I did.
Genderless. Let's tone it down, please. Let's just. I want to
I
I've never
Afro,
insulted anyone.
only
I didn't
because you
insult anyone.
asked
Don't
Afro.
insult
I don't
you
care
can
about
see.
this guy
He's
next to me.
genderless.
He's
Please.
a real okay.
I
Only
don't
because you
insult
asked.
people.
Yes,
Please.
thank you, my
Let's not
lovely.
insult us,
Thank you, my
please.
lovely lady. Okay. All right, please, gentlemen.
So yeah, I mean, October, can you just answer the question? Do you know what you mentioned the Big Bang theory. You also mentioned evolution. Do you really understand
Yeah,
what
because
these terms? Do you understand what the Big Bang is?
yeah,
Do you know what the Big Bang
yeah.
theory is?
I understand, bro.
Okay, now do
Because
you believe in science?
just
Do you
hold on,
believe Go
hold
ahead.
on. It doesn't just make sense for some group of people to just come up and start saying mankind originates from apes or stuff like that. Like, bro,
They didn't just nobody came up and suddenly said, "Oh my God, you came from it." There are
bro, I'm not saying. Wait, sorry, please. How did human came to evolve? Let me ask that simple question first. Let's
okay.
know,
Is that
please.
your question?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so we don't have time to go through. We don't have time
Excuse me. No.
Yes.
This particular line of questioning is something people can go and do research on.
That's exactly what I was going to tell him that.
Let's focus on God, beliefs, and I don't want us to start the evolution. When we start that, right, it still will not take us to God.
Exactly.
The evolution subject will not lead us to a God. It's a waste
You're
of
absolutely
time.
right.
It's a waste
So
of
let's
time.
assume that evolution is wrong, the Big Bang theory is wrong. You still haven't proven the existence of your God.
Then
right?
okay. Sorry, if the Big Bang theory is wrong and the evolution is wrong, and what is now right? Let me ask you the question.
I'm sorry.
If Big Bang theory is wrong, if evolution is wrong, then what is right?
What kind of question is that?
No.
That doesn't make any. That question makes no sense.
Say Jaffa, it is.
What kind of question is that now?
I'm asking question based on the way the questions are going.
Right. No, because what you're saying is you're trying to use.
No, my question is, if the creation story is wrong, evolution is wrong, Big Bang theory is wrong, then what is now right?
Okay, so let me. You know what you can say?
The creation story to be wrong.
You know what you can say, October? You know what Christians don't like to say? I don't know. Christians can never say I don't know. You got what you do is the God of the gap. Because I don't know this, God did it.
Sorry, please.
If you
you've not asked me a question that I'm not familiar with. So you shouldn't ask me a question I'm familiar with.
I have had Christians. What you're trying to do is, this is you. Creation is not right. The Big Bang theory is not right. So therefore, God did it. But I can tell you that many Christians don't even understand what the big theory is. Many Christians don't even know what creation is. But let's assume all that is wrong. Prove that your God exists.
My God exists because I'm actually his handwork.
Your what?
Yeah.
How do you prove it? That's a claim. That's not an evidence. That's a claim.
It's not a claim.
That is a claim. You're claiming God did something, right? You saying God did something.
The first human on earth
was who?
Eve. Adam and
you really
Eve,
believe that story?
On earth were Adam and Eve. Bro, I tend to believe it because
you believe Adam and Eve.
Apart from Adam and Eve being mentioned, can anyone here still come up with another name for the first human on earth?
There's plenty. See, again, here we go on the rabbit trail.
Can you mention one
name? We don't need. Listen to me. This is where the problem is. The issue I see is the lack of knowledge and the lack of education is the problem. Like,
can I have
as my sister said, we don't have time to educate you. We don't have time to educate you on evolution and the Big Bang theory. No, hold on, my brother. So when we're talking, I allow you to talk. Allow me to also finish.
Go ahead.
Right. So the problem. This is the biggest problem we all have that as Christians have is first thing is they don't read the book. Right. That's the first thing. Number two, they don't understand science. However, they use science every day. How are we communicating right now? It's through science. I don't know about you. I'm in Canada. I flew over here on a plane. When you toss an apple, it comes down. That's a proof of science. These are all every single day. My brother, hold on. Every single day. When was the last time that we had an issue as human beings that we turned to the Bible for solution?
Okay. Thank God. When I started, I said, "Can I ask a reverse question?" Right. The question you asked me, I don't have answers to. You feel I don't have answers to. I ask you same questions. You don't have answers to it. But now you
Right.
said
Okay. Let's
I
assume
lack
that you're right.
education.
We can
Sorry,
say.
please. And now
Oh,
wait,
sorry, sorry,
Anthem,
October.
hold
I'm
on,
sorry. Go
Anthem,
ahead,
hold
brother. Go
on.
ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
let me just land. Let me just land. Now I asked you that same question. You don't have that answer to. But instead of you believing that you don't have answers to, you are telling me that I like education. I know nothing about science. What is bad in you not having answers to my question, and you saying you don't have answers to it and telling me I lack education? Like
No, what
seriously,
I said was we don't have time.
I've not come out to tell you guys to tell you that you lack
Can we,
knowledge or
guys,
that you lack
gentlemen,
education in
let's stick to
Christianity.
the
You
conversation
see,
and not all these
so
other
please, so
this
please,
other
let's just.
audio.
It was a
Please, let's
reverse
keep it.
question.
October, if
Keep
you're
it
offended by
respectful,
what I
guys.
said,
Let's
if
keep it
you're offended,
respectful. Please, let's
if you're
just keep it
offended by what I
respectful.
said,
Please.
if you're offended by what I said, I'm sorry, but the question, the line of questions that you're asking, it's kind of grade 1, grade 2
Yes, the
questions.
kind of line
Like
of
when you
question I'm
ask,
asking is
hold on,
just a reverse question. I
when
ask you
you
a reverse
right.
question.
So let's assume that you don't know and I don't know. How do you get to claim that it's God who did it?
Now, you see, the fact that I don't know, you don't know, but you that don't know, you are actually trying to tarnish what me I believe to be true.
So you remember,
Isn't
see
that
what you
making
just said?
you
You see what you just said? You said I believe to be true.
hold on. The fact I just listen to what I said. I said the fact that you don't know and I don't know, and I came up with my own belief that this is what I know and this is what I believe to be true, based with its consistency on what I'm saying on earth today. And you don't know, but you are just attacking my own belief. Isn't that a form of you being what should I now put it now? You trying to form hostility and stuff like that because you don't know, but you're attacking my own you're attacking me with what you don't know.
No, I'm being skeptical in that I'm asking questions to understand why you believe in this this fairy tale. I'm
It's not
asking you
okay.
hold on, my brother.
Yeah,
Hold on.
and
I'll let you
okay.
talk. I'll let you talk, please. But so I'm not you don't know, I don't know. What we're trying to determine is how do we know? By providing evidence. Every time I ask you for evidence, you say, look at me. That's not proof. That is the claim.
Okay, sorry,
So
please.
what
Sorry, please.
hold
Can
on,
I ask
hold
you a
on.
question? Can I
Sure.
ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah, now please check your dictionary. Check your dictionary. Check the meaning of faith in your dictionary.
Of what?
Then
Of
I'll
what
tell you
word?
the meaning of faith in
What
the
word?
word faith, faith, in your dictionary. And
Right.
I
What
will tell you the meaning of faith from my from my Bible. You will see they are two different things, right?
well, first of all, okay. You use a few words here. First you say believe. The reason why we use the word believe is when you don't know something. Because if you know something, you didn't say I believe. You said I know. So for example, I come to your house and I say, is your son or your mother there? If your mom is there, you know what you said? She's there. If you're not sure, you'll be like, oh, I don't know, maybe, I believe. So when you start using the word believe, you already know that you have no evidence. Because if you have evidence, you didn't say I believe. Believe is the absence of evidence while believing in something. That's
Okay,
crazy.
sorry. Okay. And let me
Yes.
ask you a question now. I just
Sure.
said, yeah, I just made a question now, right? I said, can you check the meaning of faith in your dictionary? Let me show you the meaning of faith from the Bible.
Okay.
You see, there are two different.
Now hold on. You're going to the Bible. The
Yeah,
Bible.
because yeah.
Do you know where the Bible came from? Now you're jumping trails. You know where the Bible came from.
So
Do you
where
know
did the
who wrote
Bible
the
come
Bible?
from?
Do you know who wrote the
Where
Bible?
who wrote the Bible? Let me ask you.
I'm
Who wrote
asking
the
you.
Bible?
You're the Christian. Do you know who wrote the Bible?
Yeah.
Who did?
Okay, now the Bible is written based on personal
No, by who?
experience
Who wrote it? I'm
by
sorry.
the
Who did it?
apostles. The people wrote it based on what the apostles said to them,
The
right? And it
apostles
was
said to said
and
to
it was
who?
accredited. It was accredited to those writers, meaning the book of Genesis, Exodus that's accredited to Moses was written based on what Moses told the author,
So
and
who's
it was
who's the
accredited
author?
to him.
Hold on. You're
Now,
making claims
yeah,
again.
you
Hold on.
see, You see, wait, hold on.
Who wrote
Sorry,
Genesis?
please.
Who wrote the 5 books of the Bible?
Yeah,
Who wrote
that's
who
one
wrote it?
thing you guys don't. That's one thing I think we
But you're
should
not answering the
actually
question.
point
Who
to.
wrote it? You saying who wrote Genesis, Leviticus, Deuteronomy? Who wrote those 5 books? The
It
Torah.
were
Who wrote it?
written by people, not
Who?
even
You
Moses
saying
himself.
people? You see, there you go. You're making claims
Yes,
again.
because their
But you see, you
names
don't even
wasn't
know the
written.
Bible because the
Their
Bible
names,
says
hold on, please. Their names were not written, but it was accredited to Moses. So Moses now became the author.
who
Their
accredited
names were not
to
written.
Moses? Who?
Their names
But
were not written.
Wait, hold
accredited
on,
to
hold
Moses?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
The
Did you guys
writers
just
accredited
wait?
it to Moses.
Did you guys just hear what he said? Did you guys
Moses
just hear
didn't
what he said?
because
Which
now
they don't know. They
let
don't
me.
know who wrote it.
He
It
wrote
was
the 5 books of the
attributed.
Bible, brother.
Sorry, please. The reason why I said
It was
Moses
attributed.
didn't write
Well,
it
wait.
because
It was attributed to Moses. That makes Moses the author. They don't know who wrote it. It was attributed to Moses.
Yeah, the
and
reason why
now
I said
that
so
makes
because
him the author. Is that?
yeah, that's
What
just
is
it.
this?
Because if you want to get by facts, Moses died, is it in the 2nd book or in the 3rd book? Something like that. And these books were 5. So how
No,
did they
but
write the remaining 2 books?
Daisy is saying
Was
he
he
wrote the
writing about the
first
future?
5 books. Daisy, a
Was
fellow
he writing about
Christian,
the future?
she said it. The first 5 was the first 5 were
Yes,
written by Moses.
the first 5 books were written by Moses.
So Daisy,
This is why
That's
I
called,
said
that's called the Torah.
how did Moses write about his own death?
How did Moses write about his death? Because these were the manuscripts. Remember, these things were written on scrolls.
No,
what the prophets were writing.
You said he wrote the first 5 books.
Yes, he did.
So part of those 5 books, you will read where Moses died, the events after his death, who took over from him. Tell us how Moses was able to write this event.
Yes. So remember, the Bible was translated from the manuscripts. The manuscripts are the original writings.
Can you
tell manuscripts?
Can you tell us? Can you tell us how he was able to write the manuscripts?
Yes. So you know, the prophets. The Bible was written by more than 40 authors, and these people were inspired by God.
Daisy, please stop. I have had to mute you. I've had to mute you. You're talking nonsense. She's talking nonsense. I'm asking something. You're talking about where the Bible has 40 authors. How did Moses write about his own death? God damn.
They have no answer, so she's just running around. They have.
It's a translation from manuscripts. So that's how this
hello.
the manuscripts, and they were translating them into the Bible.
Which manuscripts?
That's how the Bible was written. Moses didn't write the Bible. He wrote the manuscripts, and people were.
Maybe you should stop and listen.
He wrote
back in the days.
Yes.
Where do you think people wrote? Where do you think people wrote stuff? When was the first invention of paper and printing press? So what do you think people wrote on before? So you're talking about
manuscripts. They were writing on scrolls.
Hold on, you're not listening. See, that's the problem. You don't listen. You just talk. Please, let me finish. Back in the days, back in the 1st century, where do you think everybody wrote? Where were people writing stuff? Obviously on manuscripts. So that's not the point. We all know as things were written. Hold on. Yes, but you didn't answer the question. How did Moses write about his own death?
I said the Bible is a translation. So they were translating these people when they were writing the Bible. They're writing as a third person.
Translating from where? Translation from where?
From the manuscripts.
But the manuscript, who wrote the manuscript?
The prophets, the priests.
No,
Isaiah,
hold on.
Jeremiah, Moses, they all wrote the Bible.
No.
Ezekiel, Zechariah, these are all prophets who write the Bible.
No, you're not listening.
David, he wrote the book of Psalms.
See, you don't know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about.
We're talking about the 5 books.
I'm a Bible teacher.
Don't know the Bible.
I know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't know the Bible.
You can't teach me anything about the Bible. I know what I'm talking about.
No.
But you're not.
We're not. We're
You're not
not going
answering the
to. No,
question.
hold on. We're not going
Hold
to
on.
do this.
Hold on.
We're
Let's
not going to wait. Hold on.
let's hold her to this.
We're
Let's
not.
hold
We're
her
not
to
going
this.
to do this.
I
No.
can teach you too.
Dazzy, no. Dazzy, please. This is not about Dazzy's Sunday school class. It's not about Dazzy's Sunday school class.
I'm not
Please.
a Sunday school teacher or anything. I don't go to church on Sunday. You
Thank
know
you.
that already.
No. We need to move on. Please, Dazzy. I beg.
So,
Give me a headache.
empty, as I was saying,
Say something. You guys,
as I
you
was
need to
saying.
understand. A Bible, it's a translation. This is why it's written
Translation
as a
of what? You're just talking pure nonsense.
Translation
of what?
from
and the manuscripts.
Who wrote
What
the
manuscript? What fucking manuscript?
It's what the prophets and all the
What
writers that were
fucking
writing on
manuscript?
before there was a Bible.
What are these fucking manuscripts? Please.
These are scrolls. That's where people were writing on scrolls. So they found these scrolls and they were translating the scrolls into the Bible.
October, please help your sister there. She's struggling. Please help her. She's
I'm not
confused.
struggling. I'm telling you the truth. You just don't want to believe the truth because you know that.
October, I'm not talking to Daz anymore. She doesn't know what she's talking about. October, please.
What's truth?
Manuscripts,
The scroll, the manuscript.
English Bible.
Fucking hell.
This English Bible is actually a
October, can you answer that
hear you.
question? Before we move on, can you answer that question? Because Daisy's not going to answer. How did Moses write about his death, October? Because you're more engaging. Daisy's just all over the place.
That was the point which I'm trying to make, right?
Please go ahead.
It was written by a third party, but accredited to Moses because Moses couldn't write his own death.
So who wrote
That's
it?
a number
Again,
one point.
who wrote it?
Now the third party is who I don't know. I won't lie to you. I won't mention any name because the names were not mentioned.
Okay,
right?
let's leave
But
that.
these
Who wrote the
books
New
were
Testament? Who wrote the New
accredited to
Testament?
Moses.
Who wrote the New
Now,
Testament?
the New Testament, the book of Matthew was written by someone on behalf of Matthew, the books of the apostles, but the book of Luke was written by Luke himself because it was an eyewitness account. The book of Corinthians and the letters were written by Paul himself because it was a letter he wrote to address them at a particular point in time, right?
Right. Do you know that?
Do you know that? Yeah.
Do you know that out of the I believe out of the 13 books of Paul, assuming that we believe this, the 13 books of Paul, only 7 of the books is actually attributed to Paul. All the six of the books are actually considered pseudo.
You see,
Do you know that? Okay, hold on.
See.
Again, do you know that in the first century, they were these, like, let's assume this. If you lived in the year, say 30